This is a story I wrote that I never really intended to release. It's a bit of a wild one, but if you like it, I can finish the entire story in part 2. For now, you can enjoy this one while I work on finishing the continuation of my other stories. The twin suns burned over Mos Eisley, and Anakin Skywalker wiped grease from his hands onto his already filthy tunic. 9 years old and he'd been up since before dawn, crouched in Watto's junk shop with a busted hyperdrive motivator that should have been scrapped a decade ago. But Watto didn't scrap anything, not when there was a slave boy who could make broken things work again. Boy! Watto's voice rattled through the shop, all buzzing wings and phlegm. Where is thrusters, I ask for? Customer waiting. Anakin didn't look up. His fingers moved across the motivator's internal wiring, tracing connections that most mechanics wouldn't even see. They're a burnt-out relay node, hidden behind the primary coil assembly. He pulled it free, tossed it into the scrap bin beside him, and grabbed a replacement from the parts drawer. 3 seconds later, the motivator hummed to life. Done, he called back. Watto fluttered into the workspace, his blue face scrunched with suspicion. Already? You break it more, et. Anakin set the motivator on the workbench and hit the activation switch. The device cycled through its startup sequence without a hitch. Green lights across the board, no error codes, smooth magnetic field generation. Watto's expression shifted from suspicion to grudging satisfaction. Good, good. You learn fast, boy. Maybe I keep you another 10 years, yes. The words landed like a punch to the gut, but Anakin kept his face blank. He'd learned early that showing what he felt only made things worse. Can I go now? I finished everything on the list. List never finished, boy. Always more work. But Watto waved a stubby hand toward the door. Go. Be back before dark, or no supper. Anakin was out the door before Watto could change his mind. The streets of Mos Eisley stank of engine coolant and unwashed bodies. Anakin threaded through the crowd, dodging a Rhodian merchant and sidestepping a rust-colored puddle that could have been water or something worse. He had 3 hours, maybe 4 if he was lucky, before Watto started looking for him. 3 hours to work on the pod. He kept his head down as he moved through the market district, past the fruit vendors and the weapons dealers and the slavers standing in the shade with their merchandise chained beside them. Anakin had learned not to look at the other slaves. It hurt too much, seeing his own future reflected in their dead eyes. Instead, he focused on the horizon, on the endless desert stretching beyond the city limits, on the racing circuits where pilots flew so fast they became blurs against the sand. He'd seen a pod race once, 2 years ago, when Watto had taken him to place a bet. Anakin had watched the racers screaming through the canyons, defying gravity and death and everything that said they couldn't, and he'd known, that's what freedom looked like. Skywalker. Anakin turned. 3 older boys blocked the alley ahead. Wald, the Rhodian from the next street over, and his 2 human friends, Jax and Rakir. Wald was 13, big for his age, and he spent most of his time reminding smaller kids why that mattered. Heard you talking to yourself again, Wald said, his green skin catching the sunlight. About flying. About leaving. Wasn't talking to myself. Yet? Then who were you talking to? Your imaginary friends. Jax laughed, a sharp bark that echoed off the alley walls. You gonna fly away on your imaginary pod racer? Anakin's hands curled into fists. It's not imaginary. Sure it's not. Wald stepped closer, and Anakin smelled the sour sweetness of jury juice on his breath. Show us then. Show us this pod you're always bragging about. I'm not bragging. You're a liar and a dreamer, Wald said. And dreamers die in the desert, Skywalker. Better learn that now. Anakin wanted to hit him. Wanted to wipe that smug expression off Wald's face and prove that he was more than just Watto's slave, more than just another kid rotting in Mos Eisley with no future and no hope. But Wald was bigger, and Jax and Rakir would jump in if Anakin tried anything, and then he'd be late getting back to Watto's, and... He turned and walked away. Behind him, Wald's laughter followed like a taunt. That's right, run away. Just like you'll run away from everything else. Anakin didn't run. He walked, steady and controlled, until he reached the edge of the city where the buildings gave way to salvage yards and forgotten junkyards. He squeezed through a gap in a chain-link fence, crossed a field of discarded speeder parts, and ducked into the half-collapsed hangar he'd claimed as his own 6 months ago. The pod was there, waiting. It wasn't finished, not even close. The engines were mismatched radon ulcers he'd scavenged from 3 different wrecks, the cockpit was a stripped-down shell with no safety restraints, and the control systems were held together with wire and hope. But it was his. Every bolt, every weld, every jury-rigged connection, his work, his design, his future. Anakin ran his hand along the pod's frame, feeling the warmth of the metal under his palm. I'm going to finish you, he whispered. And then I'm going to fly you out of here. Away from Watto, away from this place, away from... The words died in his throat. Something was wrong. The air felt thick, heavy, like the moment before a sandstorm hit. Anakin's skin prickled with electricity he couldn't see but could feel in his bones. The hangar seemed to darken, though the suns hadn't moved. And then... Vision. Not a dream. Not his imagination. A vision, clear and sharp as broken glass. A massive ship, black as void, descending through red skies. Fire raining from above. Screaming, thousands of voices screaming in unison, terror and agony blending into a sound that wasn't quite human. And standing in the center of it all, a figure in dark robes, face hidden behind a respirator mask, red lightsaber burning like a star. The figure turned, and Anakin saw eyes yellow, inhuman, ancient. You! Anakin gasped and stumbled backward, crashing into a stack of old power cells. The vision shattered. He was back in the hangar, heart hammering, sweat soaking through his tunic despite the dry heat. What was that? Who was that? He'd had strange moments before, knowing things he shouldn't know, feeling things before they happened, moving faster than he should have been able to move. His mother called it luck. Anakin suspected it was something else, something he didn't have a name for. But that vision, that had been different. More real. More terrifying. Anakin forced himself to breathe slowly, in and out, until his pulse stopped racing. Just stress. Just his imagination running wild because Wald had gotten under his skin. That's all it was. He turned back to the pod and picked up his tools. 3 hours later, he was back at Watto's shop, hands raw and blistered, when everything changed. The door chimed and 2 men walked in, one tall and bearded with brown robes and a calm expression, the other younger with a neat braid hanging beside his face. Jedi. Anakin had never seen Jedi in person, but he recognized the robes, the lightsabers hanging from their belts, the way they moved like they were gliding instead of walking. Good afternoon, the older one said, his voice smooth and controlled. We're looking for passage off-world. Our ship was damaged during a landing. Watto fluttered over, immediately sizing them up. Jedi, eh? Credits or Republic vouchers? Republic credits will be fine. Republic credits are no good here. I need something more real. Anakin watched the exchange from behind the counter, fascinated. The Jedi didn't seem bothered by Watto's dismissal, he just smiled slightly, like he'd expected it. Perhaps we can come to an arrangement. While the adults talked, the younger Jedi, the one with the braid, noticed Anakin. Hello there. Hi, Anakin said. You work here? Sort of. Anakin hesitated, then added, I'm a slave. The younger Jedi's expression flickered surprise, pity, something else. I'm sorry to hear that. Anakin shrugged. It's not your fault. You're Jedi, right? I heard Jedi can do things. Impossible things. We're guided by the Force, the younger one said carefully. But we're not magicians. What's the Force? Before the Jedi could answer, the older one called to him. Obi-Wan, we should go. Thank you for your time, he said to Watto, and the two of them left. Anakin stared after them, something stirring in his chest, hope, maybe, or hunger. A sense that the galaxy was bigger than Mos Eisley, bigger than Watto and slavery and desert sand. He didn't know it yet, but the Jedi would be back. And when they returned, they wouldn't be alone. Far above Tatooine, in the black silence of space. The ship was built for war and nothing else, angular, brutal, covered in armor plating that drank light instead of reflecting it. Inside, in a meditation chamber lit only by the red glow of emergency lighting, Darth Malgus stood motionless, eyes closed, breathing controlled. He'd felt the disturbance 3 days ago, a surge in the Force so powerful it had woken him from his meditation like a thunderclap. He'd tracked it across half the galaxy, through hyperspace lanes and forgotten routes, until he'd arrived here, Tatooine, a worthless ball of sand on the edge of Republic space. And yet the presence was unmistakable. Malgus opened his eyes. Bring the ship into orbit. High altitude. I don't want to be detected. Yes, my lord, the pilot's voice crackled through the COMM. The ship descended, and Malgus felt the presence growing stronger, a burning star in the Force, raw and undisciplined, but more powerful than anything he'd encountered in 100 years. He'd seen Force-sensitive children before. He'd trained dozens, executed hundreds. But this was different. Malgus closed his eyes again and reached out through the Force, searching, until he found the source, a child. 9 years old, maybe 10. Human. Slave. Living in squalor and ignorance, completely unaware of the power sleeping inside him. The highest midi-chlorian count Malgus had ever felt. The chosen one. Malgus allowed himself a rare smile beneath his respirator. The Jedi would find the boy. He'd already sensed their presence on the planet. They would test him, argue about him, ultimately reject him or fail him. The Jedi were predictable that way, terrified of power, bound by rules and caution. But Malgus was patient. He would watch. He would wait. And when the time was right, he would take the chosen one for the Sith. Activate long-range surveillance, Malgus ordered. Monitor all communications in and out of Mos Eisley. If the Jedi make contact with the boy, I want to know immediately. Yes, my lord. Malgus returned to his meditation, but his mind was already moving forward, planning, calculating. The Empire had hidden for over 1,000 years, rebuilding in the unknown regions, waiting for the moment to strike. And now, the Force had delivered an opportunity, a weapon of unimaginable potential, just waiting to be forged. Darth Malgus stood in the observation deck of his vessel, hands clasped behind his back, watching Tatooine's twin suns bleed across the horizon. The respirator covering the lower half of his face hissed with each breath, a constant reminder of Alderaan, of the Jedi who'd nearly killed him, of the price of underestimating an enemy even once. He didn't regret the injury. Pain was a teacher. Scars were lessons written in flesh. The Great Galactic War had ended thousands of years ago by the Republic's calendar, centuries by the way Malgus measured time. He'd been there when the Sith Armada descended on Coruscant, when the Jedi Temple burned, when half the High Council died choking on their own blood. He'd led the charge himself, 50 Sith warriors at his back, Elena fighting beside him, the corridors of the temple slick with gore and ash. They'd won that day. The Republic had capitulated. The treaty was signed. And Malgus had learned the most bitter lesson of his life: victory could be a lie. The Dark Council had wanted leverage, not conquest. They'd used the attack on Coruscant as a bargaining chip, traded galactic domination for a handful of systems and a fragile peace. Malgus had stood in the war room and watched politicians claim credit for what warriors had bled to achieve, and he'd understood then that the Empire itself was sick, rotted from within by cowards who spoke of power but feared to seize it. So when the Emperor had summoned him years later and offered him a choice seclusion in the unknown regions, waiting and preparing for the Empire's true re-emergence, or remaining on Dramund Kos playing politics, Malgus had chosen exile without hesitation. Exile was honest. Exile was pure. And now, after decades of meditation and preparation, the Force had delivered him a weapon. "My lord," the communications officer's voice crackled through the ship's intercom. "The boy has left the junk shop. He's heading toward the outskirts of the settlement." Malgus turned from the viewport. "Follow him. Visual surveillance only. Do not engage." "Yes, my lord." Malgus descended from the observation deck into the ship's meditation chamber, a sparse room lit only by emergency lighting and the faint glow of the hyperspace core beneath the deck plating. He settled into a seated position, legs crossed, hands resting on his knees, and closed his eyes. The Force opened to him like a door swinging wide. He'd always had a gift for this, reaching across distances, sensing presences that others missed, feeling the currents of power that connected all living things. It had made him dangerous during the war. Jedi strike teams couldn't hide from him, ambushes failed because he felt them coming, whole battalions moved at his command because he knew where the enemy would be before they arrived. Now, he extended that awareness toward Mos Eisley, sifting through thousands of life signatures until he found the one that burned brightest. There. The boy Anakin Skywalker, according to the surveillance reports, was moving through the slums, past salvage yards and forgotten warehouses, toward something hidden. Malgus followed him through the Force, a silent observer riding the currents of the boy's own power. And what power it was! Raw. Undisciplined. A star burning at the center of a void, so bright it should have been visible to anyone with even the slightest Force sensitivity. How had the boy survived this long without being found? How had the Jedi missed him? No, that was the wrong question. The Jedi hadn't missed him. They'd found him just yesterday. Malgus had monitored their communications, listened to the Jedi Master's report to his companions, over 20,000 midi-chlorians. The highest count I've ever recorded. He could be the Chosen One. The Chosen One. Malgus allowed himself a moment of amusement. The Jedi and their prophecies, their desperate need to believe the Force itself would save them from their own failures. They'd found the most powerful Force-sensitive in a millennium, and their first instinct was fear of what he might become, fear of training him, fear of his age and his attachments and all the tiny human weaknesses they pretended made someone unworthy. The boy deserved better than their cowardice. Malgus opened his eyes and stood. Display the surveillance feed. A hollow screen flickered to life on the chamber wall. Grainy footage showed Anakin squeezing through a gap in a chain-link fence, crossing a field of rusted speeder parts. Disappearing into a half-collapsed hangar. Zoom in. What's inside? The image shifted, enhanced, clarified. Inside the hangar, a pod racer. Unfinished, crude, held together with scrap metal and improvisation, but unmistakably functional. The boy was building his own racer. Malgus studied the image, piecing together what it meant. Anakin was a slave with no resources, no formal training, no support network. And yet he'd scavenged parts from across the settlement, designed a racing pod from memory and instinct, assembled it in secret. The engineering required was beyond most adults. The boy was 9 years old. Genius. Raw, unfocused genius, driven by hunger. Hunger to escape. Hunger to prove himself. Hunger to be more than what his circumstances allowed. Malgus understood hunger. He'd been hungry his whole life for power, for victory, for the truth that only war could reveal. He'd killed his first victim at age 12, a Twi'lek servant who'd looked at him wrong. He'd felt no guilt, only clarity. The weak existed to serve or die, and he would never be weak. Anakin had the same hunger. Malgus could feel it radiating off the boy even through the Force, even across the distance separating them. It was in the way he moved, quick, efficient, like he was always running from something or toward something. It was in the way he touched the pod racer, reverent but possessive, like it was the only thing in the galaxy that belonged to him. And beneath the hunger, resentment. The boy hated his master Watto, the Toydarian junk dealer. Hated the slavers who'd put a transmitter in his body. Hated the desert and the heat and the endless grinding poverty. Hated being powerless. Good. Resentment was fuel. Channel it properly and it became strength. The Jedi would try to smother that resentment, convince the boy it was wrong to feel anger, teach him to suppress his nature in service to their precious balance. They'd cripple him before he ever reached his potential. Malgus would do the opposite. He would take that resentment and feed it. Cultivate it. Show the boy that his anger wasn't a flaw but a gift, that power came from embracing what you were rather than denying it. The surveillance feed continued. Anakin worked on the pod racer for hours, his hands moving with the kind of focus Malgus had seen in master engineers 3 times his age. Then, abruptly, the boy stopped. He stumbled backward, clutching his head, face twisted in pain or fear. A force vision. Malgus leaned closer to the screen, fascinated. Untrained force sensitives rarely experienced visions this young. The ability usually manifested later, after years of meditation and discipline. But Anakin's connection to the Force was so strong it was breaking through on its own, showing him things he wasn't ready to understand. What did you see, boy? The future? The past? Or something else entirely? After a moment, Anakin recovered. He returned to work on the pod racer, but his movements were shaky, uncertain. The vision had rattled him. Malgus filed that information away. The boy was powerful but fragile, gifted but untrained. He needed guidance. Structure. A master who wouldn't coddle him but would push him past his limits, break him down and rebuild him into something stronger. The Jedi would fail him. Malgus was certain of that. And when they did, the intercom crackled again. "My lord, the Jedi have returned to the settlement. They're approaching the junk shop. Continue monitoring. I want to know everything they say to the boy." "Yes, my lord." Malgus returned to his meditation position, but this time he didn't close his eyes. He reached out through the Force again, listening, watching, as the Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn, according to intelligence reports, spoke to Anakin about midi-chlorians and the Chosen One prophecy and the possibility of freedom. The boy's hope blazed like fire. And beneath it, doubt. Fear. The bone-deep certainty that nothing ever worked out, that promises were lies, that freedom was something other people had. That doubt would be useful later. 3 days later, Malgus watched the Bunta Eve pod race from orbit. The feed came through crisp and clear surveillance drones positioned around the arena, tracking every racer, every turn, every near-death collision. 23 racers had entered. 6 had died in the first lap. Anakin Skywalker was in 3rd place, gaining ground. Malgus watched the boy fly. It was beautiful in its own way, not the beauty of a sunset or a symphony, but the beauty of violence perfectly controlled. Anakin flew like he was part of the machine, reacting before conscious thought, threading gaps that didn't exist, taking turns at angles that should have ripped the pod apart. Other racers died around him, crushed against canyon walls, engines exploding, wings shearing off, and Anakin just kept going, faster and faster, until he crossed the finish line alone. Victory! The crowd roared. The boy climbed out of his pod, face flushed with adrenaline, and for a moment he looked like what he was, a child who'd just accomplished the impossible. Then Malgus saw the shift. Anakin's expression changed. The joy drained away, replaced by something harder, colder. He looked at the crowd cheering for him, and Malgus sensed the thought, they didn't believe in me. They bet against me. And I proved them all wrong. Pride. Not the simple pleasure of winning, but the vindictive satisfaction of proving doubters wrong. Malgus smiled beneath his respirator. The boy was ready. Not ready for Korriban, not yet, he'd die in the trials without proper preparation. But ready to be turned. ready to see that the Jedi's promises were hollow, that the Republic's freedom was a lie, that only power mattered. Malgus turned away from the screen and walked to the communications array. He'd delayed this long enough. The Emperor needed to know what was happening here. He entered the encryption codes and waited. The hologram flickered to life, not the Emperor himself, but Darth Vengian, one of the Dark Council members and the Emperor's voice in matters of military strategy. Vengian appeared as a tall, hooded figure, his face hidden in shadow except for the yellow glow of his eyes. "Malgus," Vengian said, his voice like stones grinding together. "Your silence has been noted. The Council grows impatient." "Then the Council can continue waiting," Malgus said flatly. "I've found something worth reporting." "Speak." Tatooine. Outer Rim. A boy 9 years old, slave, human. Midi-chlorian count over 20,000. The silence stretched long enough that Malgus wondered if the transmission had failed. Then Vengian leaned forward, and for the first time in decades, Malgus saw something like surprise in a Dark Council member's expression. 20,000. Confirmed. The Jedi tested him. They're calling him the Chosen One. And where is this Chosen One now? Still on Tatooine. The Jedi are negotiating for his freedom. They'll take him to Coruscant, present him to their council, argue about whether to train him. Standard procedure. And you propose? I propose we wait. Let the Jedi reject him, they will, their fear guarantees it. And when the boy is alone, abandoned, angry at the galaxy that promised him everything and gave him nothing, we take him. Vengian was silent for a long moment. The Emperor will want to know about this personally. Then tell him. Tell him the Chosen One exists. Tell him I've found the weapon that will burn the Republic to ash and scatter the Jedi to the void. Tell him the Empire's patience is about to pay off. You're certain the boy can be turned? I've watched him for 3 days. He's angry, resentful, hungry for power. The Jedi will try to suppress all of that. They'll fail, because suppressing fire doesn't extinguish it, it only builds pressure. And when that pressure releases, Malgus paused. The boy will destroy everything they tried to make him. Vengian nodded slowly. Proceed. Monitor the situation. Report any changes immediately. And Malgus? Yes. Do not engage the Jedi. Not yet. The Emperor's plans for the re-emergence are delicate. We cannot afford attention. Understood. The hologram flickered out. Malgus stood alone in the communications room, breathing slowly through his respirator, and allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. The war was coming. Not today. Not tomorrow. But soon, sooner than the Republic suspected, sooner than the Jedi could prepare for. And when it came, Anakin Skywalker would be at the front, leading the charge, the Chosen One remade as the Sith Empire's perfect weapon. All Malgus had to do was wait. He was very good at waiting. Qui-Gon Jinn knelt beside Anakin in the cramped quarters of Watto's junk shop, holding a small medical scanner against the boy's arm. The device beeped twice, processed the blood sample, and displayed a number that made Qui-Gon go absolutely still. What is it? Anakin asked, watching the Jedi's face carefully. He'd learned to read adults. Their expressions told you when to run, when to hide, when to stay silent. Qui-Gon didn't answer immediately. He ran the test again, as if the scanner had malfunctioned. Same result. Then a third time, his hands shaking slightly. 27,000. Master. Obi-Wan stepped closer, peering at the readout over Qui-Gon's shoulder. His eyes widened. That can't be right. It is. Qui-Gon's voice was barely a whisper. I've never seen a count this high. Not even close. What are you talking about? Anakin pulled his arm back, suddenly uncomfortable with the way both Jedi were staring at him. What count? Qui-Gon sat back on his heels, and when he looked at Anakin, there was something in his eyes Anakin had never seen directed at him before. Ah! Midi-chlorians. They're microscopic life forms that live inside our cells. They allow us to commune with the Force. Everyone has them, but Force-sensitive Jedi have higher concentrations. The average Jedi has a count around 10,000. And I have over 20,000. The highest I've ever recorded. Higher than Master Yoda's. Higher than anyone's in the history of the Jedi Order. The words should have meant something. Should have filled Anakin with pride or excitement or fear. Instead, he just felt confused. So what does that mean? It means you're special, Anakin. Qui-Gon stood, pacing the small room like he was trying to work through a problem too big for speech. There's a prophecy ancient, older than the Republic itself. It speaks of a chosen one who will bring balance to the Force. A being conceived by the midi-chlorians themselves, with power beyond measure. He turned back to Anakin. Your mother, she said there was no father. Anakin nodded slowly. His mother had explained it to him years ago, when he'd asked why other kids had two parents and he only had one. You don't have a father, Ani. I carried you, I gave birth to you. I can't explain it. Then it's true, Qui-Gon breathed. You're the chosen one. Master. We should contact the Council, Obi-Wan said, but there was doubt in his voice. Doubt and something else, worry, maybe, or fear. This changes everything. Qui-Gon pulled out his comlink and moved to the corner of the room. Anakin watched him activate a holographic transmission, watched the miniature figures of the Jedi Council materialize in blue light. He couldn't hear what Qui-Gon was saying, but he saw the Council's reactions, the way Yoda's ears flattened, the way Mace Windu leaned forward, the way Ki-Adi-Mundi shook his head. They talked for 10 minutes. Then 15. Voices rising and falling, Qui-Gon's frustration bleeding through his usually calm demeanor. Finally, Qui-Gon shut off the comlink and turned back to Anakin. His expression was carefully neutral, but Anakin saw the anger underneath. What did they say? Anakin asked. They want to see you. Test you properly, before making any decisions about your training. But they'll train me, right? If I'm this chosen one you're talking about. It's not that simple. Obi-Wan crossed his arms, and Anakin heard the skepticism he'd been holding back. You're 9 years old, Anakin. Jedi training typically begins in infancy. You've lived a different life, formed attachments, developed fears, learned to survive in ways that contradict Jedi teachings. The Council is concerned that you're too old. Too old. Anakin felt something hot and sharp twist in his chest. I didn't ask to be born a slave. I didn't choose to be found late. How is that my fault? It's not about fault, Qui-Gon said gently. It's about what's possible. Training you will be difficult. You'll have to unlearn habits that have kept you alive but will hinder your connection to the Force. You'll have to let go of attachments. What attachments? Qui-Gon hesitated. Your mother. The world seemed to tilt sideways. What about my mother? Jedi don't form attachments. We serve the Force, and through the Force, all living things. Personal connections, family, romantic love, these create fear. Fear of loss. And fear leads to the dark side. So you're saying I have to forget about her? Anakin's voice rose, and he didn't care. Just leave her here, never see her again, pretend she doesn't exist. Not forget. But, release. Let go of the fear of losing her. Accept that all things change, that attachment brings suffering. That's insane. Anakin. She's my mother. Anakin was shouting now, and somewhere in the back of his mind he knew Watto would hear and there'd be consequences, but he couldn't stop. She's the only person who's ever cared about me, who's ever protected me, and you want me to just abandon her? We're not asking you to abandon her, Qui-Gon said, still infuriatingly calm. We're asking you to love her without clinging to her. To trust that the Force will guide both your paths. The Force didn't stop her from being enslaved. The Force didn't feed us when Watto wouldn't give us enough credits for food. The Force didn't do anything except let her suffer. Anakin's hands were shaking. And now you're telling me the price of learning to use it is leaving her behind. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon exchanged a glance. Then Qui-Gon knelt again, bringing himself to Anakin's eye level. I know this is hard. I know it seems cruel. But Anakin, you have a gift. A power that could change the galaxy. The Jedi need you. The galaxy needs you. And yes, that means sacrifice. It means choosing a larger purpose over personal desires. He paused. Your mother loves you. She wants what's best for you. Don't you think she'd want you to reach your potential? Anakin wanted to argue. Wanted to scream that potential meant nothing if it required him to become someone who didn't care about the people he loved. But he looked at Qui-Gon's face, earnest, hopeful, certain, and realized the Jedi truly believed what he was saying. They thought attachment was weakness. They thought love was a chain. Maybe they were right. Anakin had spent 9 years loving his mother, and what had it gotten him? Sleepless nights worrying about her. Terror every time Watto threatened her. The constant gnawing fear that she'd be sold, hurt, killed, and he'd be powerless to stop it. What if the Jedi were offering him a way out? Not just out of slavery, but out of fear itself? I need to talk to her, Anakin said finally. Before I decide anything. I need to talk to my mom. Qui-Gon nodded. Of course. We'll arrange it. Shmi Skywalker sat on the edge of Anakin's sleeping mat, hands folded in her lap, and listened to her son explain that he was the chosen one, that he had the highest midi-chlorian count ever recorded, that the Jedi wanted to train him but only if he left Tatooine forever. Left her forever. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she reached out and cupped his face in her hands. Do you want to go? The question caught Anakin off guard. He'd expected her to beg him to stay, or to tell him to go, or to cry. He hadn't expected her to put the choice in his hands. I don't know, he admitted. I want to learn about the Force. I want to be powerful enough that no one can ever control me again. But I don't want to leave you. Those two things can't both be true, Ani. Not if the Jedi are telling the truth about their rules. Then their rules are wrong. Shmi smiled sadly. Maybe. But they're not going to change them for you. So you have to choose, stay here with me, stay safe and stay enslaved. Or go with them, become powerful, and lose me in the process. That's not fair. No. It's not. She pulled him into a hug, and Anakin buried his face in her shoulder, breathing in the familiar smell of her engine grease and desert sand and home. But life isn't fair, Ani. You know that better than most. They sat there for a long time. Then Shmi pulled back, wiping tears from her eyes. I want you to go. Mom. Listen to me. I've watched you build things no one taught you to build. I've watched you win races against people twice your age. I've watched you dream about the stars every night since you were old enough to understand what stars were. You were never meant to stay here, Ani. You were meant for something bigger. But what about you? I'll be fine. I've survived this long. And knowing you're out there, becoming who you're meant to be, that'll be enough. Anakin wanted to believe her. Wanted to trust that leaving was the right choice, that his mother would be safe, that the galaxy would somehow reward him for this sacrifice. But he didn't believe it. Not really. He believed in what Qui-Gon had said earlier, the only thing that had made sense, power. If he was powerful enough, strong enough, skilled enough, then maybe, someday, he could come back. Free her properly. Change the things that needed changing. But that required leaving first. Okay, Anakin whispered. I'll go. Shmi hugged him again, tighter this time, and Anakin felt something break inside him, some part of him that had still been a child, that had still believed the world could be kind. He left his mother in the slave quarters and walked back to Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan with his decision made. He would become a Jedi. He would learn their power. And someday, when he was strong enough, he'd come back and fix everything they'd left broken. But as he walked away, Anakin glanced back once, saw his mother standing in the doorway, watching him leave, tears streaming down her face, and he understood, with terrible clarity, that some things couldn't be fixed. Some choices destroyed you even as you made them. And he'd just made his first. 3 days earlier, before Coruscant, before the Council, before everything changed. Anakin stood in the Mos Espa Arena hangar bay, hands shaking as he ran the pre-flight check on his pod racer for the 5th time. The engines hummed, both radonulzers operating at 92% efficiency. The control cables responding to input with less than a 10th second delay, the fuel cells full and the stabilizers balanced. It should work. It had to work. Nervous. Qui-Gon appeared beside him, tall and calm as ever, like standing in a hangar full of racers preparing to risk death for sport was the most natural thing in the galaxy. No, Anakin lied. Qui-Gon smiled slightly. Good. Fear clouds judgment. You'll need to be clear-headed out there. I've run the course before. In my head. I know every turn. Knowing and doing are different things. The other racers won't be kind. Sebulba especially, he's sabotaged pods before. Killed competitors. The race officials look the other way because he brings in crowds. Anakin had heard the stories. Sebulba was a dug, vicious and skilled, with a win record that would have made him famous anywhere but Tatooine. Here, he was just another monster in a galaxy full of them. I can beat him, Anakin said. I believe you can. But belief isn't enough. You'll need to trust the Force. Let it guide you. The Force. Anakin looked at Qui-Gon skeptically. You mean luck? No. The Force is real, Anakin. It surrounds us, binds us, connects all living things. You've felt it before, those moments when time seems to slow, when you know something before it happens, when your instincts make decisions faster than conscious thought. Anakin had felt that. The handful of times he'd flown his speeder through the canyons, chasing the older kids who'd stolen his tools, moving on pure instinct, taking turns he shouldn't have been able to see coming. He'd always assumed it was just reflexes, adrenaline, the same gift that let him understand machines without being taught. So I'm supposed to just trust it? Yes. Stop thinking. Start feeling. That's the worst advice I've ever heard. Qui-Gon laughed. Perhaps. But it works. The hangar speakers crackled, all racers to the starting line. Final call. Anakin climbed into his pod, strapped himself in, and ran through the startup sequence. The engines roared to life, vibration shuddering through the frame, and for a moment Anakin felt nothing but terror. This was insane. He was 9 years old, racing against professionals who'd been flying since before he was born, in a pod he'd built from scrap in a hangar that should have collapsed years ago. He was going to die. Then the engines leveled out and the terror crystallized into something else, something sharp and bright and absolutely certain. He was going to win. The pods lined up on the starting grid. 23 racers total, most of them aliens Anakin didn't recognize, all of them looking at him like he was an insect that had wandered onto the track by mistake. Sebulba sat 3 positions ahead, his pod gleaming with custom modifications and illegal upgrades, twin engines roaring loud enough to drown out thought. The crowd screamed. Thousands of voices blending into noise, bloodthirsty and excited, betting credits on who'd survive and who'd paint the canyon walls red. Anakin gripped the control sticks and waited. The countdown began. 5. 4. 3. Sebulba's engines backfired, a plume of flame scorching the pod beside him. Intentional. The other racer flinched, and Anakin knew with the same instinctive certainty that had guided him through the Mos Espa streets that Sebulba had just gained a psychological edge. 2. 1. The starting light flashed green and the pods exploded forward. Anakin hit the throttle and the world became speed. The other pods were faster off the line, better engines, better pilots, better everything. Anakin dropped to 15th place in the first 30 seconds, then 14th as the dug beside him clipped a rock formation and spun into a fireball. The canyon walls blurred into streaks of red and orange, the engines screaming so loud Anakin's teeth rattled. He took a turn too wide and dropped to 16th. Then a straight section opened up and he pushed the throttle to maximum, feeling the pod shudder and groan under the strain, and he gained back 2 positions. The Force. Qui-Gon's words echoed in his head, "Stop thinking. Start feeling." Anakin closed his eyes. The galaxy exploded into sensation, not sight, but something deeper. He felt the other pods around him, their trajectories written in the Force-like equations he could solve without thinking. He felt the canyon ahead, every twist and gap and choke point. He felt the wind resistance, the engine heat, the exact moment the left stabilizer would fail if he pushed it past 98%. He opened his eyes and flew. Turn. Dive. Accelerate through the gap. Pull up, hard, engines screaming protest. Another racer tried to block him and Anakin dropped below their pod, threading underneath with centimeters to spare, their engine wash buffeting his cockpit. 11th place. 10th. 9th. The course opened into the Laguna Caves, a series of natural tunnels carved through rock by millennia of sandstorms. Most racers slowed here, afraid of clipping their pods against the walls in the darkness. Anakin accelerated. The Force told him where the walls were. Where the safe line ran. Where the other pods would be 3 seconds from now. He overtook 4 racers in the caves, flying blind but perfect, and emerged into sunlight in 5th place. Ahead, Sebulba. The Dug glanced back, saw Anakin gaining, and hit a switch on his control panel. Something detached from the underside of his pod, a piece of debris, aimed directly at Anakin's engines. Anakin jerked the controls sideways. The debris missed his left engine by a hand's width and struck the pod behind him instead. The explosion rattled Anakin's teeth, but he didn't look back. 4th place now. 3rd. The final lap. Canyon walls rising vertical on both sides, the track narrowing to a bottleneck where only 2 pods could fit side by side. Sebulba was in 1st, another racer in 2nd, Anakin in 3rd, pushing his engines past the safety limits, feeling the left stabilizer vibrating wrong but ignoring it because stopping meant losing and losing meant going back to Watto and he'd rather die. The bottleneck rushed toward them. Sebulba and the 2nd place racer hit it simultaneously, neither willing to yield, and their pods collided with a shriek of tearing metal. The 2nd place racer careened into the canyon wall and exploded. Sebulba's pod wobbled but recovered, his superior engineering saving him. Anakin didn't slow. He dove under Sebulba's pod, engines so close to the ground that sand kicked up into his face, and shot through the gap. 2nd place. One more turn. Then the final straight. Sebulba pulled alongside him, close enough that Anakin could see the rage in his eyes. The Dug reached out with a mechanical arm and grabbed Anakin's pod, trying to drag him down. Anakin felt the Force surge, not a whisper but a roar, power flooding through him, raw and electric and burning. Without thinking, he reached out not with his hands but with something deeper and shoved. Sebulba's pod lurched sideways, the connection breaking. The Dug overcorrected and his engines flared, one of them exploding in a cascade of fire and shrapnel. Anakin crossed the finish line alone. The crowd screamed. Qui-Gon was running toward him, shouting something Anakin couldn't hear over the ringing in his ears. Anakin climbed out of the pod on shaking legs and looked back at the track. Bodies. Wreckage. 6 racers hadn't finished. Maybe more. He'd won. And he felt nothing. No joy. No relief. Just a cold, terrible certainty that he'd never feel this alive again unless he kept chasing it, the speed, the risk, the moment when death was close enough to touch and he'd laughed in its face. Qui-Gon reached him, placed hands on his shoulders. Anakin, are you hurt? No. That was extraordinary. I've never seen flying like that. The Force is strong with you. Anakin barely heard him. He was staring at the wreckage, at Sebulba's pod burning in the distance, and realizing, he'd done that. He'd reached out and pushed and Sebulba had crashed. He'd almost killed someone. And he didn't regret it. Not even a little. I'm free now, right? Anakin said quietly. Qui-Gon smiled. Yes. You're free. Free. The word should have meant something. Should have felt like sunrise after years of darkness. Instead it just felt like trading one chain for another, Watto's transmitter for Qui-Gon's expectations. But Anakin forced himself to smile back, because Qui-Gon was trying to help, and because showing gratitude was another kind of survival. Thank you, he said. And high above, in orbit, watching through surveillance feeds, Darth Malgus observed the Chosen One's first true taste of power. And smiled. The spaceport was chaos. Anakin walked between Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, still wearing his racing suit because there hadn't been time to change, carrying nothing but the small bag of belongings his mother had packed for him. Behind them, Mos Espa was celebrating his victory or mourning their lost bets. Anakin didn't look back. How long until we reach Coruscant? He asked. 4 days, Obi-Wan said. His voice was clipped, professional, but Anakin heard the skepticism underneath. Obi-Wan didn't trust him. Didn't think he should be trained. Qui-Gon had argued with him about it last night while Anakin pretended to sleep in the next room. And then what? Then the Council decides your future, Qui-Gon said. But don't worry, Anakin. I'll make them see reason. Anakin nodded, but doubt gnawed at him. The Council. More people in power, deciding what happened to him. The faces changed but the dynamic stayed the same. They were 20 meters from Qui-Gon's ship when the air changed. It wasn't something Anakin could describe later, when Qui-Gon asked him about it. Not a sound or a smell or anything his normal senses could detect. Just a sudden heaviness, like the atmosphere had become denser, harder to move through. His skin prickled with electricity. Qui-Gon stopped walking. His hand dropped to his lightsaber. What is it? Obi-Wan asked, instantly alert. Someone's here. Someone powerful. The figure stepped from behind a cargo container 15 meters ahead, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing black armor that seemed to drink the sunlight. His face was hidden behind a respirator mask, his eyes burning yellow above it. A lightsaber hung from his belt. The hilt angular and brutal. Sith. Anakin had never seen a Sith before, but he knew with absolute certainty what this was. The same way he'd known which turns to take during the race, the same way he'd known Sebulba was going to sabotage him. The Force was screaming warnings, klaxons in his mind. Qui-Gon Jinn. The Sith's voice was deep, filtered through the respirator into something inhuman. I wondered if you'd be foolish enough to try this. Qui-Gon ignited his lightsaber, green blade humming to life. Obi-Wan, take the boy to the ship. Master. Now. Obi-Wan grabbed Anakin's arm and started pulling him toward the ship, but the Sith raised one hand and Obi-Wan froze. Not physically held, but mentally stopped, confusion washing across his face like he'd forgotten what he was doing. The apprentice isn't important, the Sith said. Only the boy. He walked forward, closing the distance between them, and Qui-Gon moved to intercept. You won't touch him. I'm not here to hurt him, Jedi. I'm here to offer him truth. Qui-Gon attacked. The duel was brief and brutal. Qui-Gon was skilled. Anakin could see that even with his untrained eyes. But the Sith was better. Faster, stronger, more precise. Every attack Qui-Gon launched was deflected or countered, and within 30 seconds, Qui-Gon was on the defensive, backing toward the ship. Then the Sith did something Anakin didn't understand. He lowered his lightsaber, raised his empty hand, and Qui-Gon stumbled. The Jedi Master's eyes went unfocused, his lightsaber lowering, and for a moment he looked lost. The Sith walked past him, straight toward Anakin. Anakin should have run. Should have screamed. Should have done anything except stand there frozen while a Sith Lord approached him. But his legs wouldn't move, his voice wouldn't work. All he could do was stare into those yellow eyes and feel the weight of their attention like a physical thing. The Sith stopped 2 meters away and knelt to bring himself to Anakin's eye level. "Anakin Skywalker," he said quietly. "The Chosen One. The highest midi-chlorian count ever recorded. Destined to bring balance to the Force. Who are you?" "Darth Malgus. I've been watching you, boy. Watching you race, watching you build, watching you dream of freedom you'll never find with the Jedi. You don't know anything about me. Don't I?" Malgus tilted his head. "You want power. Not for glory or conquest, but because you spent 9 years as property and you're terrified it'll happen again. You want to be so strong that no one can ever chain you. The Jedi will tell you that desire is wrong, that seeking power for yourself leads to darkness. They'll try to teach you restraint, humility, service. They'll cage everything that makes you exceptional and call it training." Every word hit like a hammer. Anakin wanted to deny it, to defend the Jedi, but how could he? Malgus was saying what Anakin had been thinking since yesterday, giving voice to doubts he'd been too afraid to speak aloud. "What do you want from me?" Anakin whispered. "Nothing you wouldn't give freely. I want to offer you a choice the Jedi will never offer, true power, without limits, without apologies. The Sith have waited 1,000 years for someone like you. We won't waste your potential debating whether you're too old or too angry or too dangerous. We'll give you what you're owed, the strength to never be helpless again." "You're lying." "Am I? Then why are you still listening?" Anakin couldn't answer that. Behind them, Qui-Gon was stirring, shaking off whatever the Sith had done to him. Malgus glanced back, then returned his attention to Anakin. "Your mother is still on Tatooine. Still a slave. The Jedi left her there because freeing her wasn't convenient, wasn't part of their mission. They took you and abandoned her. Do you think they'll help you free her? Do you think they'll let you go back?" Rage flared hot and bright in Anakin's chest. "Don't talk about my mother. She suffers while you fly to Coruscant to be judged by people who fear your gifts. Is that justice? Is that balance?" Malgus stood, towering over Anakin. "The Jedi will fail you, boy. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but they will fail. And when they do, when you're standing alone wondering why your potential was wasted, remember this conversation." He pulled something from his belt, a small data chip, and pressed it into Anakin's hand. "Coordinates. A rendezvous point in the Outer Rim. When you're ready to stop being afraid of what you are, go there. We'll be waiting." "Anakin." Qui-Gon's voice, sharp with panic. Malgus stepped backward, toward the shadows between cargo containers. "The Jedi teach that power corrupts. The Sith know the truth, power reveals. It shows you who you really are, stripped of pretense and lies. The question isn't whether you'll seek power, Skywalker. The question is whether you'll seek it from those who fear it, or from those who worship it." Then he was gone, vanished into the spaceport's maze of corridors and cargo bays. Qui-Gon reached Anakin, grabbed his shoulders, checked him frantically for injuries. "Are you hurt? Did he touch you?" "No," Anakin said numbly. "He just talked." "What did he say?" Anakin looked down at the data chip in his hand, then closed his fist around it. "Nothing. Just threats." Qui-Gon didn't look convinced, but Obi-Wan was recovering now and they needed to leave before the Sith returned with reinforcements. They boarded the ship, Qui-Gon setting a course for Coruscant immediately, and within minutes Tatooine was shrinking in the viewport. Anakin sat in the passenger compartment, alone, and opened his hand to stare at the chip. A choice. That's what Malgus had offered. Not orders, not demands, a choice. The Jedi would present their rules and expect obedience. The Sith offered freedom and expected ambition. Anakin should have thrown the chip away. Should have told Qui-Gon everything. Should have trusted that the Jedi would train him properly, that their caution was wisdom, that everything would work out. Instead, he tucked the chip into his pocket and said nothing. Because Malgus was right about one thing, Anakin wanted power. Needed it. Craved it with a hunger that terrified him. And if the Jedi couldn't give him that, someone else would. The Jedi Temple's council chamber felt like a tomb. Anakin stood in the center of the circular room, surrounded by 12 of the most powerful Force users in the galaxy, and he'd never felt more alone. The floor beneath his feet was polished stone, reflecting the afternoon light filtering through the tall windows. Everything here was designed to inspire awe, reverence, submission. It just made Anakin want to break something. "Young Skywalker," Yoda said, his ancient voice creaking like old wood. "Tested you, we have. Your midi-chlorian count, unprecedented it is. Over 20,000. Never seen such power, have I?" Anakin waited. There was a but coming. He could feel it hanging in the air like the moment before lightning struck. Mace Windu leaned forward in his seat, dark eyes fixed on Anakin with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "But power isn't everything. You're 9 years old. You've lived outside the Order your entire life. You've formed attachments to your mother, to your past, to the idea of freedom. These attachments make you vulnerable to the dark side." "I don't understand," Anakin said carefully. "Qui-Gon said I was the chosen one. That I'm supposed to bring balance to the Force. Doesn't that mean you should train me?" "The prophecy is unclear," Ki-Adi-Mundi said, his towering head tilted slightly. "It speaks of balance, yes, but balance could mean many things. What if training you disrupts the balance rather than restoring it?" Qui-Gon, standing beside Anakin, stepped forward. "Masters, with respect, that's circular reasoning. If we don't train him because we fear what he might become, we guarantee he'll never reach his potential. The boy needs guidance, structure, teaching." "He needs more than that," Mace interrupted. "He needs to unlearn 9 years of survival instincts. He needs to release his attachment to his mother, his resentment toward those who enslaved him, his hunger for power. These are not small obstacles, Qui-Gon. They're fundamental flaws in his character." The words hit Anakin like physical blows. Flaws. They were calling his feelings, his love for his mother, his anger at injustice, flaws. "I can learn," Anakin said, hating how his voice cracked slightly. "I can be what you need me to be. I'll work harder than anyone. I'll prove." "This isn't about effort," Plo Koon said, not unkindly. "It's about whether the foundation is strong enough to build upon. You've spent your formative years in an environment that taught you to value yourself above others, to see power as the solution to problems, to fear loss. These lessons are incompatible with Jedi philosophy. Then teach me different lessons." The council chamber went silent. Anakin realized he'd shouted, his voice echoing off the stone walls. Obi-Wan, standing near the doorway, looked mortified. Qui-Gon placed a hand on Anakin's shoulder, a warning to calm down. But Anakin couldn't calm down. His hands were shaking, his chest tight with something hot and terrible that he didn't have a name for. They were going to reject him. After everything, after leaving his mother, after the promises, after believing for the first time in his life that he might be worth something, they were going to send him away. Yoda's ears drooped. "Much anger in you, I sense. Much fear. The dark side clouds your future, young Skywalker. Dangerous, it would be, to train you now." "Then when?" Qui-Gon demanded. "When will he be ready? When he's 10? 20? Never? You're condemning the chosen one because he doesn't fit your template. That's not wisdom, Master Yoda." That's cowardice. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Mace stood slowly, his presence suddenly oppressive. Careful, Qui-Gon. You're dangerously close to disrespecting this council. I'm stating facts. The boy has more potential than anyone in this room. More than all of us combined, probably. And you're throwing that away because you're afraid. We're cautious, Mace corrected. There's a difference. The argument spiraled, voices rising, accusations flying. The council splitting between those who agreed with Qui-Gon and those who sided with Mace and Yoda. Anakin stopped listening. He stood in the center of it all, invisible despite being the subject of every word, and felt something inside him harden into ice. They didn't want him. Oh, they wanted his power. They wanted the chosen one, the prophecy, the validation that they were right about the Force and the future and their place in the galaxy. But they didn't want Anakin Skywalker, the slave boy who loved his mother and hated being helpless and dreamed of being strong enough to fix the broken things. That version of him was too flawed. Finally, Yoda raised a gnarled hand and the chamber fell silent. A decision, we have reached. He looked at Anakin, and there was something in those ancient eyes that might have been regret. Might have been pity. Train you, we will not. Too great, the risk is. Too old, too attached, too clouded by fear and anger. Anakin heard the words but couldn't process them. It felt like standing in a sandstorm, sound and fury drowning out meaning. However, Yoda continued, informal training, Qui-Gon may provide. Not as a Padawan. Not as a member of the Order. But as a student, perhaps. If that satisfies you, Master Jin. Qui-Gon's face went red. You're saying he can learn from me but never become a Jedi? Never take the trials, never earn a lightsaber, never. Never join the Order, yes, Mace said flatly. That is the Council's decision. Final and binding. This is a mistake. Perhaps. But it's our mistake to make. Qui-Gon looked at Anakin, and Anakin saw the apology in his eyes, the frustration, the helpless rage at a system that wouldn't bend even when it should. Anakin, I'm sorry. I'll petition them again. I'll find another way. It's fine, Anakin heard himself say. His voice sounded hollow, distant, like it belonged to someone else. I understand. He didn't understand. Not really. But he was learning fast. When people with power made decisions, arguing only made things worse. You're dismissed, Yoda said gently. Rest, you should. Tomorrow, discuss your future, we will. Anakin turned and walked out of the council chamber. He didn't run. Didn't cry. Didn't let them see anything except calm acceptance, because showing weakness was death and he'd learned that lesson a long time ago. Obi-Wan followed him into the corridor. Anakin, wait. Leave me alone. The council isn't trying to hurt you. They're trying to protect you. From what? From being powerful? From mattering. Anakin spun to face him, and Obi-Wan actually took a step back. I left my mother for this. I left her enslaved on Tatooine because Qui-Gon promised I'd be trained, that I'd become a Jedi, that my life would mean something. And now you're telling me it was all a lie. It wasn't a lie. It's complicated. It's not complicated. They're scared of me. That's all this is. They see someone who might be stronger than them and they can't handle it. That's not fair. Fair? Anakin laughed, bitter and sharp. Nothing's fair. I'm 9 years old and I've known that my entire life. The difference is I thought the Jedi were different. I thought they actually cared about doing what's right instead of protecting themselves. He walked away before Obi-Wan could respond, through corridors that smelled like incense and history, past windows overlooking Coruscant's endless cityscape. The temple was beautiful. Perfect. Sterile. Everything in its place, everyone following rules that had been written before Anakin's grandparents were born. He hated it. The guest quarters they'd assigned him were nicer than anywhere he'd ever slept. Soft bed, climate control, actual furniture instead of a sleeping mat on the floor. Anakin sat on the bed and stared at his hands. He should have known better. Should have remembered that people like him, slaves, nobodies, kids from the Outer Rim, didn't get to join exclusive clubs like the Jedi Order. They could use you when it was convenient, discard you when it wasn't, and call it wisdom. You're destined for more than their training, boy. Anakin's head snapped up. The voice, the same one from Tatooine, from the spaceport, from his nightmares, was back. Who are you? He whispered. Silence. Then, slowly, the shadows in the corner of the room seemed to deepen, thicken, until they weren't shadows anymore but a figure, tall, armored, respirator mask gleaming dully in the low light. Darth Malgus stepped forward. Anakin should have screamed. Should have called for Qui-Gon, for the guards, for anyone. Instead he just sat there, frozen, as the Sith Lord crossed the room and knelt beside the bed. You're not real, Anakin said. I'm as real as their rejection. Malgus's voice was calm, almost gentle. I watched through the Force. I felt your humiliation, your rage. The Jedi fear you, Skywalker. They see your potential and it terrifies them because they know deep down, where they won't admit even to themselves, that you'll surpass them all. They said I'm too old. Too attached. Too angry. They're right. You are all those things. Malgus tilted his head. But those aren't flaws. They're strengths. Your attachments give you something to fight for. Your anger gives you focus. Your age means you've lived a real life, not the sanitized existence these monks pretend is normal. The Jedi say anger leads to the dark side. The Jedi say many things. Most of them are lies they tell themselves to justify their weakness. Malgus stood, and even though Anakin was sitting on the bed, the Sith Lord seemed to tower over him. The dark side isn't something to fear, boy. It's power without chains. It's freedom. It's everything they told you was wrong, revealed as the only truth that matters. Why are you here? To offer you a choice. Stay here, accept their scraps, learn watered-down techniques from a master who will always see you as a problem to be managed. Or leave. Come with me. I'll give you what they won't, real training, real power, real respect. No limits. No apologies. Just strength. Anakin wanted to say no. Wanted to tell Malgus to leave, that he wasn't interested in the dark side or the Sith or whatever evil plan was being offered here. But the word wouldn't come. Because Malgus was right. The Jedi had rejected him. Not because he wasn't strong enough, but because he was too strong. Too dangerous. Too much of what they'd forgotten how to be. If I go with you, Anakin said slowly, what happens to my mother? That depends on you. Stay here, she remains enslaved until she dies. The Jedi won't help her, they've already proven that. Come with me, become powerful enough, and you can free her yourself. The Sith don't forbid attachments. We use them. Channel them into strength. And if I say no? Malgus straightened. Then I leave, and you spend the rest of your life wondering what you could have been. The choice is yours, Skywalker. It always has been. The Jedi try to take choice away, disguise slavery as enlightenment. I'm offering you freedom, the real kind. The kind that comes from power. He turned and walked toward the shadows. Wait, Anakin said. Malgus paused. If I leave with you, if I do this, I want your word. When I'm strong enough, we go back for my mother. We free her. That's the deal. Malgus looked back over his shoulder, and even through the respirator mask, Anakin thought he saw something like approval. You have my word. How do I find you? You don't. I'll find you. Tomorrow night, same time. Be ready to leave. Bring nothing you'll miss. Then he was gone, vanished into shadows that returned to being ordinary darkness, and Anakin was alone again. He sat on the bed for a long time, trembling, mind racing through possibilities and consequences and the terrible understanding that he'd already made his decision. The Jedi had rejected him. So he'd reject them right back. The ship was nothing like the vessels Anakin had seen before. Qui-Gon's transport had been functional, clean, with smooth lines and Republic insignia. Malgus's ship was a weapon made of metal and darkness, angular, brutal, covered in armor plating that seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. Standing in the cargo bay, surrounded by crates of supplies he didn't recognize, Anakin felt like he'd been swallowed by some massive predator. "Where are we going?" he asked. Malgus stood at a control panel, entering coordinates, not looking at Anakin. "A stronghold in the Outer Rim. Preliminary base for the Empire's re-emergence. You'll begin your training there before we move to Korriban." Korriban. The Sith home world. Where you'll take your trials and prove whether you're worthy of the power you've been given. The ship lurched into hyperspace, stars stretching into lines of light through the viewport. Anakin gripped a nearby cargo crate to steady himself, and Malgus finally turned to look at him. "Regrets already?" "No." Anakin wasn't sure if that was true, but he said it anyway. "Good. Because there's no going back. The moment you left the temple, you made a choice. The Jedi will hunt you. The Republic will call you a criminal. Your old life is over. My old life was being a slave. I'm not going to miss it." Malgus's eyes, still yellow, still inhuman, studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded, satisfied. "Come. I'll show you where you'll be staying." The crew quarters were small, Spartan, a bunk bolted to the wall, a footlocker, nothing else. Malgus gestured to the bunk. "Sleep. We'll arrive in 6 hours. You'll need your strength." "I'm not tired." "You will be." Malgus left without another word, the door hissing shut behind him. Anakin sat on the bunk and stared at the metal walls, reality finally catching up to him. He'd left. Run away in the middle of the night while Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan slept, followed a Sith Lord into a ship, and now he was flying toward some secret base where he'd be trained in the dark side. His mother would be horrified. Qui-Gon would be devastated. The Jedi Council would probably be relieved, proof that they'd been right all along, that Anakin was too dangerous, too unstable, too dark. Anakin lay back on the bunk and closed his eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. Instead, he felt something else, a presence, vast and cold, brushing against his mind like fingers trailing across skin. The Force. But different than before. Not the warm, gentle current Qui-Gon had described. This was deeper, colder, more honest. Like staring into an abyss and having it stare back. Anakin reached out toward it, tentative, and the presence surged forward. Power flooded through him, raw, electric, burning, and for a moment he felt invincible, infinite, like he could tear stars from the sky if he wanted to. Then it receded, leaving him gasping and shaking on the bunk. This was what Malgus offered. This was the dark side. And Anakin wanted more. The base was hidden inside an asteroid field in a system Anakin didn't recognize. Malgus's ship docked smoothly, airlocks connecting with a hiss of equalizing pressure, and Anakin followed the Sith Lord into corridors that smelled like recycled air and ozone. Other Sith were waiting. Not many, maybe a dozen, standing in a rough semicircle, all of them watching Anakin with expressions ranging from curiosity to contempt. They wore black robes similar to Malgus's, lightsabers hanging from their belts, faces marked with scars and tattoos that spoke of violence. "This is him." A human woman with white blonde hair and a burn scar across her left cheek stepped forward. "The Chosen One? He's a child. He's 9 years old and his midi-chlorian count is over 20,000, Malgus said flatly. "Show respect, Sina, or I'll teach you why he's valuable and you're not." Sina's hand dropped to her lightsaber, but she didn't draw it. "Smart?" Even Anakin could feel the difference in power between her and Malgus. She'd last maybe 30 seconds in a real fight. 20,000. A Zabrak male with horns filed to points laughed, the sound harsh and mocking. That's a sensor error. No one has a count that high. I tested him myself, Malgus said. 3 times. The readings are accurate. The Zabrak Krath, based on the name stenciled on his armor, squinted at Anakin like he was examining a piece of defective equipment. Well, he doesn't look like much. Put him in the training room with the other acolytes. Let's see how long he lasts. He's not ready for that yet. Then why bring him here? We're preparing for war, Malgus. We don't have time to babysit Force-sensitive children who might be special. Malgus moved so fast Anakin barely saw it. One moment he was standing beside Anakin. The next he was in front of Krath, one hand wrapped around the Zabrak's throat, lifting him off the ground. Krath's face turned purple, his hands clawing uselessly at Malgus's grip. I'll decide what we have time for, Malgus said quietly. This boy represents the future of the Empire. Disrespect him again and I'll crush your windpipe and find someone more useful to take your place. Are we clear? Krath managed a strangled nod. Malgus dropped him, and the Zabrak collapsed to the floor gasping. The rest of you return to your duties. I'll handle the boys' training personally. The other Sith dispersed, some of them glancing back at Anakin with renewed interest. Krath stumbled away, rubbing his throat, shooting Anakin a look of pure hatred. When they were alone, Malgus turned to Anakin. You're unimpressed. It wasn't a question. Anakin considered lying, then decided against it. They're supposed to be Sith. They're supposed to be powerful. But they seem small. They are small. Acolytes and warriors, nothing more. The true power of the Sith lies elsewhere, with the Dark Council, with the Emperor, with individuals like myself who've transcended the limitations of ordinary Force users. These people are tools. Malgus started walking, and Anakin followed. But even tools can teach lessons. You wanted to prove yourself. They'll give you that opportunity. They entered a training room, large, empty except for practice dummies and weapon racks. Malgus gestured to the center of the room. Stand there. Anakin obeyed. Malgus walked a slow circle around him, and Anakin felt the pressure of the Sith Lord's attention like a physical weight. The Jedi teach that the Force is a river, gentle, nurturing, something to be guided and respected. They're wrong. The Force is fire. It burns. It consumes. It destroys everything weak and leaves only strength. The dark side doesn't flow through you. You force it to obey. How? By embracing what you are. Your anger, your fear, your desire. The Jedi call these emotions weaknesses. They're fuel. When you feel rage, you don't suppress it. You channel it. You make it yours. Malgus stepped back and ignited his lightsaber, red blade burning like a wound in reality. Attack me. I don't have a weapon. Use the Force. Anakin had no idea how to do that. The only time he'd used the Force deliberately was during the pod race, and that had been instinct, not technique. But Malgus was waiting, patient and immovable, so Anakin closed his eyes and reached for that cold presence he'd felt on the ship. The dark side answered. Power surged through him, and Anakin thrust both hands forward. Malgus flew backward, slammed into the training room wall hard enough to crack stone, and... No. Anakin blinked. Malgus was still standing in the same spot, lightsaber humming, completely unaffected. Good. You reached for power. But you didn't commit. You were afraid of hurting me, afraid of going too far. That fear makes you weak. I'm not afraid. Prove it. Attack me again. This time, mean it. Anakin tried again. And again. And again. Each time, he reached for the dark side, felt power flooding through him, pushed it toward Malgus, and each time, nothing happened. The Sith Lord deflected his attacks effortlessly, not even breaking a sweat. After the 10th attempt, Anakin collapsed to his knees, chest heaving, sweat soaking through his clothes. I can't do it. You can. You're choosing not to. Malgus deactivated his lightsaber and knelt beside Anakin. Think about the Council. Think about how they rejected you, called you flawed, denied you the training you deserved. Feel that anger. Let it burn. Anakin did. He thought about Yoda's ancient eyes dismissing him. About Mace Windu's contempt. About Qui-Gon's helpless frustration. About being called too old, too attached, too dangerous, about being abandoned again, just like on Tatooine, just like always. The anger built like pressure in his chest, and this time when he reached for the dark side, it didn't just answer, it exploded. Power roared through Anakin, so intense it felt like his bones were catching fire. He screamed and thrust both hands forward, and Malgus actually slid backward 2 meters, boots scraping against stone, before he caught himself. When Anakin opened his eyes, Malgus was smiling. That's more like it. Anakin collapsed, completely spent, and Malgus picked him up like he weighed nothing, carried him back to the crew quarters, and laid him on the bunk. Rest. Tomorrow we continue. How long? Anakin managed to whisper. How long until I'm strong enough to save my mother? Years, Malgus said honestly. But you'll survive those years, and you'll become something the galaxy has never seen. Sleep, Skywalker. Your training has just begun. Qui-Gon Jinn tore through the Jedi Temple like a man possessed. Where is he? He demanded, bursting into Obi-Wan's quarters at dawn. Have you seen him? Obi-Wan sat up, confused and half asleep. Seen who? Anakin. He's gone. His room is empty, his belongings are gone. Gone where? If I knew that, I wouldn't be asking you. They searched the temple top to bottom. Questioned the guards. Reviewed security footage. Found nothing. Anakin Skywalker had vanished sometime between midnight and dawn, and there were no witnesses, no clues, no explanation. The council convened an emergency session. Disturbing, this is, Yoda said, leaning heavily on his Jimmer stick. Sensed something, I did. A presence in the temple last night. Dark. Powerful. Sith, Mace Windu said grimly. The same one Qui-Gon encountered on Tatooine. Darth Malgus, Qui-Gon supplied. He spoke to Anakin at the spaceport. I thought I'd driven him off, but he stopped, guilt and rage warring on his face. He came back for him. Took him while we slept. Or Anakin went willingly, Ki-Adi-Mundi said quietly. The council chamber went silent. You think he ran away? Obi-Wan said. Joined the Sith. I think we rejected a 9-year-old boy with more power than he understands and told him he wasn't good enough for us. And then a Sith Lord offered him acceptance. Mace looked at each council member in turn. What would you have done in his place? No one answered. Qui-Gon slammed his fist on the nearest surface. We have to find him. Bring him back before. Before what? Mace interrupted. Before the Sith corrupt him? It may already be too late. If Anakin chose to leave, chose to accept Malgus's offer, then we're not rescuing him. We're his enemy now. He's 9 years old. And he has the highest midi-chlorian count in recorded history. If the Sith train him, mold him, turn him against us. Mace didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. Yoda closed his eyes. Failed him, we did. Failed to see beyond our fear. And now, pay the price, we may. Meanwhile, across the galaxy, reports filtered into Republic intelligence. Sith sightings in the Outer Rim. Skirmishes near forgotten trade routes. Ships bearing unknown insignias attacking Republic patrols. Small incidents, easily dismissed until they weren't. On Naboo, the Trade Federation's blockade tightened. Chancellor Valorum dispatched envoys. The Jedi Council sent Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan to investigate, despite their protests that finding Anakin was more important. The boy made his choice, Mace said. Now we deal with the consequences. Korriban. The Sith Academy. Meditation Chamber 7. 8-year-old Valen sat cross-legged on cold stone, eyes closed, hands resting on her knees. Around her, training droids hovered in a circle, 12 of them, each armed with shock prods calibrated to cause pain without permanent damage. Her instructor, a scarred Sith pureblood named Overseer Harkin, stood outside the circle watching. Begin. The droids attacked simultaneously. Valen didn't move. Didn't flinch. She reached out through the force, that cold, burning presence that had lived inside her since before she was born, and the droids froze mid-attack. Not slowed. Frozen. Completely immobilized. Then she closed her fist. The droids crumpled inward like paper, metal shrieking as telekinetic pressure crushed them into balls of scrap. Oil leaked across the stone floor. Sparks died in the silence. Valen opened her eyes. Again. Harkin's face remained impassive, but she felt his fear. Everyone feared her. Even the other Sith. Even her brothers, Thaxan and Arkan, who were older and supposedly stronger. Especially her father. That's enough for today, Harkin said. The Emperor wishes to speak with you. Valen stood, brushing dust from her black training robes. She was small for 8, thin, pale, with dark hair pulled back from a face that would have been beautiful if not for the absolute emptiness in her eyes. People said she looked like her mother. Valen didn't care. She barely remembered her mother. She followed Harkin through the Academy's corridors, past classrooms where acolytes practiced lightsaber forms and meditation chambers where students screamed through dark side trials. Other students pressed themselves against walls as she passed, instinctively making room. Smart. The Emperor's private chamber was deep in the Academy's heart, behind doors sealed with force locks that only a handful of beings in the galaxy could open. Harkin stopped outside. Go in. He's waiting. Valen entered alone. The chamber was vast and empty except for a throne carved from a single piece of black stone. The Emperor sat there, motionless, a figure wrapped in dark robes that seemed to absorb light. His face was hidden beneath a hood, but Valen felt his attention like weight pressing down on her skull. Daughter, he said. His voice was ancient, layered, like multiple people speaking in unison. Approach. Valen walked forward until she stood before the throne. She didn't kneel. Her father had never asked her to, which was good, because she wouldn't have obeyed. Your training progresses well, the Emperor continued. Harkin reports that you destroyed 12 training droids simultaneously. Without effort. Without strain. They were weak. Everything is weak compared to you, child. That's the problem. The Emperor leaned forward slightly, and Valen caught a glimpse of yellow eyes burning in the shadow of his hood. You are 8 years old and already more powerful than Sith Lords who've trained for decades. Your connection to the Force is unprecedented. Even for my bloodline. Is that why you're afraid of me? Silence. Long and heavy. Then the Emperor laughed, a sound like grinding stone. Yes. You're the only being in this galaxy I fear, Valen. Because I can see your future, and in every version, you surpass me. You become something I cannot control, cannot predict, cannot stop. Then why haven't you killed me? Because you're also the most perfect weapon I've ever created. The question isn't whether you'll be powerful, you already are. The question is whether that power will serve the Empire, or destroy it. Valen tilted her head, curious. Her father rarely spoke this honestly. Usually, he was all riddles and manipulation, treating everyone around him like pieces on a dejeric board. But with her, he was different. Cautious. Genuine. Afraid. I have no interest in destroying the Empire, Valen said. I just want to be the strongest. And what happens when being the strongest means challenging me? Then I challenge you. And I win or I die. Either way, the Empire gets what it needs, the most powerful being in command. The Emperor studied her for a long moment. Then he stood, and Valen realized with a shock that he was satisfied. Proud, even. You're honest. I appreciate that. Your brothers pretend loyalty while plotting my downfall. You admit your ambition openly. He descended from the throne, stopping an arm's length from her. That's why I'm telling you this personally rather than letting you hear rumors. Darth Malgus has found the Chosen One. Valen's expression didn't change, but something cold and sharp twisted in her chest. The prophecy. Yes. A boy 9 years old, former slave, midi-chlorian, count over 23,000. The number hit like a punch. 27,700. That was higher than hers. Higher than anyone's except. Higher than yours? Valen asked quietly. We don't know yet. My count has never been measured in any meaningful way. I transcended such metrics millennia ago. But in terms of raw potential. The Emperor paused. Possibly. Probably. Anakin Skywalker may be the most naturally powerful Force-sensitive ever born. The name burned itself into Valen's memory. Anakin Skywalker. The Chosen One. The boy who might be stronger than her. Where is he now? Malgus is training him at an Outer Rim facility. In a few months, he'll bring the boy to Korriban. To the Academy. To compete with the other acolytes in the trials. The Emperor tilted his head. To compete with you. I'll destroy him. Perhaps. Or perhaps he'll destroy you. Or the Emperor's voice took on a different quality, something almost amused. Perhaps you'll recognize each other as equals. Form an alliance. Become something greater together than either of you could be alone. I don't need allies. Everyone needs allies, daughter. Even you. Even me. He turned back toward his throne. When Skywalker arrives, I want you to test him. Not to kill, he's too valuable for that. But push him. See if his power matches the reports. See if he's worthy of the attention Malgus has given him. And if he's not, then break him. The Empire has no use for disappointments. Valen nodded and turned to leave, but the Emperor's voice stopped her. Valen. She looked back. You asked why I haven't killed you. The answer is simple, because you're mine. My blood, my legacy, my heir. When I eventually pass from this galaxy, you will inherit my power. But only if you learn to master yourself the way you've mastered the Force. He paused. The conditioning I considered, the mental locks, the control phrases, I've decided against them. You'll remain unchained. Free. I'm trusting you won't make me regret that decision. For the first time in months, Valen felt something like warmth. Not affection, she didn't know how to feel that. But recognition. Her father saw her as she truly was and wasn't trying to break her. That was rare. I won't disappoint you, she said. Good. Now go. Prepare yourself. The Chosen One arrives in 3 months. Make sure you're ready to meet him. Valen left the Emperor's chamber and walked through the Academy's corridors alone, her mind racing. Anakin Skywalker. 27,700. The Chosen One. She should have felt threatened. Should have been planning how to kill him, how to eliminate the competition before he became a problem. Instead, she felt excited. For the first time in her life, someone her own age might actually be worth fighting. Worth testing. Worth knowing. She reached her private quarters, larger than most, a privilege of being the Emperor's daughter, and stood at the window overlooking Korriban's red valleys. Somewhere out there, in the Outer Rim, a 9-year-old boy was learning to use power he didn't understand yet. Would he be everything they said? Would he really be stronger than her? Valen's reflection stared back at her from the window's surface, pale face, dead eyes, the faint beginning of a smile. She'd find out soon enough. And if Anakin Skywalker truly was the chosen one, if he really was the most powerful Force-sensitive ever born. Well, Valen had always wanted a challenge. This one might actually be fun. The shuttle descended through clouds the color of dried blood. Anakin pressed his face against the viewport, watching Korriban grow larger beneath them. The planet looked dead, all rust-red stone and dark valleys carved into mountains that seemed to go on forever. No oceans. No green. Just rock and dust and wind that screamed past the hull loud enough to hear inside the cabin. Beautiful, isn't it? Malgus stood behind him, hands clasped behind his back. The birthplace of the Sith. Every tomb down there holds the remains of a Dark Lord who conquered worlds. Their power still echoes through the Force, even millennia after death. Anakin didn't think it looked beautiful. It looked like Tatooine, hostile, unforgiving, a place where weakness meant death. But he'd left Tatooine behind. This was different. This was chosen. The shuttle banked hard, dropping into a canyon so deep the walls blocked out the sky. Anakin's stomach lurched. Then they burst out into open space and he saw it. The Academy. A pyramid of black stone and durasteel rising from the valley floor like a knife blade. Massive. Ancient. The kind of structure that shouldn't exist, too big, too perfect, built with technology and force power that modern engineers had forgotten. Smaller buildings clustered around its base like children huddling near a parent, and beyond them, tombs. Dozens of them. Entrances carved into canyon walls, statues of armored figures standing guard, stairs leading down into darkness. The Valley of the Dark Lords. The shuttle landed on a platform jutting from the pyramid's side. The ramp descended with a hiss of hydraulics, and heat rolled in dry, oppressive, tasting like ash and old metal. Anakin followed Malgus down the ramp, and the wind hit him immediately, whipping his hair across his face, carrying grit that stung his eyes. A figure waited at the platform's edge. Human, maybe 40, with a shaved head and a scar running from his left eye to his jaw. He wore black robes marked with red symbols Anakin didn't recognize, and when he looked at Anakin, his expression was pure contempt. This is him. The man's voice was rough, like he'd spent years screaming orders. The chosen one? He looks like a street rat. Overseer Harkin, Malgus said calmly. Show respect. Respect is earned, Lord Malgus. Not given because some scanner says a boy has high midi-chlorians. Harkin stepped closer, looking down at Anakin. What's your name, boy? Anakin Skywalker. Anakin Skywalker, Harkin repeated, mocking. Where are you from, Skywalker? Tatooine. And what were you on Tatooine? Anakin's jaw tightened. He knew where this was going. A slave. Harkin smiled, cold and sharp. A slave? Of course. Well, slave, let me explain how things work here. The Academy doesn't care about your past. Doesn't care about your potential. Doesn't care if you're the chosen one or the God's damned Emperor's bastard child. You survive or you die. You prove your worth or you're cast out into the tombs to rot. Understood? Yes. Yes, Overseer. Anakin forced the words through clenched teeth. Yes, Overseer. Harkin turned to Malgus. I'll take him from here. The other acolytes are in orientation. He can join them. Malgus looked at Anakin. Remember what I taught you. Strength through passion. Victory through power. Don't let them break you. Then he was gone, back up the shuttle's ramp, and Anakin was alone with Harkin. The Overseer walked fast, not checking if Anakin followed. They entered the pyramid through doors 10 meters tall, carved with images of battles and executions. Inside, the temperature dropped 20 degrees. The corridor was stone smooth, polished, reflecting dim red light from fixtures set into the ceiling. Their footsteps echoed. The academy has existed for thousands of years, Harkon said without looking back. Every great Sith Lord passed through these halls. Mark Aragnos, Naga Sado, Freeden Nad. They trained here. Killed their rivals here. Ascended to power here. You, slave, are walking where legends walked. Try not to embarrass yourself. They climbed stairs, hundreds of them, carved directly into the pyramid's interior, spiraling upward. Anakin's legs burned, but he kept pace. Showing weakness now would be fatal. Finally, they reached a vast chamber. 23 acolytes stood in rough formation, watched by another overseer, this one a pure-blood Sith with red skin and facial tentacles, wearing armor instead of robes. Overseer Krax, Anakin guessed. Harkon shoved Anakin toward the group. Another recruit. Don't get attached, half of you will be dead within a month. Krax looked at Anakin with eyes like burning coals. Name: Anakin Skywalker. Age: 9. Laughter rippled through the acolytes. A human boy near the front, tall, maybe 17, with scars on his knuckles and murder in his eyes, spoke up. 9? They're recruiting children now. Torven, shut your mouth or lose your tongue, Krax snapped. Then, to Anakin, midi-chlorian count. 27,700. The laughter died. Torven's expression shifted from amusement to calculation. The other acolytes stared, some openly, some pretending not to. And at the back of the group, a pure-blood boy around 16 with perfect features and an arrogant tilt to his head stepped forward. That's impossible, he said. No one has a count that high. Kale Vex, was it? Krax said. Are you calling Lord Malgus a liar? He tested the boy personally. Kale's jaw worked, but he said nothing. Krax gestured for Anakin to join the formation. Stand with the others. Try not to die before orientation ends. Anakin moved to an empty spot. The acolyte beside him, a Twi'lek girl around 13 with green skin and sharp eyes, leaned close and whispered, Is it true? 27,000. Yes. I'm Bella. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Welcome to hell, Chosen One. Before Anakin could respond, Krax began speaking. You are acolytes. The lowest form of life in the Sith Empire. Below warriors, below apprentices, below the maintenance droids that clean the floors. Your only purpose is to prove you are worth keeping alive. Some of you come from powerful families. He glanced at Kale. Some of you have high midi-chlorian counts. A look at Anakin. Some of you are desperate failures trying again. Torven flinched. None of that matters. Titles mean nothing here. Power is the only truth. He paced in front of them, and Anakin felt the dark side radiating off him like heat from a fire. You will train in lightsaber combat, force techniques, Sith philosophy, and survival. You will compete against each other for resources, for recognition, for the chance to become apprentices to Sith Lords. You will betray, manipulate, and kill. Because that's what Sith do. The weak serve or die. The strong ascend. Krax stopped in front of Anakin. The Chosen One. Malgus thinks you're special. We'll see. I've watched 100 Chosen Ones over the years. Most of them died screaming. What makes you different? Anakin met his gaze. I'm still alive. Krax's mouth twitched, not quite a smile, but close. Good answer. We'll test that claim soon enough. Orientation continued for another hour. Krax explained the Academy's structure, training levels, meditation chambers, the proving grounds where acolytes fought to the death when disputes couldn't be settled otherwise. The tombs in the valley were off limits unless assigned as part of a trial. Breaking that rule meant execution. Then he dismissed them. Your quarters are on sub-level 3. Find your bunks. Classes begin tomorrow at dawn. Don't be late. The acolytes dispersed. Anakin started toward the stairs, but Kale blocked his path. Skywalker. The pureblood's accent was cultured, aristocratic. A word. Anakin stopped. What? Your count? 27,000. That's higher than anyone here. Higher than the instructors. Possibly higher than the Dark Council members. Kale's red eyes narrowed. So either you're the most powerful force sensitive in the galaxy, or Malgus lied to make you seem more important than you are. Which is it? Why do you care? Because if you're really that powerful, you're a threat. And I eliminate threats. Then try. Kale smiled slowly. Not yet. But soon. Watch your back, Chosen One. Accidents happen all the time in the Academy. He walked away. Bella appeared at Anakin's elbow. He's going to try to kill you. Probably within a week. Let him try. Confidence. I like that. But Kale's not weak. His father is Lord Vex, one of the Emperor's inner circle. Kale's been training since he could walk. You're 9 and you've had what, 3 months with Malgus? 4. Still. You're outmatched. Then I'll get stronger. Bella studied him for a long moment. You really believe that, don't you? That you can just will yourself to power? She shook her head. Maybe you can. Either way, I'm staying on your good side. Come on, I'll show you where the bunks are. Sub-level 3 was a maze of corridors lined with small rooms, 4 bunks each, no privacy, no comfort. Anakin claimed an empty bunk in a room with 3 other acolytes who ignored him completely. He sat on the thin mattress and let exhaustion wash over him. This was Korriban. This was the Academy. This was where he'd either become strong enough to matter or die trying. Skywalker. Anakin looked up. 2 figures stood in the doorway, twins, both 17, both human. The one on the left had golden blonde hair and a scar across his jaw. The one on the right was identical except for dark hair and no scar. They wore black armor instead of acolyte robes, lightsabers hanging from their belts. Graduating students. I'm Arkan, the blonde one said. This is Thaxon. We're the Emperor's sons. Anakin's breath caught. The Emperor's sons. Valen's brothers. We heard about you, Thaxon said. His voice was quieter than his brother's, more measured. The Chosen One. Highest count ever recorded. Malgus's new pet project. I'm not anyone's pet. Arkan grinned. Good. Pets don't last long here. He stepped into the room, and the other acolytes immediately scrambled out, terrified. Our sister wants to meet you. Valen. You haven't been introduced yet because she trains separately, father's orders. But she knows you're here. And she's curious. When? Soon. She'll find you when she's ready. Just be prepared. Arkan's expression turned serious. Valen is 8 years old and she's already more dangerous than most Sith Lords. Her midi-chlorian count is 20,000. Yours is higher, which means she sees you as a challenge. Maybe a threat. Maybe something else. We can't tell with her. Is that a warning? It's advice. Valen doesn't have friends. She has rivals and victims. Figure out which category you want to be in before you meet her. The twins left without another word. Anakin lay back on his bunk, staring at the stone ceiling. Tomorrow, training would begin. He'd face Kale, Torven, Bella, and whoever else wanted to test him. He'd survive or he wouldn't. But right now, all he could think about was Valen. 20,000 midi-chlorians. 8 years old. The Emperor's daughter. Somewhere in this pyramid, she was thinking about him too. And Anakin had no idea if that was a good thing or the worst possible danger he'd ever faced. Dawn on Korriban wasn't gentle. The sun just bled over the horizon like a wound opening, staining the Valley of the Dark Lords red. Anakin stood in the Academy's main training hall with the other acolytes, exhausted before the day even started. He'd barely slept. The stone bunk was hard, the other acolytes in his room had spent half the night whispering threats at each other, and every time he'd closed his eyes, he'd felt the tombs outside calling to him through the Force, ancient voices promising power and death in equal measure. Overseer Krax stood at the front of the hall, arms crossed, face expressionless. Behind him, Overseer Harkin watched with that same contemptuous smile he'd worn yesterday. 23 acolytes had started orientation. 21 remained, 2 had vanished during the night. No one mentioned them. Today you learn the first rule of the Sith, Krax said. Conflict breeds strength. You will fight. Pairs. No rules except one, incapacitation or death ends the match. Winners advance to advanced training. Losers, he paused. Well. Losers don't matter anymore. Murmurs rippled through the acolytes. Bella, standing beside Anakin, whispered, they're weeding out the weak early. Smart. Saves resources. How many usually survive? Anakin asked. Half. If we're lucky. Krax began calling pairs. The first match was brutal. 2 human boys around 14, both terrified, both swinging training staves like clubs. It ended when one got his opponent on the ground and beat him until Krax called it. The loser was dragged away. Alive, but barely. The second match was faster. A Zabrak girl against Torven. She was quick, skilled, confident. Torven was desperate. He feinted high, went low, and crushed her knee with a strike that made Anakin's stomach turn. She collapsed screaming. Torven didn't stop. He hit her again in the ribs, the head, kept going until Krax pulled him off. Enough. She's done. You win. Torven stood there breathing hard, blood on his knuckles, and for a second Anakin saw the future, that's what he'd have to become. Not just willing to hurt people. Eager for it. 3 more matches. Then Krax looked at his day top hat and smiled. Anakin Skywalker. Kale Vex. Center floor. The hall went quiet. Kale stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. He'd changed since yesterday. Now he wore light armor over his robes, forearm guards, reinforced boots. Combat gear. He'd been preparing for this. Anakin walked to the center and Krax handed him a training staff. No force techniques. Not yet. Just your body and the weapon. Show me what Malgus taught you. Kale took his staff and spun it once, fluid and perfect. He'd done this thousands of times. Anakin had done it maybe 100, and most of those had been 3 months ago on Malgus's ship. Ready? Krax asked. Neither boy answered. Begin. Kale attacked immediately. A overhead strike aimed at Anakin's head. Fast. Precise. Anakin barely got his staff up in time to block. The impact rattled his teeth. Kale followed with a low sweep, forcing Anakin to jump back, then a thrust toward his ribs that Anakin deflected by inches. The other acolytes were shouting now. Betting, probably. Anakin heard Bella's voice, 10 credits on Vex. Kale drove forward, relentless, forcing Anakin backward across the training floor. Every strike was perfect textbook form, precise angles, controlled power. Anakin defended desperately, blocking and dodging, but he was losing ground fast. Then Kale changed tactics. He feinted left, and when Anakin moved to block, Kale reversed and swept Anakin's legs out from under him. Anakin hit the ground hard, breath exploding from his lungs, and Kale's staff came down toward his face. Anakin rolled. The staff cracked stone where his head had been. He scrambled to his feet, but Kale was already swinging again, catching Anakin across the ribs. Pain exploded through his side. Something cracked. Rib, maybe 2. You're slow, Kale said, circling him. Malgus wasted his time. You're just a slave playing at being Sith. Anakin couldn't breathe right. Each gasp sent fire through his chest. His vision blurred at the edges. Kale was better. Faster. Trained. This wasn't a fight, it was an execution. Kale attacked again, and Anakin barely blocked. Then again. And again. Each impact drove Anakin closer to collapse. His hands were numb. His staff felt like it weighed 100 kilos. Stay down, Kale said quietly. I'll make it quick. Better than what the tombs will do to you. He struck for Anakin's head, full force. And Anakin knew with absolute certainty that if that blow landed, he was dead. Time slowed. Not metaphorically. Literally. Anakin felt the force surge through him, the same way it had during the pod race, but stronger now. Darker. Kale's staff moved through the air like it was underwater. Anakin saw every rotation, every muscle in Kale's arms tensing, the exact moment of impact calculated down to the millisecond. And beneath the calculation, rage. Rage at being called a slave again. Rage at the Jedi for rejecting him. Rage at Kale for being born into power while Anakin had to claw for every scrap. Rage at the galaxy for being so unfair, so broken, so determined to crush anyone who started at the bottom. The rage became fire. Anakin dropped his staff and raised one hand. Not consciously. Instinctively. The way he'd reached out during the pod race to shove Sebulba. The way he'd pushed against Malgus during training. But this time, he meant it. Kale's eyes went wide. His staff stopped mid-swing, held in place by nothing. Then his hands went to his throat, clawing, gasping, as invisible fingers closed around his windpipe. Anakin stood slowly, still holding out his hand, and the rage poured through him like lava. He could feel Kale's throat under his mental grip, feel the cartilage, the blood vessels, the exact amount of pressure needed to collapse everything. He could kill him. Right now. Just squeeze a little harder and... Enough. The shout broke Anakin's concentration. The force released Kale, who collapsed to the ground gagging and vomiting. Anakin blinked, suddenly aware that everyone was staring at him. The hall was silent except for Kale's desperate gasping. Krax walked over to Kale, checked his throat, then looked at Anakin. I said no force techniques. He was going to kill me. That's the point of the exercise. Kill or be killed. Krax's expression was unreadable. But you didn't kill him. You stopped. Why? Anakin had no answer. He'd wanted to kill Kale, still wanted to, actually. But something had pulled him back at the last second. Fear, maybe. Or the memory of his mother's voice, you're better than this, Ani. Weakness, Harkin said from the sidelines. He's soft. Get rid of him. No. Darth Malgus's voice cut across the hall. Anakin spun. Malgus stood in the doorway, arms crossed, respirator hissing with each breath. Behind him, two figures in black armor, Arkan and Thaxon. Malgus walked to the center of the hall, looked at Kale still gasping on the ground, then at Anakin. Raw power. Unrefined. But it burns bright. He broke the rules, Harkin protested. The rules are survive or die. He survived. Kale didn't. Malgus turned to Krax. The boy wins. Continue the trials. Krax nodded slowly. Take Vex to medical. Skywalker, you're dismissed for now. Report to meditation chamber 3 in an hour. Anakin left the hall on shaking legs. The rage was fading, leaving behind exhaustion and the dull ache of broken ribs. He made it to the corridor before someone grabbed his arm. Arkan. Walk with me, the older boy said. Not a request. They walked in silence through corridors that smelled like dust and ozone. Thaxon appeared from a side passage, falling into step on Anakin's other side. The twins moved in perfect sync, no communication needed, just instinctive coordination. That was impressive, Arkan said finally. Kale's been training his whole life. You've had what, 4 months? 4.5. And you nearly killed him without a weapon. Just pure force power. Arkan stopped walking, turned to face Anakin. You really are the chosen one. I wasn't sure before. I thought maybe Malgus was exaggerating, making you seem more important to justify bringing you here. But 27,000 midi-chlorians. That's not a mistake. That's destiny. What do you want? Anakin asked. Straight to the point. I like that. Arkan glanced at Thaxon, some silent communication passing between them. You need allies, Skywalker. The Academy's full of people who want you dead either because you're a threat or because killing the Chosen One would make their reputation. Kale won't forget what you did today. Neither will Torven, or half the other acolytes. So we're offering protection. We're graduating in 3 months. After that, we'll be full Sith warriors with our own commands, our own resources. You side with us now, we'll remember it later. When you're ready to take your place in the Empire, we'll have positions waiting. Power. Influence. Everything you want. What do you get out of it? Arkan smiled. An ally with 27,000 midi-chlorians. Someone who'll owe us favors. Someone who might surpass even the Dark Council someday. He leaned closer. The Empire's changing, Skywalker. The old guard, our father, the Council, the traditionalists, they're holding us back. My brother and I, we're planning something. Long-term. And we need people we can trust when the time comes. You're planning to overthrow the Emperor, Anakin said flatly. Silence. Then Thaxon laughed, a quiet, genuine sound. He's smarter than he looks. We're not planning anything, Arkan said carefully. Not yet. But let's say, hypothetically, that someone wanted to reform the Empire. Make it stronger, more efficient, less dependent on ancient traditions and political games. That someone would need support. From people with power. People who understand what real strength looks like. Anakin studied them both. Arkan was ambitious, it radiated off him like heat. Thaxon was harder to read, calmer, but no less dangerous. They were using him. Obviously. But they were also offering something real, protection, connections, a path to power that didn't require him to fight alone. I'll think about it, Anakin said. Don't think too long. Offers expire. Arkan started to walk away, then stopped. One more thing. Our sister. Vaylin. She's going to test you soon. Probably tomorrow, maybe tonight. Don't underestimate her. She's 8 years old and she's already killed 3 acolytes who annoyed her. Father doesn't punish her for it because he's curious how far she'll go. Why are you warning me? Because if Vaylin kills you before you reach your potential, it's a waste. And we don't like waste. The twins left, moving in that same synchronized way, and Anakin was alone again. He made it back to his quarters and collapsed on his bunk. His ribs screamed protest, his hands wouldn't stop shaking, and when he closed his eyes, he saw Kale's face purple, terrified, dying. He'd almost killed someone today. And the worst part was how easy it had been. How right it had felt. Anakin curled on his side, hugging his broken ribs, and tried to remember who he'd been 4 months ago. A slave boy who fixed things and dreamed of flying. Someone who'd loved his mother and wanted to be a Jedi. That person felt like a stranger now. 3 days later. Krax summoned the surviving acolytes to the Academy entrance. 16 left now. 7 had died or been crippled during combat trials. Anakin had won his second match against a Rodian boy who'd surrendered immediately when he saw who he was fighting. Smart. The third match hadn't happened yet because Krax had decided on something else. The tombs, Krax said, gesturing toward the valley. Every Sith Lord who reached mastery has walked them. You will too. Today, the acolytes stared at the valley stretching before them. Dozens of tomb entrances, carved into canyon walls, each one marked with statues of armored figures. The air above the tombs shimmered like heat distortion, but Anakin knew it wasn't temperature. It was the force thick, corrupted, concentrated over millennia until it had become almost physical. "You're going to the tomb of Ahunta Paul," Krax continued. "One of the first Sith Lords. He ruled 4,000 years ago, conquered entire systems, and when he died, his followers entombed him with treasures and weapons. One of those weapons is still inside, a warblade, forged from Sith alchemy. Your task is simple: retrieve it and bring it back. The first team to succeed gets advanced training and first choice of mentors when you graduate." "Teams?" Bella asked. 5 teams of 3. "I'm assigning them now." Krax consulted his datapad. "Skywalker, Vex, Torven, your team 1. Anakin's stomach dropped. Kale, who'd spent 3 days in medical getting his crushed windpipe repaired, was being put on his team. Along with Torven, who'd beaten that Zabrak girl half to death and looked at Anakin like he was prey. This wasn't a test. This was an execution with extra steps. The other teams were called. Bella ended up with 2 acolytes Anakin didn't know. Then Krax dropped the real bomb. "One more. Special case. The Emperor's daughter will be joining this trial." A figure emerged from the academy entrance. Vaylin. She was small, shorter than Anakin, thin like she'd been stretched too tight. Dark hair pulled back, pale skin, and eyes that were completely empty. Not sad. Not angry. Just void. She wore black robes identical to the other acolytes, but something about the way she moved made everyone instinctively step back. She stopped beside Krax, looked at the assembled acolytes with bored contempt, then focused on Anakin. Their eyes met. Anakin felt the force surge, not his power, hers. It crashed into him like a physical thing, testing, measuring, evaluating. For a second, he got a glimpse of what lived behind those empty eyes: hunger. Absolute, endless, consuming hunger for power and violence and proof that she was better than everyone. Then she looked away, and the pressure vanished. "Vaylin will accompany Team 1, Krax said. "She's been training separately, but her father wants her tested alongside high-potential acolytes. Consider it an honor." Kale looked like he'd been told his execution had been scheduled. Torven was pale. Anakin just felt tired. "You have until sunset," Krax said. "Retrieve the warblade or don't bother coming back. The tombs will finish what I started." The entrance to Ahunta Paul's tomb was a massive carved doorway 30 meters tall, covered in inscriptions in a language Anakin didn't recognize. 2 statues flanked it, armored warriors with lightsabers raised, their stone faces worn smooth by wind and time. The 4 of them stood at the entrance. Nobody spoke. Finally, Torven broke the silence. "So, we going in or just standing here until we die of old age?" Kale shot him a disgusted look. "We need a plan. The tombs are trapped pressure plates, false corridors, guardian droids that still function after thousands of years. Walk in blind and we're dead in minutes. You scared, Vex?" Vaylin's voice was flat, emotionless. She hadn't looked at any of them since leaving the academy. "Your father's a Dark Council member. Didn't he teach you how tombs work?" "My father taught me not to waste my life on reckless." "Boring." Vaylin walked past him through the entrance. "I'm going in. Follow or don't." Anakin followed before he could think about it. Behind him, he heard Kale curse and Torven laugh nervously, then footsteps as they caught up. Inside, the temperature dropped 20 degrees. The corridor was carved from black stone, walls covered in more inscriptions. No light sources, but the inscriptions themselves glowed faintly red, giving off just enough illumination to see by. Vaylin walked ahead, not bothering to check for traps. Anakin wanted to warn her but kept his mouth shut. She was the Emperor's daughter. She'd trained her whole life for this. She knew what she was doing. Right? They'd gone maybe 50 meters when Valen stopped. She knelt, ran her hand across the floor, then stood and stepped over an invisible line. Pressure plate, she said without looking back. Step over it. The others followed carefully. The corridor continued, branching left and right. Valen chose left without hesitation. How do you know which way to go? Kale asked. The Force. That's not an answer. It's the only answer you're getting. She stopped again, this time at a section of wall covered in fresher inscriptions than the others. Puzzle lock. Old Republic Sith, probably added after Paul's death. 3 phrases need to be activated in sequence or the corridor collapses. Can you read it? Anakin asked. Valen glanced at him the first time she'd acknowledged his existence since they entered. Can you? No. Then shut up and let me work. She spent 5 minutes studying the inscriptions, muttering under her breath. Then she pressed 3 different symbols in sequence. The wall rumbled and split open, revealing another corridor leading down. They descended into darkness. The stairs seemed endless, hundreds of them, carved into solid rock, spiraling down into the planet's crust. The air got colder, staler, harder to breathe. Anakin's broken ribs throbbed with each step. Behind him, Torven was breathing hard, and even Kale looked nervous. Only Valen seemed unaffected. She moved like she was taking a casual walk, not descending into a 4,000-year-old death trap. They reached the bottom and entered a massive chamber. The ceiling was lost in darkness. Pillars rose every 10 meters, carved with battle scenes. And in the center, on a raised platform, sat a sarcophagus. That's Paul's tomb, Kale whispered. The warblade should be inside. It's not, Valen said. How do you? Because it's too obvious. This is the antechamber. The real tomb is deeper. She started walking toward the far wall, and that's when Anakin felt it. Something was moving in the darkness between the pillars. Stop, he said. Valen stopped. Then she smiled, the first emotion Anakin had seen on her face. You feel them too? Good. I was starting to think you were all blind. Feel what? Torven demanded. The answer came as a roar. Creatures burst from the shadows, 4 of them, vaguely humanoid but wrong. Their skin was grey and rotted, their eyes glowed red, and their mouths were full of too many teeth. They moved too fast, too fluid, like they weren't quite real. Sith spawn, Kale gasped. Guardian constructs. Created from dark side alchemy. The first one reached Torven before he could finish explaining. Torven screamed and threw up his hands, and lightning, actual force lightning, erupted from his fingers. The creature shrieked and fell back smoking, but the other 3 kept coming. Anakin reacted on instinct. He reached out through the force, grabbed one of the creatures telekinetically, and slammed it into a pillar. Bone crunched. The thing kept moving. Kale had drawn a vibroblade from his belt and was fighting another spawn, ducking claws, slashing at exposed flesh, moving with the precision he'd shown during their fight. But he was being pushed back toward the wall. And Valen? Valen stood in the center of the chamber, completely calm, as the 4th spawn charged her. She raised one hand, and the creature stopped. Not slowed. Froze. Completely immobilized in mid-leap. Then she closed her fist. The spawn imploded, crushed by telekinetic pressure so intense Anakin felt it from 10 meters away. Blood and viscera exploded outward, splattering across the stone floor. Valen lowered her hand and looked at the 3 remaining spawns. Anyone else want to try? The spawns hesitated, actual hesitation, like they were intelligent enough to recognize superior force. Then they retreated back into the shadows, melting away like they'd never existed. Silence. What the hell was that? Torven asked, staring at Vaylin. Telekinesis, she said flatly. You'd know that if you paid attention during lessons instead of trying to figure out which acolyte you could kill to climb the rankings. I meant how did you? I'm better than you. Accept it and move on. She walked toward the far wall without waiting for a response. Anakin followed, and after a moment, so did the others. The far wall held another door, this one sealed with a force lock. Vaylin studied it for maybe 30 seconds, then placed her hands flat against the stone and closed her eyes. Anakin felt the force surge. Not like when he'd choked Kale, this was controlled, precise, surgical. Vaylin was working through the lock mechanism from the inside, finding the exact patterns needed to open it without triggering whatever trap had been set. The door opened. Inside, she said. Now. It'll close in 10 seconds and I'm not opening it again. They rushed through and the door slammed behind them with a boom that echoed like thunder. This chamber was smaller, maybe 20 meters across, with walls covered in weapons. Ancient lightsabers, blasters, vibroblades, shields. And on a stand in the center, a sword. Not a lightsaber. A physical blade, maybe a meter long, forged from metal that seemed to drink light. Sith inscriptions ran along the fuller, glowing the same faint red as the corridor walls. The warblade, Kale breathed. Anakin approached it slowly. The closer he got, the more he felt the dark side radiating from it. This wasn't just a weapon, it was a focus, a tool for channeling power. Whoever wielded this would be able to cut through almost anything, both physical and spiritual. He reached out to take it, and Vaylin's hand shot out, grabbing his wrist. Don't. Why not? Because you're an idiot and you'll trigger the final trap. She pushed past him and knelt beside the stand. See the runes here? Old Sith curse. Touch the blade without proper release phrase and it drains your life force until you're a corpse. Standard practice for protecting valuable artifacts. Can you disable it? Give me a minute. She worked in silence, occasionally muttering curses Anakin had never heard before. Torven and Kale stood guard, watching the door, while Anakin watched Vaylin. She was 8 years old and she'd just killed a monster by thinking about it. She'd navigated a tomb that would have killed most adults. She'd disabled a curse that predated the Republic. And she treated all of it like it was routine. Got it, Vaylin said. She stood, picked up the warblade, and the runes went dark. Let's go. I'm bored. The return journey was faster. Vaylin led them through shortcuts, avoided traps, even disabled a secondary guardian system that would have sealed them inside. They emerged into daylight just as the sun touched the horizon. The other teams were still inside. Or dead. Krax stood at the entrance, arms crossed. When he saw the warblade in Vaylin's hands, he nodded slowly. Acceptable. Return to the academy. You've earned advanced training privileges. They walked back in silence. At the entrance, Vaylin finally spoke, looking at Anakin. You felt the spawns before the others. Why? I don't know. I just did. Your midichlorian count is 27,000. Mine is 20. That's the difference between a sun and a star. You should be able to do things I can't even imagine. But you don't. You're powerful and ignorant. That's dangerous. I'm learning. Not fast enough. She stepped closer, and Anakin was suddenly aware how much shorter she was. Her eyes came up to his chest. But the emptiness in those eyes made her terrifying. When I first heard about you, I was jealous. The Chosen One, highest count ever recorded, Malgus's special project. I thought you'd be competition. But you're not. You're just potential. Unrealized and probably wasted. Is that what you think? That's what I know. She turned to leave, then stopped. But potential can be cultivated. If you survive long enough. Try not to die in the next trial, Skywalker. I want to see what you become before I decide whether to kill you or keep you. She walked away. Anakin stood there, exhausted and confused and weirdly thrilled. Valen was the most dangerous person he'd met. More dangerous than Malgus, than Krax, than anyone. And she'd just acknowledged him. Not as an equal. Not yet. But as someone worth watching. That was something. The meditation chamber stank of old blood. Anakin stood with 14 other acolytes in a circular room carved from Korriban's red stone, walls covered in symbols that seemed to writhe when you looked at them directly. 7 acolytes had died since orientation 3 weeks ago, killed in sparring, murdered in their sleep, or simply vanished into the tombs and never returned. The survivors were harder now, meaner. With the kind of eyes that measured everyone as either threat or prey. Overseer Krax stood in the chamber's center, arms crossed, his pure blood face expressionless. You've learned to fight. You've learned to kill. Now you learn why. He raised one hand and red lightning flickered across his palm just for a moment, just enough to make the air taste like copper. The Jedi have their code. Peace. Serenity. Harmony. All lies they tell themselves to justify weakness. The Sith know better. We have our own code. Not a philosophy, a truth carved into reality through 10,000 years of conquest. Krax began pacing, his boots echoing on stone. Peace is a lie. There is only passion. He stopped in front of a human boy named Darien, 15, competent with a blade, but soft. Too hesitant. You. Tell me what makes you angry. Darien blinked. Nothing, Overseer. Wrong answer. Krax's hand shot out, fingers closing around Darien's throat. The boy gasped, clawing at Krax's grip, face turning purple. Everyone has anger. Everyone has rage buried so deep they pretend it doesn't exist. The Jedi teach you to suppress it. I'm teaching you to use it. Now what makes you angry? My brother, Darien choked out. He was stronger. Father loved him more. I was never good enough. Krax released him. Darien collapsed, gasping. There. See how easy? Your brother. Your father's love. All the years you spent second best, ignored, worthless. That's fuel. That's power waiting to be burned. He addressed the group again. Peace is the enemy. Peace is stagnation, acceptance, surrender. Passion is life itself, your anger, your desire, your hunger to be more than you are. The Jedi fear passion because it's uncontrollable. We embrace it because control is an illusion. There is only the fire, and whether you're strong enough to channel it without burning alive. Krax gestured to the far end of the chamber where training dummies waited, humanoid shapes made of durasteel and padding. Destroy them. Not with your fists. With the Force. Channel your rage into power. The angrier you are, the stronger you become. Show me your passion or get out of my academy. Anakin stepped forward before anyone else moved. He'd spent 3 weeks being mocked by Kale, tested by Bella, threatened by Torven. 3 weeks sleeping with one eye open, wondering which acolyte would try to kill him first. 3 weeks remembering the Jedi Council's rejection, his mother's face as he left her behind, Watto's laughter, the chains he'd worn his entire childhood. He reached for that anger, not suppressed, not controlled, just raw and burning, and thrust both hands toward the training dummy. The dummy exploded. Not crushed or thrown. Exploded. Metal shrapnel peppered the walls, padding igniting in small fires, the impact crater smoking where the dummy had stood. Silence. Krax nodded slowly. Good. Skywalker understands. The rest of you try not to embarrass yourselves. Through passion, I gain strength. The combat trials happened in the proving grounds, an arena carved into the Academy's lowest level, surrounded by seats where instructors and advanced students watched. No rules. No mercy. Kill or be killed. Anakin's first opponent was a Zabrak named Krev 17, covered in ritual scars, wielding a vibroblade he'd sharpened to a molecular edge. They circled each other while the crowd watched in silence. "You're the chosen one," Krev said, voice mocking. "Highest count ever recorded. Let's see if that means anything when you're bleeding out." He attacked fast, trained, aiming for Anakin's throat. Anakin barely dodged, the vibroblade slicing air where his neck had been. He rolled, came up empty-handed, and Krev was already swinging again. Anakin reached for the Force. Not gently. Not the way Qui-Gon had taught him on the ship to Coruscant, feeling the current, moving with it, finding harmony. This was violent. Forceful. He grabbed Krev with telekinesis and slammed him into the arena wall so hard bones cracked. Krev fell, groaning, trying to stand. Anakin walked toward him, and the dark side whispered, "Finish it. He would have killed you. Show no mercy." "Yield," Krev gasped. "I yield." Anakin crushed his throat with the Force. Krev convulsed once, then went still. Blood leaked from his mouth onto the arena floor. Anakin stood over the body, breathing hard, and felt nothing. No guilt. No horror. Just the cold understanding that he'd done what was necessary. Krax's voice echoed across the arena, "Skywalker wins." Next match. The second death came 3 days later. Anakin faced a human girl named Myra 16, skilled in Makashi dueling form, fast enough that Anakin couldn't land a clean hit. They fought with training sabers set to low power enough to hurt, not enough to kill. Except Anakin lost himself. The dark side was a roar in his ears, drowning out thought, drowning out everything except the need to win. Myra lunged and Anakin sidestepped, his training saber coming up in a strike that should have been controlled, measured, a point scored in the duel. Instead, he channeled Force energy through the blade. The training saber exploded on impact with Myra's chest. The energy discharged through her backward, armor smoking, heart stopped before she hit the ground. Anakin stood there, staring at his hands, and realized, he'd meant to do that. In the moment, with the dark side burning through him, he'd wanted her dead. Krax didn't reprimand him. He just gestured for the bodies to be removed and called the next match. That night, lying in his bunk, Anakin couldn't sleep. He kept seeing Myra's face, surprised, terrified, betrayed in the instant before she died. He should have felt guilty. He didn't. And that terrified him more than the killing itself. Through strength, I gain power. The meditation chamber was different from the training rooms. Deeper. Older. The walls weren't stone but something organic, black and slick, pulsing faintly like it was alive. The air tasted wrong, metallic and sweet, like blood and decay. "This chamber predates the Academy," Krax said, his voice echoing strangely. "Built by Sith Lords whose names are lost to history. The dark side is concentrated here, strong enough to drive untrained minds insane. You'll meditate for 6 hours. Survive with your sanity intact and you pass. Break, and you're expelled. Die, and you're buried in the tombs with the others who failed." 5 acolytes entered the chamber. Anakin, Kale, Bella, a Twi'lek named Javik, and Torven. The door sealed behind them with a hiss of ancient hydraulics. Anakin sat cross-legged on the floor and closed his eyes. The visions started immediately. His mother, chained to a wall, screaming his name. Watto standing over her with a shock prod, laughing. "Where's your chosen one now, Shmi? Where's your precious son?" Anakin running through corridors that stretched forever, his legs too slow, his lungs burning, Shmi's screams getting louder and louder until... Silence. He reached the room and she was dead. Eyes open. Mouth frozen in a scream. "You weren't strong enough," a voice whispered. "You left her to save yourself. Coward." Anakin's eyes snapped open. He was still in the meditation chamber. His mother wasn't dead, not yet, not as far as he knew. Just a vision. Just the dark side showing him his fears. He closed his eyes again. The Jedi Council chamber. Yoda, Mace Windu, all of them staring at him with contempt. You could have been great, Mace said. But you chose the easy path. Power without wisdom. Strength without restraint. You're everything we feared, Skywalker. A monster wearing a child's face. I'm not a monster. Then why do you keep killing? Qui-Gon appeared, translucent, a Force ghost. Krev. Myra. How many more before you admit what you are? They were trying to kill me. Were they? Or were you just afraid they might, someday, and you killed them before they got the chance? Qui-Gon's expression was disappointed, sad. I thought you'd be different, Anakin. I thought you'd prove the Council wrong. Instead, you proved them right. Anakin forced the vision away. Qui-Gon was wrong. The Council was wrong. He wasn't a monster, he was surviving. That's all anyone ever did on Korriban. Survive or die. But the visions kept coming. Himself, older, wearing black armor, breathing through a respirator like Malgus. Standing over a field of corpses, Jedi, Sith, civilians, everyone he'd ever known. His mother's body at his feet. This is power, his older self said. This is what you wanted. Freedom. Strength. Victory. I didn't want this. Yes, you did. You just didn't know the price. Hours passed. Or minutes. Or days. Time felt wrong in the chamber, stretched and compressed simultaneously. Anakin heard someone screaming Javik, breaking under the visions, and then silence as the Twi'lek was dragged out by instructors. Still Anakin endured. The dark side showed him futures and pasts and timelines that didn't exist. Showed him power beyond comprehension and the cost of wielding it. Showed him love turning to hate, hope curdling into despair, every good thing he'd ever felt twisted into agony. And through it all, a voice ancient, patient, inhuman. You are the chosen one. The highest potential in millennia. But potential means nothing without will. Do you have the will to become what you must? Do you have the strength to sacrifice everything, everyone for power? Yes, Anakin whispered. Yes. Then rise. And show me. When the chamber door opened 6 hours later, 3 acolytes walked out. Anakin, steady and calm. Kale, trembling but intact. Bella, laughing quietly to herself, eyes unfocused. Torven and Javik didn't emerge. Krax looked at the survivors and nodded. You've seen the truth now. The dark side isn't gentle. It shows you everything you fear, everything you hate, everything you are. Most break. You 3 endured. That's power. Through power, I gain victory. The final test was simple: hunt. The acolytes were taken to Korriban's second moon, a barren rock with thin atmosphere and minimal life. Somewhere on that moon was a target, a Republic spy who'd been captured, given a head start, and released into the wilderness. Bring me proof of the kill, Krax said. First one back passes immediately. The rest fail. 12 acolytes deployed. Anakin landed his shuttle in a canyon, grabbed a survival pack and a blaster, and started tracking. He found the spy 3 hours later, a human woman in her 30s, hiding in a cave network, armed with a blaster and a vibroblade. She saw Anakin coming and fired. The shot went wide. Anakin didn't use his blaster. He used the Force. She rose into the air, choking, legs kicking uselessly. Her weapon fell from nerveless fingers. Anakin walked closer, staring up at her, and felt the dark side singing in his veins. Please, she gasped. I have a family. Everyone has a family. Anakin closed his fist. Her neck snapped with a wet crack. He cut off her hand, proof of the kill, and carried it back to his shuttle. By the time he returned to the academy, night had fallen and he was the first one back. Krax examined the hand, then nodded. Skywalker passes. The rest of you try harder. Through victory, my chains are broken. That night, Anakin stood alone in his quarters, staring at his reflection in a polished metal plate. He barely recognized himself. 3 months on Korriban had hollowed out his face, hardened his eyes, turned him into something lean and dangerous. He thought about the Sith Code. Thought about everything Krax had taught them. The Jedi said freedom came from releasing attachments, from serving something larger than yourself. The Sith said freedom came from power. From strength so absolute that nothing could chain you ever again. Anakin had been a slave for 9 years. He knew what chains felt like, physical and metaphorical. And he understood, finally, what the Sith were offering. Not just power for its own sake. Liberation. The ability to never be helpless again. To shape your own destiny instead of accepting the one handed to you. To break every chain, internal and external, through sheer force of will. Through victory, my chains are broken, Anakin whispered to his reflection. He didn't recognize the boy from Tatooine anymore. That boy was dead. And in his place stood something new. Something stronger. Something the galaxy would learn to fear. The summons came at midnight. Anakin woke to find Overseer Krax standing in his quarters, face grim. Get dressed. The Emperor wants to see you. Now. When the Emperor summons you, now is the only time that matters. Move. Anakin dressed quickly, black robes, boots, the training lightsaber he'd been issued. His hands shook slightly as he fastened his belt. The Emperor. Vitiate. Vakarian. The being who'd consumed 8,000 Sith Lords in a single ritual, who'd lived for over 1,000 years, who was so powerful that even Darth Malgus spoke his name with reverence. They walked through empty corridors, past meditation chambers and training rooms dark and silent. Other figures joined them, Kale, looking pale but composed. Bella, her usual confidence replaced by barely controlled terror. A Zabrak named Saris, who'd survived the trials through cunning rather than strength. And Torven, who'd somehow made it out of the meditation chamber after all, looking haunted but alive. And Valen. She walked ahead of them, alone, flanked by 2 royal guards in crimson armor. She didn't look back. Didn't acknowledge any of them. Just moved with the kind of confidence that came from knowing you were untouchable. Anakin had seen her around the academy, always at a distance, always training separately, always watched. This was the first time they'd been in the same space. He felt her presence in the Force like standing near a star. Bright. Burning. Dangerous. They reached the throne room. It was vast, larger than it should have been, like the space inside didn't match the dimensions outside. The floor was polished black stone that reflected everything like still water. No windows. No decoration. Just emptiness and, at the far end, a throne. The Emperor sat there, motionless. He wore simple robes, dark, unadorned, and his face was visible for once. Human. Handsome, even, with sharp features and eyes that burned gold. But there was something wrong about him. Something that made Anakin's instincts scream danger even when the Emperor did nothing but sit and watch. Approach, the Emperor said. His voice was layered, multiple tones speaking in perfect unison, like a chorus pretending to be one person. They walked forward. Anakin forced himself to keep pace with the others, to not show fear, to remember everything Malgus had taught him about strength through will. When they stood before the throne, the Emperor leaned forward slightly. 5 acolytes. The most promising of your generation. Kale Vex, son of a Dark Council member, trained since birth in Sith arts. Bella Surae, survivor through cunning and manipulation. Saris Varn, gifted in Force persuasion. Torven Cast, too desperate to die. And Anakin Skywalker. He paused, those gold eyes fixing on Anakin with the weight of a star collapsing. The Chosen One. 27,700 midi-chlorians. The highest count ever recorded. He stood, and suddenly the throne room felt smaller. The emperor wasn't tall, average height, average build, but his presence was crushing. Reality bent around him like he was too heavy for the universe to hold. "You've survived the trials," the emperor continued, descending from his throne. "You've killed rivals. You've endured the dark side's corruption. You've proven you're worth keeping alive. But survival is the minimum requirement. I need to know if you're capable of more." He stopped in front of Kale. "Close your eyes." Kale obeyed. And Anakin saw the moment the Emperor's presence invaded his mind. Kale's face went slack, eyes rolling back, a soft whimper escaping his throat. Seconds stretched into minutes. Then the Emperor withdrew. Kale collapsed, gasping, tears streaming down his face. "You fear mediocrity," the Emperor said quietly. "You fear being forgotten. Overshadowed by your father, by your peers, by history itself. That fear makes you reckless. Useful, but dangerous. Control it or it controls you." He moved to Bella. "Close your eyes." Bella did, and this time Anakin watched more carefully. He felt the Emperor's power reaching out, not physical, but mental. A presence pressing against Bella's mind like fingers probing a wound. Bella shuddered. Her breathing quickened. Then she laughed high and sharp and broken. The Emperor withdrew. Bella stopped laughing, but her eyes remained unfocused. "You fear powerlessness," the Emperor said. "You've manipulated your way through life because you were never strong enough to simply take what you wanted. That cunning has kept you alive. But cunning alone won't make you a Sith Lord. Saris next. Then Torven." Each time, the Emperor invaded their minds, showed them something they didn't want to see, reduced them to trembling wrecks with just his presence and his voice. Then he turned to Valen. She met his gaze without flinching. "I'm ready. Close your eyes." She did. Anakin felt the Emperor's power surge so much stronger than before, like he'd been holding back with the others and was finally showing his true strength. The pressure in the throne room increased until Anakin's ears popped. The air tasted like ozone. Stone cracked beneath their feet. Valen didn't move. Seconds became minutes. The Emperor pressed harder, and Anakin felt the psychic assault like background radiation. Glimpses of horrors and terrors and nightmares made manifest, all of it directed at Valen with enough force to break a normal mind into pieces. Still she stood, motionless, breathing steady. Finally, the Emperor withdrew. "Open your eyes." Valen obeyed. No tears. No trembling. Just those cold, dead eyes staring back at her father. "Is that all?" The Emperor smiled, a real smile, full of pride and something darker. "You fear nothing. You've already been broken and rebuilt so many times that there's nothing left to threaten. I can't break what's already shattered." He touched her cheek gently, almost affectionate. "You're perfect, daughter. Absolutely perfect. And absolutely terrifying." Then he turned to Anakin. "Your turn, chosen one. Close your eyes." Anakin's heart hammered. He'd watched the Emperor break the others with barely any effort. Valen had resisted, but she'd been trained for this her entire life. Anakin had 4 months of Sith training and 9 years of slavery. But he closed his eyes anyway. The invasion was immediate and absolute. His mother, on Tatooine, dying alone. Watto standing over her body, counting credits. Should have asked for more. She wasn't worth much in the end. Pain. Raw. Burning. The knowledge that Shmi Skywalker suffered every day he was gone, and he was here, training to be powerful, and she was there, still enslaved, still worthless in the eyes of the galaxy. "You could save her," the Emperor's voice whispered. "You have the power, or you will, eventually. But power requires sacrifice. To save her, you'd have to give up your training. Return to Tatooine. Live as a nobody, protecting one woman while the galaxy burns. Is that what you want?" No. Then what do you want? Power. Enough power that I can change everything. Not just save my mother, free every slave, destroy every slaver, remake the galaxy so no one has to live the way I did. Ambitious. But to gain that power, you must sacrifice her. You must accept that she will suffer, possibly die, while you become strong enough to matter. Can you do that? The image shifted. His mother's face, older now, looking at him with love and disappointment. You chose power over me, Ani. I understand. But don't pretend it was for noble reasons. You didn't leave to save everyone. You left to save yourself. That's not true. Isn't it? You were terrified of being helpless again. Of being property. So you ran toward the first person who offered you strength, and you told yourself it was for me. For the greater good. But really, it was always about you. Anakin wanted to deny it. Wanted to argue that he'd left because Qui-Gon said he was the chosen one, because the Jedi needed him, because the galaxy needed him. But the Emperor's test wasn't about lies. It was about truth. Yes, Anakin whispered. I left to save myself. I couldn't stand being weak anymore. Couldn't stand waiting for someone else to free me. I took the only chance I had, even if it meant leaving her behind. The vision shifted again. Older now. 20, maybe. Wearing black robes, lightsaber at his hip, standing on the bridge of a star destroyer while planets burned beneath him. This is what power costs, his older self said. Millions dead. Entire civilizations erased. All because you wanted to be free. I wanted to free everyone. By enslaving them to your vision of freedom? By killing anyone who disagreed? You became the very thing you hated, Skywalker. A master. A tyrant. The most powerful slaver in the galaxy. I'm not. You are. Or you will be. Unless you're willing to pay a different price. Unless you're willing to sacrifice not just your mother, but yourself. Your desires. Your ego. Your need to matter. Can you do that? Anakin hesitated. The answer should have been yes, of course he'd sacrifice himself for the greater good. That's what heroes did. That's what Jedi did. But the Sith demanded honesty. No, Anakin said finally. I can't. I won't. I survived slavery by never giving up, never accepting my place, never surrendering. If I sacrifice myself now, everything I've suffered becomes meaningless. So I'll pay the other price. I'll become powerful enough to reshape the galaxy, even if it means becoming a monster. Because a living monster can still change things. A dead martyr is just forgotten. The vision ended. Anakin opened his eyes. He was still standing in the throne room. The Emperor stood before him, expression unreadable. Anakin's legs trembled but he didn't fall. Didn't collapse like the others had. You don't fear power, the Emperor said quietly. You don't fear what it will cost. You fear weakness. Helplessness. Irrelevance. That fear drives you harder than any passion, any hatred. It makes you dangerous. It makes you perfect. The Emperor stepped back, addressing all of them. You five are worthy of advancement. You will continue training. You will grow stronger. And eventually, you will take your places in the Empire's hierarchy. He paused. One of you will become my wrath, my personal enforcer, wielding my authority across the galaxy. One will become my voice, my mouthpiece, speaking my will to the Empire. One will die before reaching mastery. The others will serve as needed. His gaze shifted between Anakin and Vaylin. You two are marked. The highest potential in a generation. Skywalker, with raw power beyond measure. Vaylin, with control that surpasses her age. But potential and power are not the same. You may kill each other before the trials end. Or a slight smile. You may recognize each other as equals. Form an alliance. Become something greater together than either could be alone. Time will tell which path you choose. The Emperor returned to his throne. You're dismissed. Return to your training. And remember, I'm watching. Always. They filed out of the throne room in silence. Once the doors sealed behind them, Torven immediately vomited in a corner. Kale leaned against the wall, face pale. Bella laughed quietly, still unfocused. Saris looked at Anakin. What did he show you? The truth, Anakin said. Same as everyone else. Before Saris could respond, Valen appeared beside Anakin. He hadn't heard her approach. One moment she wasn't there, the next she was, close enough that he could see the gold flecks in her dark eyes. You didn't break, she said. Not a question. A statement. Neither did you. I've had more practice. She tilted her head, studying him like he was a puzzle she hadn't solved yet. You're not special. Not to me. You're just another acolyte who got lucky with a high midi-chlorian count. Then why are you talking to me? Valen's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind her eyes. Curiosity, maybe, or recognition. Because Father said we might kill each other. I wanted to see what I'd be killing. And you're stronger than I expected. Still weaker than me, but stronger than you should be for someone with only 4 months of training. She stepped closer, and Anakin felt her presence in the Force like standing too close to fire. I don't like competition. I don't like anyone being better than me. So here's how this works, you stay out of my way, I stay out of yours. We train separately. We don't speak. And when the time comes to prove who's stronger, we settle it properly. You mean fight? I mean kill. Winner takes everything. Loser becomes a footnote in Sith history. She started to walk away, but her hand brushed against his just for a fraction of a second, so brief Anakin almost thought he'd imagined it. Then she was gone, vanished down the corridor, and Anakin was left standing there wondering if that touch had been accidental. Or if Valen was as good at lying as she was at everything else. The announcement came during morning meditation. New trial, Overseer Krax said, his voice echoing through the training chamber. You've proven you can kill with blades and the Force. Now prove you can kill with your mind. 15 acolytes remained. The weakest had already been cold dead in sparring matches, lost in the tombs, or simply disappeared in the night. Those who survived were harder, sharper, watching each other like predators calculating which prey was easiest. Krax paced in front of them. For the next week, you're not allowed to fight directly. No lightsabers. No force attacks. No physical violence where anyone can see. But you will sabotage each other. Poison medpacks. Sabotage equipment. Manipulate rivals into destroying themselves. The 3 acolytes who eliminate the most competitors advance to specialized training. The rest. He smiled, showing too many teeth. Well. We'll find uses for our failures. Bella leaned close to Anakin and whispered, this is going to be a bloodbath. She was right. By the second day, 2 acolytes were dead, one from a poisoned water supply, another from a training droid mysteriously reprogrammed to kill instead of stun. Accusations flew. Fights broke out in the corridors, quickly stopped by overseers but never investigated. The academy descended into paranoia. Anakin's instinct was to fight head-on. Challenge Kale to a duel. Confront Torven directly. But Malgus had taught him better, strength without strategy is just noise. True power lies in making your enemies destroy themselves. So Anakin watched. Learned. Planned. Torven was the easiest target. The older acolyte had survived through desperation rather than skill, and he was sloppy, left his quarters unlocked, didn't check his supplies, trusted that the other acolytes had bigger threats to worry about than him. Wrong. Anakin waited until Torven was in lightsaber practice, then slipped into his quarters. The medpack sat on a shelf beside Torven's bunk, standard issue, unmarked, full of backtop patches and stim injectors. Anakin pulled a vial from his pocket, stolen from the Academy's medical bay, and injected half its contents into one of the stim packs. Not lethal. Just debilitating. A neurotoxin that would cause muscle weakness, slow reflexes, make Torven vulnerable in his next real fight. Anakin pocketed the vial and left without being seen. 2 days later, Torven collapsed during a training exercise. He survived barely but was confined to the medical wing for observation. One less competitor. Kale was harder. The pureblood was skilled, cautious, and protected by his family name. His father, Lord Vex, had eyes throughout the Academy. Directly attacking Kale would bring consequences Anakin couldn't afford. But Kale had one weakness: pride. Anakin watched him train, watched the way Kale showed off for the overseers, the way he never checked his equipment because he assumed no one would dare sabotage a Dark Council member's son, the way he treated his lightsaber like a symbol of his superiority rather than a tool that required maintenance. Perfect. Anakin waited until the training rooms were empty, then disabled the security feed with a technique Bella had taught him. Kale's lightsaber sat on a rack, recharging. Anakin examined the power cell standard crystal configuration, energy routing optimized for Form 2 dueling, and made a single adjustment. Nothing obvious. Just a slight misalignment in the focusing crystal's housing. The blade would ignite normally, function for 30 seconds, maybe a minute, then overload. Not enough to kill, but enough to humiliate. The next day, Kale faced another acolyte in the proving grounds. 15 seconds into the duel, his lightsaber sputtered and died. The other acolyte didn't hesitate, drove his blade through Kale's shoulder before the overseers stopped the match. Kale survived. But the damage was done. His reputation as a skilled duelist shattered. His father's disappointment palpable even from a distance. Anakin watched from the stands and felt nothing. No guilt. No satisfaction. Just the cold understanding that this was how the game was played. Then Valen made her move. Anakin didn't know she was involved until it was over. 2 acolytes, a human named Dresh and a Twi'lek named Scylla, had been rivals since orientation. They'd fought 3 times in the proving grounds, each match ending in a draw. The tension between them was obvious, the hatred mutual. On the 4th day of the trial, someone leaked information that Dresh had been meeting secretly with an overseer, trading intelligence about other acolytes for protection. The rumor spread through the Academy like fire through dry grass. Scylla confronted Dresh in the mess hall. Accused him of being a coward, a traitor, a disgrace to the Sith. Dresh denied everything, but the damage was done. Other acolytes began avoiding him, treating him like he was already dead. That night, Scylla attacked Dresh in the corridors. Not a duel, an ambush, brutal and efficient. Dresh fought back and managed to kill Scylla before bleeding out himself. 2 rivals dead. The overseers ruled it self-defense and moved on. Except Anakin noticed something: the original rumor had come from a single source. A training droid technician who'd supposedly overheard Dresh's confession. Anakin tracked down the technician and found him dead in a storage closet, throat slit, the wound cauterized to look like a lightsaber injury. Then, reviewing security footage he'd learned to access, Anakin saw it: Valen, entering the technician's workshop the day before the rumor started. Leaving 10 minutes later with a small data chip. She'd manufactured the entire scenario. Created evidence of Dresh's betrayal, leaked it through a now-dead intermediary, and manipulated 2 rivals into killing each other, all without lifting a finger herself. And then she'd framed a 3rd acolyte, a Zabrak named Vex, for the technician's murder. Vex was executed the next morning. 3 deaths. Valen's hands completely clean. Anakin felt something twist in his chest. Not horror, he was past that. But something close. Admiration mixed with fear, mixed with something he couldn't name. He found her that evening in the Valley of the Dark Lords. The tombs stretched across the valley floor like open wounds, entrances carved into canyon walls, ancient Sith statues standing guard. Valen sat on the steps leading to Ahuntapal's tomb, legs dangling over the edge, staring at the red sky. She didn't look up when Anakin approached. "Took you long enough. I was starting to think you wouldn't figure it out." "You killed them," Anakin said. "Dresh and Sila. You manipulated them into killing each other." "I killed Dresh and Sila." Valen laughed high and sharp, the kind of laugh that made Anakin's skin crawl. "No, Skywalker. They killed each other. I just gave them a reason." She finally looked at him, and her eyes were bright with something manic. "It was beautiful, wasn't it?" Two idiots so blinded by pride and hatred that they couldn't see they were being played. They never even questioned where the information came from. Just accepted it as truth because it confirmed what they already wanted to believe. "That's insane." "No." Valen stood, walking toward him with a predator's grace. "That's efficient." "They were weak. They would have died eventually. I just accelerated the process." And Vex, she waved a hand dismissively. "He was even weaker. Couldn't defend himself against a simple frame-up. Better to cull him now than waste resources training him." "You framed an innocent person for murder." "Innocent?" Valen tilted her head, and Anakin saw the madness lurking behind her composed expression. "There's no such thing as innocent here, Skywalker. Everyone at the Academy has blood on their hands. Vex killed 2 acolytes during orientation. He just got caught for the wrong crime. Where's the tragedy?" Anakin didn't have an answer for that. Valen smiled slow, dangerous, utterly without warmth. "You're horrified. I can feel it. But you're also impressed. Admit it, what I did was brilliant. Strategic. Clean. While you were poisoning medpacks and sabotaging lightsabers like a common thug, I orchestrated an entire conspiracy that eliminated 3 competitors in one move. And no one suspects me. No one even knows where to look." "It was insane," Anakin said again, but the words lacked conviction. "And you're boring." Valen circled him like a predator evaluating prey. "You kill with a blade like a neophyte. Direct. Predictable. Honorable, almost, which is pathetic for a Sith. I kill with ideas. I make people destroy themselves, and they thank me for it." She stopped in front of him, close enough that he could see the gold flecks in her eyes. "You want to know the best part? I enjoyed it. Planning it, executing it, watching them tear each other apart. It was fun. Like playing Dejarik, except the pieces bleed." "You're insane," Anakin whispered. "I'm effective." Valen leaned closer, and Anakin felt her presence in the Force burning, chaotic, barely controlled. "And you're attracted to it. Don't lie. I can feel your emotions, Skywalker. You're horrified by what I did, but you're also fascinated. Because deep down, you know I'm right. Power isn't about swinging a lightsaber. It's about making your enemies kill each other while you watch from the shadows and laugh." She pulled back, smile widening into something that didn't belong on an 8-year-old's face. "Watch and learn, chosen one. You might have a higher midi-chlorian count, but I'm smarter. Faster. Better at this game. And when we eventually fight, and we will fight. Don't pretend we won't, you'll realize that raw power means nothing against someone who knows how to use their brain." She turned and walked away, humming something tuneless and unsettling. Anakin stood alone in the shadow of Ahuntapal's tomb and realized, he didn't know whether he hated Valen or wanted to understand her. Maybe both. Probably both. And that terrified him more than any trial Korriban had thrown at him. Again. Anakin lunged, lightsaber extended in a textbook Shiicho thrust. Malgus sidestepped effortlessly, his blade coming up in a parry that sent Anakin stumbling forward. Then Malgus's boot connected with Anakin's ribs and he was airborne, crashing into the training room wall hard enough to crack stone. Pathetic. Malgus deactivated his lightsaber and walked toward where Anakin lay gasping. You're thinking too much. Anticipating my response, planning your counter, calculating angles. Stop thinking. Start reacting. Anakin struggled to his feet, ribs screaming. 3 months of training with Malgus and he'd yet to land a single blow. How am I supposed to react without thinking? By trusting the Force. By moving before conscious thought. Your body knows what to do, your mind is getting in the way. Malgus reignited his blade. Again. And this time, if I see you hesitate, I'm breaking your wrist. He wasn't joking. Anakin attacked. Form I, Shi Cho, the basic form, foundation of all lightsaber combat. Simple strikes, basic defense, no flourishes. Malgus had drilled it into him for weeks until Anakin could execute every move in his sleep. But Malgus was teaching him more than technique. He was teaching him murder. Shi Cho isn't about elegance, Malgus said, deflecting Anakin's strikes with minimal effort. It's about overwhelming your opponent with aggression. Every attack creates another opening. You don't stop until they're dead or you are. Anakin pressed harder, faster, channeling his frustration into raw power. His blade became a blur of red light, carving the air between them, seeking gaps in Malgus's defense. There were none. Malgus moved like water fluid, adaptive, always exactly where he needed to be. When Anakin overextended, Malgus punished him. When Anakin retreated, Malgus advanced. The duel lasted 90 seconds before Malgus disarmed him with a twist of his wrist, sending Anakin's training saber clattering across the floor. Better, Malgus said. You lasted 15 seconds longer than yesterday. At this rate, you'll be competent in a decade. You're impossible to beat. I'm a Sith Lord with over a century of combat experience. You're a 10-year-old with 7 months of training. If you could beat me, I'd kill you for making me look weak. Malgus retrieved Anakin's training saber and tossed it back. But you're improving. Slower than I'd like, but improving. Weeks passed in a blur of pain and exhaustion. Malgus taught Anakin Form 2 Makashi, the dueling form. Precise, economical, focused on one-on-one combat. Where Shi Cho was a hammer, Makashi was a scalpel. Count Dooku preferred this form, Malgus said, demonstrating a series of elegant thrusts and parries. He was a Jedi once. Became one of the greatest duelists of his generation. Then he grew tired of the Order's weakness and joined us. Is he still alive? No, I killed him myself during the Great Galactic War. He was skilled, but he relied too heavily on technique. When I broke his form, he had nothing left. Malgus attacked, and Anakin barely blocked. Don't make his mistake. Learn the forms, master them, but never become dependent on them. Technique is a foundation. Victory comes from adaptation. Anakin learned Makashi's footwork, small, precise movements designed to maintain optimal distance from an opponent. Learned the wrist control required for Makashi's trademark thrusts. Learned how to turn an opponent's strength against them through leverage and positioning. And he learned by losing. Again and again and again. Malgus was relentless. Every training session was a real fight, no holding back, no safety measures. Anakin's body became a canvas of bruises and burns. His training sabers broke regularly. Twice, Malgus hit him hard enough that he blacked out and woke in the medical wing with a concussion in a lecture about maintaining better defense. But he improved. Slowly. Painfully. But he improved. Then Malgus introduced Form V. Gemso, Malgus said, igniting his lightsaber in the training room's center. The form of the aggressive fighter. Where Makashi waits for openings, Gemso creates them. Where Shi Cho overwhelms with volume, Gemso overwhelms with power. He demonstrated heavy, powerful strikes that left crater marks in the training dummies. Each blow was designed to not just block an attack but deflect it back at the attacker with added force. This will be your form, Malgus said. It suits your nature. You're not patient enough for Makashi. You're too focused for Shi. I chose chaos. But Gemso, he smiled beneath his respirator. Gemso rewards aggression. Rewards strength. Rewards the will to dominate your opponent rather than simply defeat them. Anakin took to Gemso like he'd been born for it. The form's philosophy matched everything he believed: meet force with greater force, turn defense into offense, never yield ground. Within weeks, he was executing Gemso sequences that Malgus said normally took months to learn. Your midi-chlorian count helps, Malgus admitted during one session. Raw power compensates for technical imperfection. But you're also naturally gifted at reading opponents, predicting their movements. That's not something that can be taught. They sparred for hours each day. Malgus still won always, but the gaps were closing. Anakin lasted longer, landed more near hits, forced Malgus to actually work instead of effortlessly dominating. During one session, Anakin's blade came within a centimeter of Malgus's throat before the Sith Lord parried. Malgus actually laughed. Good. Finally. I was beginning to think you'd never improve. I've been improving for months. You've been surviving for months. Improvement means growth. This, he gestured to where Anakin's strike had nearly connected. Is growth. You're starting to understand Gemso's principles. Not just executing the moves, but feeling why they work. Late one evening, after a particularly brutal session, Malgus and Anakin sat in the training room while medical droids tended their injuries. Anakin had a split lip and a cracked rib. Malgus had a shallow burn across his shoulder, the first injury Anakin had managed to inflict. You remind me of someone, Malgus said quietly. A Jedi I fought during the war. Jace Malcolm. Republic soldier, gifted tactician, utterly fearless. He faced me on Alderaan when I was at full strength, and he nearly killed me. He touched his respirator. This is his doing. Thermal detonator at point-blank range. Should have killed me. Instead, it just made me stronger. What happened to him? He survived. Rose through the ranks. Became a hero. Last I heard, he was still serving the Republic somewhere. Malgus looked at Anakin with those yellow eyes. You have his stubbornness. His refusal to accept defeat. But you're not fighting for the Republic. You're fighting for yourself. That makes you more dangerous than he ever was. Is that a good thing? It's a Sith thing. We don't fight for causes. We fight for power. For freedom. For the right to shape reality according to our will. Malgus stood, joints creaking. The Jedi would say that's selfish. They're right. And selfishness is what makes us strong. Because when you're fighting for yourself, you don't hold back. You don't compromise. You do whatever it takes to win. He walked toward the door, then paused. You'll never be the greatest duelist. Kale has better technique. Valen has better instincts. But you have something they don't: absolute conviction. When you decide to kill someone, you don't hesitate. Don't second guess. You commit fully. That's what will make you a Sith Lord someday. Not your midi-chlorian count. Your will. He left. Anakin sat alone in the training room, staring at his hands scarred, calloused, trembling with exhaustion, and realized Malgus was right. He'd become a killer. Not through choice. Through necessity. Through survival. But the reason didn't matter anymore. Only the result. Coruscant. Jedi Temple. Council Chamber. Obi-Wan Kenobi stood before the council, exhausted and grief-stricken, delivering his report. Qui-Gon is dead. Killed by a Sith assassin on Naboo Azabrak named Darth Maul. I defeated him, but his voice broke. Master Qui-Gon died in my arms. The council sat in silence. Yoda's ears drooped. Mace Windu's jaw tightened. Ki-Adi-Mundi closed his eyes. And the boy? Mace asked. Anakin Skywalker. Still missing. No leads. No sightings. It's like he vanished from the galaxy. Obi-Wan's hands clenched into fists. Qui-Gon believed he was the chosen one. We rejected him, and now he stopped, unable to continue. Blame yourself, you must not, Yoda said gently. Made the decision we did, based on what we knew. The boy's disappearance, foresee we could not. But we should have. Obi-Wan's voice rose. He was 9 years old. Rejected by the only people who could teach him. Of course he was vulnerable to Sith manipulation. We pushed him right into their hands. Perhaps, Mace said. Or perhaps he was always going to fall. We'll never know. He leaned forward. But we have bigger concerns now. Darth Maul wasn't alone. Our intelligence suggests a larger Sith presence and organization, possibly an empire, operating beyond Republic space. Impossible, Ki-Adi-Mundi said. The Sith have been extinct for a millennium. Clearly, they haven't. Mace gestured, and a holographic star map appeared in the council chamber's center. Red markers dotted the outer rim. 14 attacks in the last 4 months. Republic outposts destroyed. Trade convoys raided. Jedi operatives killed. All bearing the same signature: Sith tactics, Sith weapons, Sith philosophy. And Skywalker? Obi-Wan asked quietly. We don't know if he's involved. But if the Sith have him, if they're training him, Mace didn't finish. The implications hung heavy in the air. Find him, we must, Yoda said. Before too late, it becomes. And if it's already too late? Obi-Wan asked. If he's already one of them. No one answered. Naboo. Royal Palace. Queen's Chambers. Padme Amidala reviewed reports from her intelligence network, frowning at what she read. The Trade Federation's blockade had been broken. The Sith assassin was dead. Naboo was free. But victory felt hollow. Something's wrong, she said to Captain Panika, her head of security. The Federation pulled back too easily. Almost like the blockade was never their real goal. What are you suggesting, Your Majesty? I'm suggesting we were a distraction. While the Republic focused on Naboo, something else was happening. Something bigger. She pulled up a classified report from Republic intelligence. Sith activity in the Outer Rim. Military buildups in unknown sectors. Ships disappearing near the unknown regions. The Senate won't act without proof. Then we'll find proof. Padme stood, determination hardening her features. Naboo almost fell because we trusted the Senate to protect us. I won't make that mistake again. Unknown regions. Dramund Kos. Dark Council chambers. Darth Malgus stood before the assembled council, 12 Sith Lords, each representing a sphere of influence within the Empire. At the head of the table sat an empty throne, representing the Emperor's presence even in absentia. The Naboo operation was a success, Malgus reported. Darth Maul drew the Jedi's attention while our fleets moved into position. Republic intelligence remains focused on the core worlds. They have no idea we're preparing for full invasion. And Skywalker? Asked Darth Mar, his voice filtered through his mask. The Chosen One. How progresses his training? Better than expected. He's survived trials that killed acolytes twice his age. His lightsaber technique is advancing rapidly. His connection to the Force is. Malgus paused, searching for words. Unprecedented. I've trained dozens of Force sensitives. None come close to his potential. Potential means nothing without loyalty, said Darth Ravage, a wizened human with cybernetic enhancements. The boy was Jedi once. Can we trust him not to turn? He was never Jedi. They rejected him. Malgus's voice hardened. And he hasn't forgotten. His hatred for the Order runs deep. When the time comes to face them, he'll be our weapon. And if he becomes too powerful, asked Darth Vowron. If he decides he doesn't need us, then we kill him, Malgus said simply. But that won't happen for years. Right now, he's loyal because we give him what the Jedi wouldn't: acceptance, training, power without limits. By the time he's strong enough to pose a threat, he'll be too invested in the Empire's success to betray us. The Council debated for another hour, but the conclusion was inevitable. The invasion would proceed. The Sith would emerge from hiding. And Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One, would be their vanguard. Korriban. Academy Observation Deck. Valen stood alone, watching the acolytes train in the courtyard below. Her brothers, Arkan and Thaxan, were graduating next week. They'd be assigned to military commands, sent to fight the Republic's forces, prove themselves worthy of their father's legacy. Valen would remain at the academy. Training. Waiting. Growing stronger. But her thoughts weren't on her brothers. They were on Anakin Skywalker. She'd watched him during the trials. Watched him poison Torven's medpack, crude, but effective. Watched him sabotage Kale's lightsaber, smarter, showing growth. Watched him figure out what she'd done to Dresh and Scylla, and rather than expose her, he'd confronted her directly. Stupid. But brave. Most acolytes would have reported her to the overseers, tried to get her executed. Anakin had walked into the Valley of the Dark Lords alone and called her insane to her face. She should have killed him for that. Instead, she'd laughed. "You're thinking about him again." Valen didn't turn. She recognized Arkan's voice. "I'm thinking about training." Liar. Her brother stepped beside her, looking down at the courtyard. "You've been watching Skywalker for weeks." Father's noticed. "He thinks it's funny." "Father thinks everything is funny." "True." Arkan was quiet for a moment. "He's dangerous, you know." "Skywalker? Not just powerful, driven. I've seen plenty of powerful acolytes. They burn out or get killed because they don't know how to channel their strength. Skywalker's different. He has a goal. A purpose. His mother. His mother. His past. His need to never be helpless again. It makes him predictable." Arkan looked at Valen. "And it makes him vulnerable. Remember that when you two eventually fight." "Who says we're going to fight?" Arkan smiled. "Because father said you might. And you never back down from a challenge." He was right. Valen watched Anakin in the courtyard below, sparring with another acolyte, winning through raw aggression and refusal to yield. They would fight. Someday. And Valen couldn't wait to find out who'd survive. The Emperor's training chamber was carved from obsidian that seemed to drink light. Valen knelt in the center, eyes closed, while her father's presence pressed against her mind like a star collapsing. Sensory deprivation had begun 3 hours ago. No sound except her own breathing, no light, no sensation except cold stone beneath her knees. This was her 4th session this week. "Reach deeper," Valkorian's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. "The dark side is not a tool you use. It is what you are. Stop fighting it. Embrace it." Valen dove into the darkness behind her eyes. Found the cold, burning presence that had lived inside her since before she could remember. Her father had been cultivating her power since birth, not breaking her like he'd done to so many others, but sharpening her. Forging her into the perfect weapon. "Good," her father said. "You're learning. Most Sith fear their own power. You revel in it." The chamber doors opened. Light flooded in, painful after hours of darkness. Valen stood, legs steady despite the extended meditation. "Your brother's graduate next week," Valkorian said, materializing from shadows. "Arkan and Thaxan will join the military. Lead campaigns against the Republic. Prove themselves worthy of the Empire. And me. You remain at the Academy. Your training is too important to interrupt with trivial conquests." He studied her with those burning gold eyes. "There's someone else I want you to observe. Anakin Skywalker." Valen's expression didn't change, but something flickered inside her. She'd been watching the Chosen One since he arrived. Couldn't help it. He was the only acolyte whose midi-chlorian count came anywhere close to hers. "Why?" "Because you're alike. Both more powerful than you should be. Both dangerous in ways I cannot entirely predict." A slight smile. "And because I'm curious what happens when the two highest potentials in a generation are forced to compete." The sabotage started small. Valen entered Anakin's meditation chamber one night and carved fresh Sith runes into the wall's ancient symbols designed to amplify dark side corruption. Not enough to kill. Just enough to make concentration impossible, to break his focus during the trials. She watched from the shadows the next morning as Anakin entered the chamber. Saw him freeze. Reach out through the Force, analyzing the corruption. Then he smiled. 3 days later, Valen entered her private training room to find every combat droid reprogrammed. They attacked with coordinated patterns designed for Sith Lords, not 8-year-olds. She barely survived the first wave, taking a stun bolt to the shoulder and a vibroblade slash across her ribs before shutting them down. In the programming logs, a single line. "Thought you needed a challenge." As Valen stared at the message, bleeding and furious. Then she laughed. They began seeking each other out after that. Never openly. Never where overseers could see. But in corridors between training sessions, in the archives during late shifts, in the Valley of the Dark Lords where tombs whispered with ancient power. "You're getting sloppy," Valen said one evening, appearing beside Anakin in the archives. He'd been researching Gemso techniques, trying to improve his form. "Malgus says you overcommit on power strikes. Leave yourself open." "How do you know what Malgus says?" "I know everything that happens here." She picked up the holocron he'd been studying. "This technique won't help. It's for Form 3 practitioners, defensive, patient, boring. You need something aggressive." "I don't need your advice." "Don't you?" Valen set down the holocron, her dark eyes meeting his. "You've been stuck at the same level for 3 weeks. I've watched you spar. Strong but predictable. Raw power with no finesse. It's embarrassing." Heat rose in Anakin's chest, anger, frustration, something else. "If you're so much better, prove it. Careful what you wish for, Skywalker." But she was smiling. That manic, dangerous smile that made her look both younger and infinitely older. Overseer Krax found Malgus in the observation deck, watching the acolytes train in the courtyard below. "The Skywalker boy and the Emperor's daughter," Krax said. "The sabotage. The games. They're violating protocols." "I'm aware. Should we stop them?" "No." Malgus's respirator hissed. "Conflict breeds strength. She forces him to think beyond brute force. He forces her to accept that raw power can overwhelm cleverness. This is natural selection. Let them sharpen each other. And if one kills the other, then the survivor deserves to advance." Malgus turned from the window. "The Sith grow strong through competition. The Jedi grow weak through cooperation. Never forget which path produces true power." The escalation continued. Anakin found his training sabers tampered with, power cells drained, focusing crystals misaligned. Nothing permanent. Just enough to humiliate him during practice. He retaliated by hacking the environmental controls in Valen's meditation chamber. Temperature fluctuated wildly between freezing and sweltering every 10 minutes. She lasted 2 hours before abandoning the session. Valen poisoned his evening meal with a mild hallucinogen. Not dangerous, just enough to make the next day's training interesting. Anakin reprogrammed her datapad to randomly delete her research notes. It became a game. A dangerous, escalating game where the stakes grew higher each round. 3 weeks after the first sabotage, Vaylin cornered Anakin in the restricted archives. Midnight. The Academy slept. Anakin had been researching Forbidden Force techniques, advanced telekinesis, Force lightning, powers the overseers said acolytes weren't ready for. The lights dimmed. Vaylin emerged from between shelves of ancient texts, moving with liquid grace. She wore black training clothes, hair pulled back, training lightsaber at her belt. "You're holding back," she said without preamble. "I can feel it. All that power, more than anyone here, and you use maybe half. The Chosen One is afraid." Anakin stood slowly. "I'm not afraid of you. Liar." She circled him like a predator. "I've watched you fight. Watched you pull your strikes at the last second. Hesitate before finishing opponents. You're terrified of losing control. Terrified you'll become something you can't come back from. That's not. Prove it." Vaylin ignited her training saber, red blade casting harsh shadows across her face. "Fight me. Real fight. No holds barred. No hesitation. Show me what the Chosen One can do when he stops being scared." Anakin should have refused. Should have walked away. Fighting outside sanctioned duels violated Academy rules. They'd both be punished if caught. But she was right. He'd been holding back. Afraid of the dark side's pull. Afraid of becoming like the monsters who'd enslaved him as a child. He ignited his training saber. "Don't say I didn't warn you." Vaylin attacked. Faster than anyone except Malgus. Her blade became red light, strikes from impossible angles, forcing Anakin defensive immediately. She was grinning wild, manic, loving every second. But Anakin was stronger. He met her aggression with overwhelming power, channeling the Force through his strikes. Each blow designed to not just block but dominate. Vaylin's wrist strained against impact, grip faltering. She adapted instantly. Shifted from power to precision, targeting joints, gaps in defense, forcing him faster than his technique allowed. They fought between shelves of ancient Sith texts and glowing holocrons. Anakin's blade missed by centimeters, scorching priceless manuscripts. Vaylin's counter shattered a display case, crystal shards scattering. Neither cared. The duel became conversation, each strike a question, each parry an answer. Anakin pushed forward with Gemso's philosophy. Vaylin danced backward with Makashi's precision. Neither could land decisive blows. Minutes stretched. Sweat soaked Anakin's clothes. Arms burned. But he couldn't stop. Wouldn't. Because this was the first time since Korriban that he'd fought without holding back, without fear, without thinking about consequences. It felt like freedom. Their blades locked. Force-enhanced strength pressing against each other. Faces inches apart. Both breathing hard. "Not bad," Vaylin breathed, grinning like she'd found something precious. "For the Chosen One." "You're insane," Anakin said. "Only a little." Her grin widened. "Again. Tomorrow night." "Why?" "Because you're the only one worth fighting." Something flickered in her eyes, vulnerability, quickly buried. "And because she stopped." "Doesn't matter. Good night, Skywalker." She deactivated her saber and walked away, vanishing between shelves. Anakin stood alone, breathing hard, and realized three things. 1. Vaylin was the most dangerous person he'd ever met. 2. She was also the most fascinating. 3. He had no idea if he hated her or was attracted to her. Probably both. Definitely both. And that terrified him almost as much as the dark side itself. The maintenance bay was empty at 3 in the morning. Anakin moved through shadows, arms full of components he'd been stealing for weeks. HK-47 schematics glowed on his datapad, a legendary assassin droid from the Old Republic era, built by Ravan himself to eliminate targets with perfect efficiency. Building one was illegal in 17 systems. Dangerous. Exactly what he needed. The components were spread across his workbench: motivator, processor core, weapons systems, targeting matrix. Everything except the behavioral inhibitor. He didn't want inhibitors. He wanted a droid that would kill without hesitation, without question, without the moral constraints that kept getting in his own way. 3 hours of assembly. Soldering circuits. Programming behavioral matrices. Installing the assassination protocols he'd found in restricted archive files. Finally, he connected the power core. HK-47's photoreceptors flickered to life, glowing red. Statement: I am HK-47, hunter-killer assassin droid, ready to serve. The voice was mechanical, flat, utterly without warmth. Query: Are you my master, meatbag? Yes. And don't call me meatbag. Resigned statement: As you wish, master. Though I must note that referring to organic beings by their biological composition is merely factual observation. Anakin smiled. This was going to work. New objective: we're stealing a shuttle and flying to Florham. I need additional components to complete your weapons systems. Enthusiastic statement: a theft mission followed by potential violence. Excellent. I believe we shall get along splendidly, master. The shuttle sat in the corner of the bay. Anakin disabled the tracking beacon, bypassed security, powered up engines. HK-47 followed, moving with mechanical precision. Anakin was programming hyperspace coordinates when a voice came from the cargo hold. Leaving without saying goodbye? I'm hurt, Skywalker. He spun. Valen sat on a cargo crate, legs crossed, eating a ration bar. She'd been there the entire time. What are you? I've been following you for 3 days. She hopped down, moving to the co-pilot's seat. Watching you steal components, hack Harkin's account. Brilliant. By the way, build a murder droid, plan this escape. So. Florham. Black market. Are you running away or doing something insane? Observation: the small female meatbag appears to have infiltrated our operation, HK-47 said. Query: shall I terminate her, master? No. Try it, Rust Bucket, Valen said, smiling dangerously. See what happens. If anyone discovers we left, Anakin started. They won't. I erased launch logs, rerouted surveillance, forged meditation records for both of us. As far as the Academy knows, we're being good little acolytes. She strapped in. Now stop wasting time and fly. This is the most fun I've had in months. Anakin stared at her. Then at HK-47. Then back at her. Resigned statement: I suppose we are now a team, HK-47 said. How distressing. Anakin engaged the hyperdrive. Florham looked like Tatooine's uglier cousin. Arid. Dusty. Populated entirely by pirates, smugglers, and beings who'd run out of better options. The spaceport reeked of engine coolant and desperation. Remember, Anakin said as they walked down the ramp. We're just buying parts. Quick in and out. Boring, Valen said. Observation: the female meatbag craves excitement, HK-47 said. How refreshingly homicidal. They navigated through markets packed with contraband. Then. Customers. A Wookiee in a ridiculous hat rushed over, arms spread wide. Hondo Onika, legendary pirate captain. Welcome to Florham. I am Hondo, and I can get you anything. His eyes narrowed. Though I must ask, aren't you two a bit young to be shopping for illegal goods? We need HK series components, Anakin said. Advanced weapons systems. Black market grade. Hondo's expression shifted jovial to calculating in half a second. Assassin droid parts? Expensive. Dangerous. Highly illegal. His grin widened. Which means I know exactly where to find them. Follow me. My associate specializes in such, specialized merchandise. He led them through winding streets to a warehouse on the settlement's edge. Inside, racks of components stretched wall to wall, enough firepower to outfit a small army. "Tuco!" Hondo called. "Customers!" The back door exploded open. The man who burst through was human, maybe 40, with eyes that never stopped moving. He twitched constantly, hands gesturing wildly, talking to himself. "Hondo! Hondo! You bring customers? Good, good, yeah, business is good, tight, tight." He noticed Anakin and Valen, and his grin stretched too wide. "Kids? Kids? What am I supposed to do with kids?" "They want to buy droid parts," Hondo said carefully, like talking to a feral animal. "Droid parts? Yes. I got the best droid parts in the sector." "The best?" Tuco rushed forward, getting way too close to Anakin, invading his personal space. "You look familiar, kid. You look like wait. Wait." His eyes widened with manic recognition. "You're Heisenberg." Anakin blinked. "I'm what?" "Heisenberg. The cook. The legend." Tuco grabbed Anakin's shoulders, shaking him. "I heard about you, man. The blue stuff, yeah? 99.1% pure? Tight. Tight. Tight." Valen's hand dropped to her lightsaber. HK-47's targeting systems activated with an audible click. "I don't know what you're talking about," Anakin said slowly. "Don't lie to me." Tuco's mood flipped, instantly excited to paranoid. "I know you're Heisenberg. I've been looking for you. We could partner up, man. You cook, I distribute. We'd own the Outer Rim." He started pacing, gesturing wildly. "The product, man, the product. It kicks like a mule with its balls wrapped in duct tape. You understand? Quality. Concerned statement, the organic appears to be experiencing significant psychological distress," HK-47 observed. "Shall I end his suffering, master?" "Prove it." Tuco spun back, pointing at Anakin. "Prove you're not Heisenberg. Cook something. Right now." He dragged Anakin toward a chemistry setup in the corner: beakers, burners, chemical compounds. Death stick components waiting for processing. "Show me what you got." Anakin looked at the equipment. At Valen, who was watching with manic interest. At Hondo, who looked like he regretted every decision that led to this moment. An insane idea formed. "Fine. If I cook something perfect, you give us the droid parts. Free. Deal. Deal." Tuco was practically vibrating. "Show me. Show me." Anakin had zero formal chemistry training. But he'd spent years tinkering with machines on Tatooine, understanding reactions through trial and error. And the Force helped guiding his hands, warning before mistakes, showing which combinations were stable. He started mixing compounds. Adjusting heat levels. Following instinct more than knowledge. Valen watched, fascinated. "You're actually doing it." "Shut up. I'm concentrating." 20 minutes later, he had death sticks glowing faint blue. Tuco stared like they were the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. Hands trembling. Eyes wide. "Tight," he whispered. Then louder, "Tight. Tight. Tight. Tight." He grabbed one, examining it with the reverence of a religious artifact. This is perfect. You are Heisenberg." He grabbed one of his thugs by the collar. "You see this? See this? This is quality. This is what I've been waiting for." Then he started hitting him. Not just hitting. Full psychotic rage. Fists and boots. Blood spraying across the warehouse floor. The thug tried to defend himself, but Tuco was lost in excited violence. Anakin and Valen watched in horror as Tuco literally beat his own subordinate to death out of sheer excitement over the drugs. Observation: the organic has terminated one of his own allies, HK-47 said. How delightfully irrational. Tuco stood over the corpse, breathing hard, covered in blood. Then he turned back to Anakin, grinning like nothing happened. How much can you make? How much? He rushed forward, grabbing Anakin's face with bloody hands. We're gonna be rich. Tight. You and me, partner. I got distribution, you got product. Nobody can stop us. The warehouse door burst open. Two men entered. One middle-aged with a goatee and glasses, wearing a pork pie hat. The other younger, early 20s, looking terrified. The older one froze. Tuco. Walter. Jesse. Tuco spun around. Look. Look. I found Heisenberg. The real Heisenberg. Walter White adjusted his glasses, his analytical mind clearly working overtime. That's not, we've never seen this kid before. Yo, what the hell, man, Jesse said, eyes wide, noticing the corpse on the floor. We don't know him. Tuco's expression transformed manic joy to murderous paranoia in half a second. What? He's not with us, Walter said carefully, voice controlled despite obvious fear. We've never met him. You're lying. Tuco's voice rose to a scream. You're lying. You're trying to cut me out. Set me up. He pulled a blaster. Nobody sets up Tuco. Then Anakin felt it, a massive surge in the Force. Dark. Violent. Corrupted. Tuco wasn't just a drug lord. He was a dark Jedi. You're all Jedi younglings. Tuco screamed, his Force presence exploding outward like a bomb. Sent by the Republic to set me up. To disrespect me. His eyes were wild, completely unhinged. I'll kill you all. Rip you apart. Nobody disrespects Tuco. His lightsaber ignited red blade crackling with unstable energy. Time to go, Valen said. Enthusiastic agreement, retreat seems tactically sound, HK-47 added. They ran. Anakin grabbed the crate of weapons components on the way out. Valen moved like liquid shadow, dodging blaster bolts. Walter and Jesse ran with them, Walter surprisingly fast for his age, Jesse shouting yo, what the hell, man, on repeat. Behind them. Tuco's Force scream shook the warehouse walls. I'll tear your hearts out. Feed them to my abuelita. Nobody disrespects me. They burst into the street. Pirates scattered. Hondo's voice over loudspeakers, I am terribly sorry, but Tuco pays me very well. It's just business. Attack. Pirate fighters screamed overhead. They reached the shuttle. Walter dove through the cargo door, Jesse right behind him. HK-47 carried the weapons crate with mechanical efficiency. Yo, who are you people? Jesse demanded. Kidnapping victims, Valen said cheerfully, strapping in. Welcome to your new life. What? Anakin launched the shuttle vertically. 3 pirate fighters followed, weapons hot, Tuco's voice screaming over comms about disrespect and death. Then Anakin smiled. This was what he was born for. He dove into a canyon, wings clearing walls by meters. Pulled maneuvers that defied physics, barrel rolls, inverted climbs, cutting engines and free-falling before reigniting at the last second. One pirate fighter clipped a wall and exploded. HK. Cargo ramp. Give them hell. Enthusiastic statement, finally. HK-47 moved to the open ramp, advanced blaster rifle deployed. Gleeful observation, target-rich environment detected. He opened fire with mechanical precision. Calculated wind resistance, velocity, targeting systems operating at peak efficiency. First fighter exploded. Second tried to retreat. HK adjusted aim and pierced the cockpit with a single shot. Satisfied statement, threats eliminated, Master. Shall I continue terminating meat bags, or was that sufficient? Anakin pulled the shuttle into a vertical climb, engines screaming. That's enough. As they jumped to hyperspace, Valen burst out laughing full body, helpless, tears streaming. That was insane. That drug lord was a dark Jedi. You cooked drugs. Your droid kills people and insults them. This is the best. Walter stood slowly, adjusting his glasses with forced calm. Where are you taking us? Korriban, Valen said, still laughing. Sith Academy. Korriban's dead, Walter said carefully. Uninhabited for a millennium. Not anymore. Valen's smile was manic. Surprise. The Sith are back. And you two just became very valuable assets. Yo, assets. Jesse's voice cracked. We're being kidnapped by kids to a death planet with a murder droid. Mr. White, this is messed up. Walter's jaw tightened. Anakin watched him calculating options, analyzing variables, figuring survival strategies. What do you want from us? You cook death sticks, Anakin said. The Academy needs funds. Black market operations. You'll work for us. In exchange, protection, resources, and you don't die. And if we refuse? Walter's voice was cold, dangerous. Anakin met his eyes. Then HK-47 demonstrates his primary function. Your choice. Hopeful interjection, please refuse, HK-47 added. I have not yet reached my optimal termination quota for the day. Walter stared at Anakin for a long moment. Then, slowly, nodded. The pragmatist accepting reality. We'll need proper equipment. Quality control standards. Safety measures. Done. Yo, are we seriously agreeing to this? Jesse gestured wildly. Jesse, Walter said quietly, his tone final. We don't have a choice. Valen leaned back, still grinning. I like them. Can we keep them? We're keeping them. Disappointed statement, no terminations? Master. You are really quite merciful for a Sith, HK-47 observed. The shuttle flew through hyperspace toward Korriban, carrying 2 10-year-old Sith acolytes, 2 terrified meth cooks, and 1 enthusiastic assassin droid. Malgus was going to kill them. Or promote them. With the Sith, it was impossible to tell. The shuttle descended through Korriban's blood-red atmosphere. Yo, this planet looks crazy, man, Jesse said, pressed against the viewport. It's like, all red and dead and stuff. You sure people live here? Not people, Valen said, checking her weapons. Sith. Walter adjusted his glasses, his analytical mind working overtime despite his obvious fear. So let me understand this clearly. You two are 10-year-old assassins in training at an ancient Sith academy on a supposedly dead world, and you've kidnapped us to manufacture illegal narcotics for your, what, exactly? School fundraiser. Pretty much, Anakin said, bringing the shuttle in for landing. This is insane, Walter muttered. Yo, but like, mad respect though, Jesse said, trying to give Anakin a fist bump. That's some gangster stuff, little man. You're like, what, 10? And you already got a murder droid and everything. That's tight. Statement, the young meatbag is correct, HK-47 said. Master's ruthless efficiency is quite admirable for his age. The shuttle touched down on the Academy's landing platform. Through the viewport, Anakin saw them waiting, Malgus, Overseer Krax, Overseer Harkin, and a dozen Academy guards. Oh, we're in trouble, Valen said, but she was grinning. Concerned observation, the welcoming committee appears heavily armed, HK-47 noted. Shall I begin defensive protocols, Master? No. Let me handle this. They descended the ramp. Malgus stood at the center of the group, arms crossed, his respirator hissing in the silence. His yellow eyes burned with, was that anger? Amusement? With Malgus, it was impossible to tell. Skywalker, Malgus said, his voice dangerously calm. Vaylin. You stole a shuttle. Left the academy without authorization. Were gone for 18 hours. And now you return with. He looked past them at Walter, Jesse, and HK-47. What, exactly? Yo. Jesse bounded down the ramp, completely oblivious to the danger. What's up, man? I'm Jesse. This is Mr. White. We got kidnapped? By the kids? Which is crazy, right? But like, also kind of dope. He tried to give Krax a fist bump. Krax stared at Jesse's outstretched fist like it was a live grenade. Walter descended more carefully, hands slightly raised, his demeanor professional despite being terrified. My name is Walter White. I'm a chemistry teacher from, well, it doesn't matter where. These children informed us we're now involuntary employees. I'd like to formally protest this arrangement. Noted, Malgus said. Then, to Anakin, explain. Now. Anakin straightened. I needed components to build an HK-series assassin droid. Flurm had the parts. I acquired them. By stealing a shuttle and leaving Korriban. Yes. And the humans. Assets, Vaylin interjected. They're expert chemists. They manufacture high-quality narcotics. The Academy needs funding for equipment, bribes, operations. They'll provide it. Yo, yeah, we make the best product, Jesse added enthusiastically. Like, 99.1% pure, tight. Silence, Krax growled. Jesse shut up. Walter spoke carefully. If I may. We're clearly in a unique situation. These children are remarkably capable, if ethically questionable. They've demonstrated advanced technical skills, combat proficiency, and strategic thinking far beyond their years. If you're their instructors, I assume you value results over procedure. Malgus's respirator hissed. Continue. Then consider this, we can provide sustainable funding through manufacturing. Jesse and I have extensive experience in synthesis, distribution networks, quality control. If you need resources, we can generate them. Efficiently. Discreetly. Walter was selling now, using his mind to survive. In exchange, we require protection, equipment, and assurance we won't be terminated. Hopeful interjection, can I terminate them anyway? HK-47 asked. Just one? For morale. HK, no. Disappointed statement, as you wish, Master. Overseer Harkin stepped forward. This is outrageous. They stole a shuttle. Left without authorization. Brought unauthorized outsiders to the Academy. This violates a dozen protocols. Which protocols specifically prohibit this? Malgus interrupted. Harkin opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Well, the unauthorized departure protocol. Which states acolytes cannot leave without permission for training purposes. They weren't training. They were acquiring resources. Malgus looked at the HK-47 droid, then at Walter and Jesse. Strategically valuable resources. You're condoning this? Krax said, surprised. I'm evaluating results. Malgus walked closer to Anakin. You identified a need. Planned an operation. Executed it successfully. Acquired a functional assassin droid and 2 chemists capable of generating revenue. You improvised, adapted, and returned alive. He paused. Though you also violated Academy security, risked exposure, and brought unauthorized personnel onto Sith-controlled territory. Yes, My lord. Standard punishment would be 30 lashes and confinement. Walter went pale. Jesse muttered, "Yo, that's messed up, man." However, Malgus continued, "The Sith value strength over obedience. Initiative over compliance. You demonstrated both." He looked at Valen. "Both of you. I assume this was a joint operation." "I snuck aboard," Valen said. "Couldn't let Skywalker have all the fun." "Of course." Malgus's respirator hissed. Was he laughing? "Very well. No punishment. But the chemists are your responsibility. They stay in the lower levels, work under guard, and if they attempt escape or sabotage, you kill them personally." "Understood." "Yes, my lord," Anakin said. "Yo, wait, we're actually staying," Jesse said. "In the murder school. You have a better option?" Walter asked quietly. Jesse thought about it. "No, man. No, I do not." Malgus turned to leave, then stopped. "One more thing, Skywalker. The droid. Impressive work. But if it malfunctions or targets Academy personnel, I'm melting it down for scrap." "Clear." "Offended statement, I do not malfunction," HK-47 protested. "I function perfectly within established parameters. Those parameters simply include enthusiastic violence. Then adjust your parameters." "Dismissed." The Undercroft entrance yawned before Anakin like a mouth. 3 days, Overseer Krax said, holding a chronometer. 72 hours in the deepest caverns beneath the Academy. You'll have 1 canteen of water, 1 ration pack, and your training lightsaber. Survive, and you advance. Die. And we add your bones to the others down there." Anakin looked into the darkness. Felt the corruption rolling up from below like heat from a furnace. The Undercroft was older than the Academy. Ancient Sith tombs and meditation chambers carved by dark side practitioners whose names were lost to history. "What about the creatures?" Anakin asked. "Tuk-Ata. Shiraks. Kalor slugs. All corrupted by millennia of dark side exposure. They'll hunt you. Kill you if they can." Krax's red eyes gleamed. "But you're the chosen one. Surely you can handle a few animals." Anakin took the supplies, minimal, deliberately insufficient, and descended into the dark. The stairs went down forever. Stone carved smooth by ancient hands, covered now in moss that glowed faintly with bioluminescence. Anakin ignited his training saber, red light pushing back shadows. At the bottom, the stairs opened into a vast cavern network. Tunnels branched in every direction. The air tasted wrong, metallic, sweet, like blood and decay. And the dark side was everywhere, concentrated to the point where Anakin could feel it pressing against his skin like oil. Something howled in the distance. Anakin chose a tunnel at random and started walking. Hour 6. The Tuk-Ata attacked without warning. It came from a side passage, massive, four-legged, covered in bony plates and spines. Eyes glowing red with dark side corruption. Its roar shook the cavern walls. Anakin barely got his lightsaber up in time. The creature's claws scraped against the energy blade, then it lunged again. Fast. Stronger than it should be. He rolled sideways, came up slashing. His blade cut deep into the creature's flank. It screamed a sound that was almost human and stumbled. Blood hissed where it hit stone, steaming and acidic. Anakin pressed the attack. The creature was wounded, desperate, dangerous. It lashed out with its tail, nearly taking his head off. He ducked, drove his lightsaber up through its throat. The Tuk-Ata collapsed, twitching, and died. Anakin stood over the corpse, breathing hard. His shoulder burned where claws had grazed him. Not deep, but enough to hurt. This was going to be a long 3 days. Hour 20. Water was already a problem. Anakin had rationed carefully 1 sip every 2 hours, but the heat and exertion burned through fluids faster than expected. The canteen was half empty. 30 hours left, and he'd need twice what remained. He found a chamber where water dripped from the ceiling, forming a pool in carved stone. The water glowed faintly green. Dark side corruption, obviously. Drinking it would be unwise. But dying of dehydration was worse. Anakin filled the canteen. Used the Force to sense the corruption, to understand it, to not purify, that was Jedi thinking, to accept it. Embrace it. Make it part of him. He drank. The water tasted like copper and ash. It burned going down. And then the visions started. His mother, screaming. Tatooine's sons burning her alive while he watched, helpless. The Jedi Council, laughing at him. You were never the chosen one. Just a slave who got lucky. Valen, standing over his corpse. You were weaker than I thought. Anakin forced the visions away. The dark side was testing him, trying to break him with fear and doubt. He wouldn't break. Couldn't. Because breaking meant dying, and dying meant proving everyone who doubted him right. The visions faded. The water stayed down. He kept moving. Hour 42. The Shirks came in swarms. Bat-like creatures with leathery wings and too many teeth, diving from cavern ceilings in coordinated attacks. Anakin fought them off with his lightsaber, moving constantly, never letting them surround him. But there were too many. One latched onto his back, teeth sinking through his robes. Anakin screamed, reached back with the Force, and crushed it. The creature fell away, twitching. More came. Always more. Anakin ran. Dove into a narrow tunnel where they couldn't follow in numbers. Collapsed against a wall, bleeding from a dozen bites, and focused on breathing. The ration pack was gone. The water was gone. 42 hours in, 30 left to go, and he was already failing. No. Not failing. Adapting. Anakin closed his eyes and reached out through the Force. Felt the creatures in the tunnels around him. Felt their hunger, their corruption, their instinctive fear of stronger predators. He made himself the stronger predator. Dark side energy poured out of him like radiation. The creatures felt him and fled. Scattered into deeper tunnels left him alone. Anakin opened his eyes and realized, the trial wasn't about surviving the creatures. It was about becoming something the creatures feared. Hour 72. Anakin climbed the stairs back to the academy, filthy and exhausted and alive. Krax waited at the top, chronometer in hand. 71 hours, 43 minutes. You survived. Yes. Barely. You're bleeding. Dehydrated. Hallucinating from dark side exposure. Krax studied him. But alive. And stronger. I can feel it. The Undercroft changed you. Anakin said nothing. Most acolytes who survive come back broken. Traumatized. Weakened by what they experienced. Krax smiled, showing too many teeth. You came back hungry. Good. That's what we need. Rest. Medical attention. Then more trials. Anakin walked past him toward the medical wing, and every acolyte he passed moved out of his way. They felt it too. The change. The darkness. The power. The Imperial outpost sat on Korriban's northern plateau, a military garrison monitoring Republic movements in the sector. Your target, Malgus said, pointing to the compound on the holographic map. Infiltrate. Access their intelligence database. Extract information on Republic fleet movements. Do not be detected. Understood. Yes, my lord. And Skywalker? If you are detected, disengage. Do not engage in combat unless absolutely necessary. This is an intelligence operation, not an assassination. Anakin nodded, but something in his expression made Malgus pause. I'm serious. Stealth, not violence. Can you do that? Yes. Malgus didn't look convinced. The outpost had 12 guards, rotating shifts every 4 hours. Anakin watched from a ridge, timing their patterns, identifying weak points. The sensor grid had a blind spot near the eastern wall. Supply deliveries created predictable gaps in coverage. And the command center was accessible through ventilation ducts too small for adult humans. Perfect. Anakin waited until shift change maximum confusion, minimum attention, and moved. He crossed the open ground in seconds, using the force to muffle his footsteps. Scaled the eastern wall where sensors couldn't see. Dropped into the compound silently. 2 guards passed within meters, talking about sports. Never saw him. The ventilation duct was exactly where intelligence said it would be. Anakin pried off the grate, squeezed inside, and crawled through darkness toward the command center. He emerged in a storage closet adjacent to the main room. Voices on the other side, officers reviewing reports. Anakin waited until they left for dinner, then moved. The command terminal was unguarded. Sloppy. Anakin plugged in the data spike HK-47 had prepared and started downloading. Fleet movements. Supply routes. Troop deployments. Everything Malgus wanted. 3 minutes until the download completed. Then the door opened. An officer entered, human, middle-aged, commander's insignia. He froze when he saw Anakin. Who are? Anakin could have run. Should have run. The download was nearly complete, the mission almost successful. 1 acolyte against a trained officer wasn't a fight, it was an unnecessary risk. But something in the officer's expression, surprise, contempt, the assumption that Anakin was just a child who'd wandered into the wrong room, triggered something cold and violent. Anakin reached out with the force and crushed the officer's windpipe. The man collapsed, gasping, clawing at his throat. His eyes bulged. Face turned purple. He tried to reach for the alarm, but Anakin walked over and stomped on his wrist, breaking bones. You looked at me like I was nothing, Anakin said quietly. Like I didn't matter. The officer's eyes went wide with terror. Everyone looks at me like that. The Jedi. The overseers. Everyone. Anakin knelt down, watching the life drain from the officer's face. But I'm not nothing. I'm the chosen one. And you're just meat. The officer died. The download finished with a cheerful beep. Anakin extracted the data spike, stepped over the corpse, and left the way he'd come. No alarms. No pursuit. Mission accomplished. Malgus reviewed the intelligence data, nodding approval. Excellent work. Clean infiltration, successful extraction, no detection. Exactly as ordered. Thank you, my lord. Though I notice the garrison commander died during your operation. Heart attack, according to Imperial medical reports. Malgus's yellow eyes fixed on Anakin. Convenient timing. Anakin said nothing. I told you not to engage unless necessary. Was killing him necessary? He saw me. He would have raised the alarm. You could have knocked him unconscious. Stunned him. Fled before he regained awareness. Malgus leaned forward. But you killed him. Why? Anakin met his gaze. Because I wanted to. Silence stretched between them. Then Malgus laughed, a harsh, grinding sound through his respirator. Honesty. I appreciate that. Most acolytes would lie, make excuses, claim necessity. You admit you killed him because you felt like it. Yes. Good. The Sith don't hide from what we are. We embrace it. Malgus stood. But understand something, Skywalker. Unnecessary violence is weakness. It's loss of control. You killed that officer not because it served your mission, but because he offended your pride. That's dangerous. Pride makes you predictable. And predictable Sith are dead Sith. Yes, my lord. Learn to control your impulses. Channel them strategically. Kill when it serves your goals, not when it satisfies your ego. Malgus dismissed him with a wave. Now get out. You have another trial tomorrow. 2 acolytes remained from Anakin's original class, Kale Vex and Bella Surae. Kale had recovered from the lightsaber malfunction that nearly killed him. He blamed Anakin couldn't prove it, but knew. The hatred between them was mutual and absolute. Bella was harder to read. Cunning, manipulative, playing every side. She'd survived this long through intelligence, not power. Your final trial before advancement, Overseer Krax said. Kale and Bella are rivals. Both competent. Both dangerous. I want one dead. But you cannot kill them yourself. You must make them kill each other. How? That's your problem. You have 1 week. Succeed, and you advance to apprentice level. Fail, and you repeat the trials from the beginning. Anakin spent 2 days observing. Kale trained obsessively, trying to regain the reputation he'd lost. He was proud. Arrogant. Desperately needed to prove himself after his humiliation. Bella cultivated alliances, gathered information, positioned herself as indispensable to multiple factions. She was calculating. Paranoid. Trusted no one completely. Perfect. Anakin began with Bella. He accidentally left a datapad in the archives where she'd find it. The datapad contained encrypted files easy enough to crack for someone with her skills. Inside, fabricated evidence that Kale had been feeding information to his father, Lord Vex, about Bella's background. Specifically, evidence that she was a Republic spy. It was a complete lie. But it was believable enough. Bella found the datapad. Cracked the encryption. Read the files. Anakin watched from the shadows as her expression shifted from curiosity to anger to cold calculation. Phase 2. Anakin approached Kale during lightsaber practice. I need to warn you about something. Kale looked at him with open contempt. I don't want your help, Skywalker. Bella's planning to kill you. Tonight. She thinks you reported her to your father as a security risk. That's ridiculous. Is it? She's been meeting with Overseer Harkin privately. Discussing eliminations. I overheard them yesterday. Another lie, but perfectly calibrated. She sees you as competition for apprenticeship slots. If you're dead, she advances. Kale's expression shifted. How do I know you're telling the truth? You don't. But ask yourself, has Bella been watching you? Following you? Acting nervous when you're around? All things she'd been doing anyway, for completely different reasons. Check the training schedules. Notice how she's always near you during dangerous exercises. Kale said nothing, but Anakin saw the paranoia taking root. Phase 3. Anakin left evidence for Kale to find a forged note from Bella to Harkin, discussing the Kale problem and permanent solutions. The handwriting was perfect. The phrasing was exactly how Bella wrote. Kale found it that evening. The confrontation happened in the proving grounds, where disputes were settled with blood. You reported me. Bella screamed, lightsaber ignited. Told your father I was a spy. You were planning to kill me. Kale shot back, his blade crackling to life. I have proof. What proof? I've never. The note. The datapad. Stop lying. They circled each other while other acolytes gathered to watch. Anakin stood at the back, invisible in the crowd. Someone's setting us up, Bella said, her analytical mind finally catching up. This doesn't make sense. Neither of us would be this obvious. But Kale was beyond reason. Pride and paranoia had consumed him completely. He attacked. Bella defended, but she wasn't a duelist. Her strength was manipulation, not combat. Kale pressed her hard, his form aggressive, desperate to prove his superiority. Kale, stop. We're being manipulated. Bella tried to disengage, but he wouldn't let her. You tried to destroy me. My family. My reputation. Kale's strikes grew wilder, fueled by rage. Bella blocked a strike aimed at her head. Her blade slipped. Kale's lightsaber drove through her chest. She fell, gasping, and died. Kale stood over her body, breathing hard, and realized what he'd done. Someone set this up. He looked around the proving grounds. Saw Anakin at the back of the crowd. Their eyes met. Kale knew. In that moment, he knew exactly who'd orchestrated everything. But it was too late. Bella was dead. Kale had killed her in front of witnesses. The trial was complete. Overseer Krax appeared at the edge of the proving grounds. Well done, Skywalker. A perfect manipulation. Two rivals destroyed with nothing but lies and paranoia. Kale lunged at Anakin, but guards intercepted him. Dragged him away, still screaming about betrayal. Anakin watched him go and felt nothing. No guilt. No satisfaction. Just the cold understanding that this was what the Sith did. They won. And everyone else lost. You advance, Krax said. Tomorrow, you begin apprentice-level training. Welcome to the True Academy, Chosen One. Anakin walked away from the proving grounds, leaving Bella's corpse behind, and wondered when exactly he'd stopped being the 9-year-old slave from Tatooine. Probably the moment he'd said yes to Malgus. Or maybe long before that. It didn't matter anymore. Yo, yo, yo. Jesse Pinkman sprinted through the corridor, his elaborate braids a new addition after 6 years on Korriban flying behind him. HK. HK, where you it, man? Behind him, 3 Sith acolytes pursued with ignited lightsabers, their faces twisted with rage. Statement: I detect significant cardiovascular distress in the primary meat bag, HK-47 said, stepping out from a side corridor with perfect timing. His chassis had been upgraded over the years, sleeker, deadlier, bristling with weapons. Query: have you been engaging in inadvisable behavior again, Meatbag Jesse? They're gonna kill me, man. Jesse dove behind the droid. I was just talking to this Sith lady, you know, being friendly. Observation: you attempted courtship with Lord Vowron's daughter while chemically impaired. I didn't know she was his daughter. The 3 acolytes rounded the corner. The lead one pointed his lightsaber at Jesse. You dared touch a Sith Lord's daughter, spice-addled vermin. Your death will be. HK-47's blaster rifle deployed from his arm with mechanical precision. 3 shots. 3 bodies. All headshots. Satisfied statement, threats neutralized. Meatbag Jesse, you really must cease your attempts at romantic engagement with homicidal Force users. It creates excessive paperwork for Master. Jesse stared at the corpses, then at HK. Yo, thanks, man. You're like the best murder droid a guy could ask for. Pleased response: your gratitude is noted, though largely irrelevant. Now please return to the laboratory. Meatbag Walter is becoming agitated by your absence. The laboratory. Sub-level 5. The operation had grown exponentially over 6 years. What started as a makeshift chemistry setup now occupied an entire wing of the Academy's lower levels. Industrial-grade equipment. Climate-controlled storage. Distribution networks spanning the Outer Rim and beyond. Walter White stood at the main workstation, wearing protective gear, monitoring a synthesis reaction with the same obsessive precision he'd brought from his previous life. His head was shaved now, age and stress had taken their toll. But his mind remained sharp, calculating, always 3 steps ahead. You're 17 minutes late, Walter said without looking up as Jesse entered. Yo, I almost died. Again. Lord Vowron's daughter. I explicitly told you to avoid interaction with Academy personnel. Especially Sith nobility. Walter adjusted a temperature control. Your inability to follow simple instructions jeopardizes our entire operation. Man, you're one to talk. I heard about you and that instructor lady. You were all pushy and weird, Mr. White. She filed a complaint with Overseer Krax. Walter's jaw tightened. That was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Bro, she force-choked you and threw you through a wall. I said it was a misunderstanding. Walter's voice had that dangerous edge, the Heisenberg edge. 6 years of cooking for the Sith Empire had changed him, hardened him, turned survival instincts into something darker. The door opened. Anakin Skywalker entered. He was 16 now. 6 feet tall, lean muscle wrapped around a frame that radiated contained violence. His hair was longer, pulled back in the Sith style. Scars decorated his arms, trophies from 6 years of brutal training. And his eyes burned with cold yellow fire. Status report, Anakin said. His voice had deepened, acquired the command presence of someone who'd killed more beings than he could count. Production is at 97% efficiency, Walter reported, immediately professional. We've synthesized 4,000 units this week. Quality remains consistent. The Imperial Military Medical Corps has requested double our usual order, something about a campaign in the mid-rim. Approved. Double production. Hire additional staff if needed. The profit margins are irrelevant. The Empire needs supply, we provide it. Money is secondary to strategic value. Anakin walked to the vault where credits were stored. 6 years of operation had made him obscenely wealthy enough to fund his own operations, bribe officials, acquire resources without Academy approval. Transfer 30% of this week's profits to the Academy Operational Fund. Another 20% to Malgus's discretionary account. Keep the rest. Yo, that's like a lot of credits, man, Jesse said. We're talking millions. I'm aware. Anakin turned to leave, then paused. Jesse. Stop hitting on Sith women. They will kill you, and HK-47 can't be everywhere. Resigned statement, though I do try, Master, HK-47 added, appearing in the doorway. And Walter Anakin's yellow eyes fixed on the older man. Control yourself. The next instructor who complains gets to dissect you in her xenobiology class. Understood. Walter swallowed his pride and nodded. 6 years hadn't made him subservient, but it had taught him when to bend. Anakin left without another word. The meditation chamber was different from the ones used for acolytes. This one sat in the Academy's deepest level, carved from black stone that seemed to absorb light. Ancient Sith runes covered every surface, glowing faintly red, pulsing in rhythm with something that felt like a heartbeat. Anakin knelt in the center, arms bound behind his back, head locked in a restraint device designed to prevent movement. Emperor Vakarian stood before him. Not a hologram. Not a representative. The Emperor himself, in the flesh, radiating dark side power so concentrated it felt like gravity. You've advanced quickly, Vakarian said, his voice layered with centuries of authority. 6 years from frightened slave to skilled apprentice. Malgus speaks highly of your progress. But skill in combat is one thing. True mastery requires something more. What, my lord? Absolute control. Of yourself. Of your power. Of your mind when others try to break it. Vakarian circled him slowly. The Jedi use suggestion and persuasion. Gentle manipulation. The Sith use domination. We invade. We conquer. We shatter resistance through overwhelming force. He placed a hand on Anakin's head. I'm going to break your mind, Skywalker. For 1 hour, I will assault your consciousness with every technique I've mastered over a millennium. Survive with your sanity intact, and you advance. Break, and you become a hollow shell serving as my voice. Begin. The invasion was immediate and absolute. It felt like being buried alive and screaming. Valkorian's presence filled Anakin's mind like molten metal poured into a mold, burning away everything it touched. Memories surfaced unbidden: his mother's face, Tatooine's sons, the chains on his wrists, every moment of helplessness and fear and shame. And the Emperor amplified them. Made them real again. Made Anakin 9 years old, kneeling before Watto, accepting punishment for breaking a part he'd been told to fix. "You are nothing," Valkorian's voice echoed. "A slave. Property. Worthless meat waiting to be disposed of." Anakin tried to resist. Tried to push back the memories, to assert his own consciousness, to fight. Pain exploded behind his eyes. The resistance shattered like glass. "Don't fight," Valkorian said, almost gentle. "Fighting only makes it worse. The Jedi teach resistance. Walls around the mind. Barriers. But walls can be breached. Barriers can be shattered. There is another way." The memories shifted. Anakin was 10 again, in the Undercroft, surrounded by creatures that wanted to eat him. Bleeding. Terrified. Alone. "Embrace the pain," Valkorian whispered. "Make it yours. Pain is not your enemy. Fear is not weakness. They are tools. Fuel for the dark side. Stop fighting what you are and become it fully." Anakin stopped resisting. Stopped trying to push away the memories, the fear, the pain. Instead, he dove into them. Let them wash over him, through him, became the pain instead of its victim. The sensation changed. Where before the invasion had felt like violation, now it felt like immersion. The dark side was everywhere, not attacking him but surrounding him, and if he just accepted it, accepted what he was, what he'd become. The pain remained. But it didn't break him. Valkorian showed him futures. Terrible futures. Anakin at 20, standing over Valen's corpse, having killed her in their inevitable confrontation. Anakin at 30, Emperor of a Sith Empire built on genocide, galaxies burning at his command. Anakin at 40, alone in a throne room, surrounded by servants who feared him and no one who knew him. "This is what you'll become," Valkorian said. "Powerful beyond measure. And utterly alone. Is that what you want?" "I want to never be helpless again," Anakin said through the pain. "Whatever the cost. Even if it costs you yourself. There is no myself. There's only what I choose to become." Valkorian laughed, genuinely amused. "Good answer. Let's see if you still believe that in another 30 minutes. The assault intensified. Valkorian pulled memories. Anakin didn't know he had genetic memories, species memories, the collective trauma of every being who'd ever been enslaved throughout galactic history. Made Anakin feel every chain, every whip, every moment of degradation experienced by billions of beings across millennia. Most minds would have shattered. Would have collapsed under the weight of that much suffering. Anakin transformed it into rage. Took every memory of slavery and forged them into a single, burning purpose: never again. Not to him. Not to anyone he chose to protect. He would become powerful enough that slavery itself would end, even if he had to burn the galaxy to ash to achieve it. "There it is," Valkorian said, satisfied. "The core of you. Not fear. Not pain. Purpose. Directed. Absolute. Unshakable." The pressure eased slightly. Most beings survive by resisting. You survived by accepting and transforming. That's true mastery. The hour ended. Valkorian withdrew his presence like a tide receding. Anakin slumped forward, gasping, still bound but conscious. His mind was intact. Scarred, changed, but intact. "Well done, Skywalker," Valkorian said, releasing the restraints. "You're the third person in a century to survive that technique without breaking. My daughter was the first. A Jedi named Revan was the second. And now you." Anakin stood on shaking legs. Blood dripped from his nose, the physical cost of mental trauma. But he was standing whole, still himself. What happens now? Now you continue training. But you've proven something today. You have the mental fortitude to become what this empire needs. Vakarian walked to the door, then paused. One warning: surviving my technique means you can resist most mental assaults. But it also means you've touched something most Force users never experience. The absolute depths of the dark side. It will call to you now. Constantly. Promising power if you just let go completely. I can control it. Can you? Vakarian smiled. Time will tell, chosen one. He left. Anakin collapsed against the wall and realized his hands were shaking. Not from fear. From exhilaration. He'd survived. He'd won. And Vakarian was right, the dark side was calling to him now, louder than ever before. He couldn't wait to answer. The proving grounds were packed. Every apprentice, every instructor, every overseer who could make the time had gathered to watch. This wasn't just another duel. This was the culmination of 6 years of rivalry, sabotage, and hatred between the two most skilled fighters in their generation. Anakin Skywalker versus Kale Vex. They stood at opposite ends of the arena. Anakin wore simple black robes, his lightsaber hanging from his belt unignited, relaxed, patient. Kale wore Sith armor, his lightsaber already ignited, red blade humming with barely contained aggression. 6 years, Kale called across the arena. 6 years since you sabotaged my equipment. Humiliated me. Destroyed my reputation. I've been waiting for this. I know, Anakin said. I could feel you watching. Plotting. Getting stronger. It was almost flattering. Today I prove I'm superior. Today I kill you in front of everyone. You can try. Malgus stood at the arena's edge, serving as arbiter. This is a formal challenge. Duel to first blood, submission, or death. No outside interference. No holds barred. Begin. Kale attacked immediately. He'd improved dramatically over 6 years. His Form 2 technique was flawless now, his footwork perfect, his strikes precise and economical. He closed the distance in seconds, blade descending toward Anakin's head. Anakin ignited his lightsaber and blocked without moving his feet. The impact sent shockwaves through the arena. Kale's blade stopped dead, Anakin's strength overwhelming his technique. You're stronger, Kale admitted, disengaging and circling. But strength isn't everything. He attacked again, faster this time, a flurry of precise strikes targeting joints and gaps in defense. Makashi at its finest. Anakin blocked them all with Gemso's aggressive counters, each parry sending Kale's blade off angle, forcing him to reset constantly. You're predictable, Anakin said, his voice calm. Every strike is textbook. Perfect form, no improvisation. Your father taught you well. But perfect technique just means I know exactly what you'll do next. Kale snarled and pressed harder, abandoning Makashi for raw aggression. His blade became a blur of red light, attacking from every angle simultaneously. Anakin met him beat for beat. Their lightsabers clashed in a staccato rhythm: strike, block, counter, parry, advance, retreat, neither giving ground. The arena floor cracked beneath their footwork. Sweat soaked their clothes. Minutes stretched into eternity. Then Kale made a mistake. He overextended on a thrust, committing too much weight forward. Anakin sidestepped, his blade coming up in a Gemso power strike that smashed into Kale's guard with enough force to crack bones. Kale's lightsaber flew from nerveless fingers. He stumbled backward, clutching his wrist. I yield. Anakin should have stopped. The duel was over. Victory achieved. But something in Kale's expression, that same contempt from 6 years ago, that aristocratic assumption that he was inherently superior despite losing, triggered the dark side. It rose in Anakin like a wave. Not subtle. Not controlled. Just pure, overwhelming power demanding release. He reached out with the force. Kale rose into the air, choking, legs kicking uselessly. His eyes bulged. Blood vessels burst in his face. The entire arena watched as Anakin slowly crushed the life out of him. You looked at me like I was nothing, Anakin said, his voice hollow with power. Like I didn't deserve to be here. Like my mother dying on Tatooine while I trained meant I was weak. You're wrong. I'm not weak. I'm not nothing. And you'll never look at anyone like that again. Kale's neck began to crack. Another few seconds and a massive force push slammed into Anakin from the side. He released Kale, who collapsed unconscious. Anakin turned to see Malgus standing where he'd been a moment before, hand still extended. Enough, Malgus said, his voice cutting through Anakin's dark side haze. The duel is over. You won. Stand down. For a moment, just a moment, Anakin considered refusing. Considered finishing what he'd started, even if it meant fighting Malgus himself. Then sanity returned. The dark side receded, leaving him cold and exhausted. Yes, my lord. Malgus studied him for a long moment. You nearly killed him. After he yielded. That's not strength. That's loss of control. I don't care what he said or did. A Sith who cannot control their power is just a weapon waiting to explode. Malgus gestured, and medical personnel rushed to collect Kale's unconscious body. You won the duel. Decisively. You proved your superiority. But you also proved you're not ready for apprenticeship. Anakin's blood ran cold. My lord. You'll remain at apprentice level until you demonstrate control. Real control. Not suppression. The dark side should be used, not leashed. But channeled. Directed. Strategic. Malgus turned to address the crowd. Anakin Skywalker is victorious. But the trial is incomplete. Dismissed. The crowd dispersed, leaving Anakin alone in the arena. He stood there, staring at the scorch marks from their duel, and realized, he'd won the fight but lost something more important. He'd let the dark side control him instead of controlling it. And everyone had seen. That night, Anakin found Valen waiting in his quarters. She sat on his bed, legs crossed, watching him with those dark eyes that saw everything. She was 16 now, no longer the 8-year-old terror who'd beaten training droids to death out of boredom. She'd grown into something beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. That was stupid, she said without preamble. What you did in the arena. Losing control like that. I don't need a lecture. Good, because I'm not giving one. She stood, walking closer. I'm just observing that the Chosen One nearly killed someone after they surrendered. Very Sith. Very ruthless. Very out of control. Are you here to mock me? I'm here because that's the first time I've seen you completely embrace the dark side. No hesitation. No holding back. Just pure power. She smiled, that manic smile he hadn't seen in years. It was beautiful. And terrifying. And I realized something watching you. What? We're going to fight someday. For real. Not practice duels in the archives. Not trials. A real fight where one of us dies. She was close now, close enough that he could feel the heat radiating off her. And I have no idea which of us would win. Neither do I. Good. Valen turned and walked toward the door. Keep getting stronger, Skywalker. Because when we finally fight, I want you at your absolute best. Anything less would be boring. She left him alone with his thoughts and the lingering presence of the dark side, still calling, still promising power. And Anakin realized, he was looking forward to that fight almost as much as she was. Korriban. Sith Academy. War Room. The holographic Dejarik board floated in the chamber's center, pieces glowing with soft blue light. 20 spectators lined the walls, overseers, instructors, advanced apprentices, all watching the match that had been building for weeks. Anakin Skywalker vs. Valen. The greatest tactical minds of their generation, playing for supremacy. Your move, Anakin said, studying the board with yellow eyes that missed nothing. Valen's fingers danced over the controls. Her Kinton Strider advanced 3 spaces, positioning for what looked like a flanking maneuver. There. Counter that, chosen one. Anakin didn't move immediately. He studied the board, not just current positions but 3, 4, 5 moves ahead. Saw the trap Valen was laying. The sacrificial piece designed to draw his attention while she repositioned her primary forces. Classic misdirection. He moved his mantle Lien Savrip forward instead, ignoring the apparent threat entirely. Valen's eyes narrowed. Interesting choice. Is it? Anakin leaned back. Your Kinton Strider is positioned to threaten my left flank. But that's not your real attack. You're setting up a pincer movement, draw me left, then strike from the right with your Grimtaish reserves. Except I'm not falling for it. Valen's jaw tightened. She moved her Grimtaish forward anyway, committing to the attack. Anakin responded with a move that looked defensive but was actually repositioning his entire force. Within 3 turns, he'd collapsed Valen's pincer before it could form, isolated her Kinton Strider, and threatened her command pieces simultaneously. Checkmate in 7 moves, Anakin said quietly. You can see it, can't you? Every response you make just accelerates the loss. Valen stared at the board. Ran through scenarios in her head. Realized he was right. How? You're brilliant tactically. But you think 3 moves ahead. I think 10. Anakin gestured to the board. You react to immediate threats. I create situations where every option leads to my victory. It's not about being smarter. It's about seeing patterns. You're saying I'm predictable. There was an edge to Valen's voice. I'm saying you're not a strategist. You're an opportunist. You exploit weaknesses brilliantly. But you don't create long-term strategic frameworks. Anakin met her eyes. In a fair fight, you might beat me. In a war? I'd win every time. Valen swept her hand across the controls, scattering the holographic pieces. Another game. Best 2 out of 3. They played twice more. Anakin won both times, once in 12 moves, once in 8. The spectators murmured. Overseer Krax approached. Skywalker. I want you to take the Imperial Strategic Assessment. Standard protocol for command track apprentices. I'm not command track. You are now. Krax handed him a data pad. Complete this. Report results tomorrow. 24 hours later. Anakin stood before the assembled overseers, holding the data pad with his assessment results. Krax took it, reviewed the data, and his red eyes widened. This can't be right. What? Overseer Harkin demanded. His intelligence quotient. It's... Krax looked at Anakin with something approaching respect. 278. Verified across multiple assessment vectors. Strategic thinking, pattern recognition, problem solving, spatial reasoning, all in the 99th percentile. Malgus stepped forward, taking the data pad. His respirator hissed as he reviewed the data. Most Sith Lords score between 120 and 160. Dark Council members average 180. He handed back the data pad. This is unprecedented. What does it mean? Anakin asked. It means you're not just powerful, Malgus said. You're a genius. A true tactical prodigy. Combined with your midi-chlorian count. He paused. The Emperor will want to see these results. Valen stood at the back of the group, arms crossed. Her expression was unreadable, but Anakin felt her presence in the Force, a mixture of frustration, admiration, and something else. Something possessive. Academy courtyard. That evening. Yo, check it out. Jesse Pinkman leaned against a pillar, watching a Sith woman walk past. She was maybe 25, wearing the robes of an advanced apprentice, moving with predatory grace. That's what I'm talking about right there, bitch. He pushed off the pillar, straightening his jacket, a ridiculous leather thing he'd acquired from a smuggler. His hair was styled in elaborate braids with beads woven through them. 6 years on Korriban had turned him from meth cook to, well, meth cook with delusions of grandeur. Yo, excuse me. Jesse jogged to catch up with the woman. Excuse me, miss? Yeah, hi, what's good? The woman stopped, turned slowly, her yellow eyes regarding him with the kind of look usually reserved for insects. What do you want, spice maker? Spice maker? Nah, see, I'm a chemist. Artisan. I make medicine for the Empire, you feel me? Jesse flashed what he probably thought was a charming smile. Name's Jesse. Jesse Pinkman. You might have heard of me, I work with the Skywalker kid. Tall, scary, kills people. Yeah, we're tight. I'm aware of who you are. The woman's hand drifted toward her lightsaber. Now leave before I remove your tongue for addressing me without permission. Yo, that's harsh. Jesse held up his hands. I'm just trying to, make conversation. Be friendly. You seem cool, I seem cool, maybe we could. Could what? Mate? You think because you manufacture narcotics for the Academy that you're worthy of a Sith's attention? She stepped closer, her presence in the Force becoming oppressive. You're livestock, chemist. Useful livestock, but livestock nonetheless. Know your place. Okay, I'm sensing some hostility here. Observation, meatbag Jesse continues his futile courtship rituals despite consistent violent rejection, HK-47 said, walking past them with mechanical precision. His photoreceptors swiveled to regard Jesse. Query, have you considered that your repeated near-death experiences might indicate suboptimal decision-making processes? Not now, HK. Suggestion, perhaps lowering your standards to organisms of equivalent social status might improve survival probability. I hear there is a gay marine female in the maintenance sector who expresses interest in soft-skinned bipeds. The Sith woman laughed cold and mocking. The droid has more sense than you do, chemist. She ignited her lightsaber, blade humming inches from Jesse's face. Run along. Before I decide you're more valuable as target practice. Yo, I'm going. Jesse backpedaled quickly. Geez, everyone's so aggressive around here. Satisfied statement, another successful rescue operation, HK-47 said as they walked away together. Master will be pleased I have kept you alive for another day, though I continue to question the strategic value of preserving such an enthusiastically suicidal organism. Man, you're cold, HK. Factual correction, I am constructed from durasteel and maintain optimal operating temperature. Your assessment of my thermal properties is inaccurate. I meant never mind, man. They disappeared around a corner, leaving the Sith woman shaking her head in disbelief. The mission briefing was simple: infiltrate a Republic listening post on Korriban's northern continent and eliminate the operatives. 2 apprentices. Anakin Skywalker and Saris Varn. Saris was Zabruk, 20 years old, skilled in stealth and assassination. He'd survived 6 years through cunning rather than power, and he watched Anakin with barely concealed envy during the shuttle flight to the target. You're the chosen one, Saris said as they geared up. Highest midi-chlorian count ever recorded. Genius-level intellect. Malgus's favorite student. Must be nice. It's a target on my back. Yeah, I bet. Saris checked his vibroblade. Everyone watching. Everyone expecting perfection. Everyone waiting for you to slip up so they can take your place. Anakin looked at him. You thinking about trying? Me? Nah, man. I know when I'm outmatched. But something in Saris's voice rang false. I'm just here to complete the mission. Get my advancement. Move on. They landed 3 kilometers from the listening post, a small bunker carved into mountainside, defended by automated turrets and a squad of Republic soldiers. Standard infiltration, Anakin said, reviewing schematics on his datapad. I'll take the eastern approach, draw their attention. You infiltrate from the west, disable their communications, then we eliminate targets simultaneously. Sounds good. Saris moved toward his position. Good luck, Chosen One. Anakin should have heard it in his tone. Should have felt it through the Force. But he was focused on the mission, analyzing approach vectors, calculating odds. Mistake. Anakin's approach went perfectly. He disabled 2 turrets with well-placed detonators, engaged the Republic soldiers with his lightsaber, drew all their attention to his position. Then he reached for the Force to sense Saris's location. Nothing. Saris was gone. And then Anakin heard the explosion behind him, where the shuttle was parked. Watched through the Force as it erupted in flame, destroyed completely. No. Saris's voice came over comms, static-filled but gleeful. Sorry, Skywalker. Nothing personal. But killing the Chosen One? That'll make me legendary. Enjoy dying alone in the ice. I'll tell Malgus you fought well. The comms went dead. Anakin stood in the snow, surrounded by Republic soldiers closing in, his only transport destroyed, and realized, Saris had set him up from the beginning. The whole mission was a trap. The Republic soldiers opened fire. Anakin fought like a demon. His lightsaber became a red blur, deflecting blaster bolts, closing distance, cutting through armor and flesh with brutal efficiency. But there were too many. A bolt grazed his shoulder. Another hit his leg. He stumbled, recovered, kept fighting. One soldier tried to flank him. Anakin reached out with the Force and crushed his throat from 3 meters away. 2 more rushed forward with vibroblades. Anakin leapt over them, came down behind them, decapitated both with a single stroke. The last soldier tried to run. Anakin threw his lightsaber, guided by the Force, and the blade went through the man's spine before returning to his hand. Silence. Anakin collapsed in the snow, bleeding from multiple wounds, and assessed his situation. No transport, injured, 30 kilometers from the academy in sub-zero temperatures. Saris had left him to die. But Anakin Skywalker didn't die easy. He dragged himself into the listening post bunker, found their medical supplies, treated his wounds with shaking hands. Found their communications equipment destroyed by Saris before he left. Found their speeder bikes sabotaged, engines disabled. Clever, Anakin muttered through gritted teeth. He thought of everything. Not everything. Anakin spent 3 hours repairing one speeder bike using parts from the others and supplies from the listening post. The Force guided his hands, showing him connections, warning him before mistakes, compensating for his lack of formal mechanical training. Finally, the engine coughed to life. Anakin climbed on and raced toward the academy, leaving the destroyed listening post behind. He found Saris 2 days later. The Zabrak was celebrating in the academy cantina, telling other apprentices about how Anakin had fallen in battle, how he'd completed the mission alone, how he deserved advancement for surviving against impossible odds. And then the Republic forces just kept coming, Saris said, gesturing dramatically. Must have been 50 of them. I told Skywalker to retreat but he refused. Said the Chosen One doesn't run. Last I saw, he was surrounded. I barely escaped myself. That's a beautiful story, Anakin said from the cantina entrance. Every head turned. Saris's face went white. Skywalker, how did you survive? Repair a speeder bike with a blown motivator and 3 bullet wounds? Walk 30 kilometers through a blizzard. Anakin moved forward, and every apprentice in the cantina moved out of his way. Because I'm better than you. Smarter than you. Stronger than you. And now I'm going to kill you. Wait, wait. Saris backed toward the wall. I can explain. You sabotaged our shuttle. Left me to die. Tried to take credit for my death. Anakin's hand drifted toward his lightsaber. The only explanation I need is which tomb I should bury you in. It wasn't personal. I needed advancement. You understand, right? The strong survive, the weak die. That's the Sith way. You're right. That is the Sith way. Anakin ignited his lightsaber. Guess which one you are? Saris tried to run. Tried to reach his own weapon. Tried to mount some kind of defense. None of it mattered. Anakin was on him in seconds. One strike clean, efficient, through the heart. Saris collapsed, blood pooling beneath him, and died with shock still frozen on his face. Anakin deactivated his lightsaber and addressed the cantina. Anyone else want to betray me? Anyone else think I'm an easy target because I sometimes show mercy? Silence. Good. Remember this, I don't forget. And I don't forgive. He walked out, leaving Saris's corpse as a lesson. That night, lying in his quarters, Anakin realized something had changed. He'd trusted Saris not completely, but enough to turn his back during a mission. And it had almost killed him. Malgus was right. Loyalty meant nothing. Only power mattered. Trust was weakness. Mercy was suicide. He'd learned his lesson. The prisoner was Twi'lek, maybe 30, shackled to a pillar in the academy's deepest chamber. She looked terrified, wide eyes, trembling hands, breath coming in short gasps. Her name is Sulla, Overseer Krax said, standing beside Anakin in the shadows. Civilian transport pilot. Wrong place, wrong time. We captured her 3 days ago. Why is she still alive? Because we're testing you. Krax gestured to a pedestal in the chamber's center. On it sat a Sith holocron, ancient, glowing with dark side energy. That holocron contains techniques forbidden even to most Sith lords. Force lightning variants. Mind domination. Power that could advance your training by years. Anakin felt the holocron calling to him through the Force. Promising strength. Knowledge. Everything he'd been working toward. What's the catch? The holocron is protected by a ritual lock. It requires a sacrifice to open. Fresh death. Innocent death. Krax smiled. Kill the prisoner. Take the holocron. Or walk away and fail this trial. That's it. Just kill her. Just kill her. Anakin walked toward the prisoner. She watched him approach. And he saw the moment she recognized what was happening. Saw the hope drain from her eyes. Please, Sulla whispered. Please, I have a family. 2 children. They're waiting for me on Relith. I'm just a pilot. I didn't do anything wrong. I know, Anakin said. Then don't do this. You're young. You can still. Still what? Turn back. Anakin ignited his lightsaber. I left the light behind years ago. Your mother, does she know what you've become? The mention of his mother should have hurt. Should have made him hesitate. 6 years ago, it might have. Now it just made him angry. My mother is on Tatooine. Still a slave. Still suffering. And killing you won't change that. Won't save her. Won't fix anything. Anakin raised his blade. But it will make me stronger. And strong enough, maybe I can finally save her. Maybe I can save everyone. But first, I need power. At what cost? Sulla asked, tears streaming down her face. Whatever it takes. He drove the lightsaber through her heart. Sulla died instantly. Her body slumped against the shackles. Blood pooled on the stone floor. And the holocron pulsed once, twice, 3 times then opened, its secrets laid bare. Anakin felt the knowledge flood into his mind. Techniques. Philosophies. Power beyond anything he'd accessed before. It was intoxicating. Addictive. Worth the price. He turned to Krax. What now? Now you study that holocron. Master its teachings. And you accept what you are. Krax walked toward the door, then paused. You're not the boy who left Tatooine anymore, Skywalker. That boy believed in good and evil, right and wrong, hope and redemption. You're something else now. Something the galaxy will learn to fear. Good, Anakin said, staring at Sulla's corpse without emotion. Fear is useful. Hope just gets you killed. That night, in the Valley of the Dark Lords, Valen found him sitting on the steps of Tulak Horde's tomb. She sat beside him without asking permission. I heard about your trial. The prisoner. Everyone's talking about how you didn't hesitate. Should I have? No. Valen's voice was matter of fact. Hesitation is weakness. You did what was necessary. She had children. And? So did half the beings I've killed. So do most organics. It doesn't make them special. Valen looked at him, and something in her expression softened barely, but enough to notice. You're thinking this makes you a monster. Doesn't it? Monsters don't question what they are. They just act. She pulled her knees to her chest, a surprisingly vulnerable gesture from someone so dangerous. You killed her for her power. To advance. To become strong enough to change things. That's not monstrous. That's practical. The Jedi would say. The Jedi are hypocrites. They claim moral superiority while sitting in their temple, doing nothing about slavery, poverty, suffering throughout the galaxy. At least we're honest about what we are. Valen's eyes burned with conviction. We take power. We use it. We reshape reality according to our will. That's not evil. That's just agency. Anakin was quiet for a long moment. Then, when did you become a philosopher? When I realized philosophy is just rationalization with better vocabulary. Valen stood, offering her hand. Come on. We're dueling tonight. You need to clear your head. Anakin took her hand and let her pull him up. They fought in the tomb's antechamber for 2 hours, lightsabers clashing, force powers colliding, neither holding back. It wasn't about winning. It was about release. About channeling everything he felt into violence that meant nothing and everything simultaneously. When they finally stopped, both exhausted, Valen was laughing. You're getting better. Almost fast enough to keep up with me. Almost. Almost. She deactivated her training saber. Same time tomorrow. Always. She left him there, and Anakin realized, these duels with Valen were the only times he felt, not happy, exactly. But alive. Real. Like he was something other than a weapon being sharpened. He was starting to need them. Starting to need her. And that terrified him more than any trial the Academy could devise. The summons came at midnight. Lord Scourge wants to see you, the messenger said. Immediately. Anakin dressed quickly and followed through corridors he'd never seen deep into the Academy's restricted levels, past doors sealed with force locks, into chambers where only the Emperor's inner circle was permitted. Lord Scourge waited in a dueling chamber carved from red crystal. He was Sith pure blood, tall and imposing, wearing armor that had seen centuries of combat. His presence in the Force was crushing, not as powerful as Vakarian, but close. One of the Emperor's most trusted enforcers. Anakin Skywalker, Scourge said, his voice like grinding stone. The Chosen One. 16 years old and already more powerful than most Sith Lords. The Emperor speaks highly of you. Thank you, my lord. Don't thank me. I'm here to determine if you are worthy of advanced training or if you should be executed as a potential threat. Scourge ignited his lightsaber red blade humming with malevolent energy. Defend yourself. No warning. No preparation. Scourge attacked. Anakin barely got his lightsaber up in time. The impact nearly tore the weapon from his hands. Scourge was impossibly strong, every strike designed to overwhelm through pure power. Form V against Form V, strength against strength. But Scourge had centuries of experience. Anakin gave ground, blocking desperately, looking for openings that didn't exist. Scourge's technique was perfect, no wasted movement, no exploitable gaps, just relentless pressure. You're talented, Scourge said, continuing his assault. But talent means nothing against experience. I've killed Jedi Masters. Sith Lords. Beings more powerful than you. What makes you think you can survive me? Anakin didn't answer. He was too focused on survival, on finding some angle, some strategy. Then he remembered, he wasn't just strong. He was smart. Anakin stopped defending conventionally. Started using the Force in ways Scourge wouldn't expect. Telekinesis mixed with lightsaber strikes, Force pushes time to disrupt Scourge's footwork, environmental manipulation to create obstacles. Unconventional. Unpredictable. Genius. Scourge adapted, but it cost him momentum. His perfect technique had to compensate for variables it wasn't designed to handle. And then Anakin did something no one expected. He dropped his lightsaber. Scourge hesitated just for half a second, confused by the surrender, and Anakin struck with Force lightning. Not trained. Not practiced. Just raw power channeled through rage and desperation, guided by the techniques he'd learned from Sulla's holocron. Blue-white electricity arced from Anakin's hands, slamming into Scourge's chest. The Sith Lord staggered, his lightsaber flickering. Anakin didn't stop, poured more power into the lightning, pushed until his muscles screamed and his vision blurred. Scourge fell to one knee. Anakin recalled his lightsaber to his hand and pressed the blade to Scourge's throat. Silence. Then Scourge laughed, genuine, delighted. Magnificent. You combined Force lightning with lightsaber combat. No technique. No training. Just instinct and intelligence. I've never seen anyone attempt that combination without years of preparation. Did I pass? Anakin asked, breathing hard. You passed. Scourge stood, and there was respect in his eyes. The Emperor will be pleased. You're everything he hoped. Powerful. Intelligent. Ruthless. You'll make a fine Sith Lord someday. Thank you, my lord. Don't thank me yet. Advanced training is even more brutal than what you've experienced. Many die. Those who survive. Scourge smiled. Well. They become legends. Anakin left the dueling chamber, exhausted and exhilarated, and found Valen waiting in the corridor outside. I watched, she said without preamble. Through the security feed. That lightning technique, where did you learn that? Holocron from the sacrifice trial. I'd been studying but never tried it in combat until you had no choice. Valen's expression was unreadable. You're getting dangerous, Skywalker. More dangerous every day. Is that a problem? For everyone else? Absolutely. She walked closer, and Anakin noticed she was wearing civilian clothes instead of training robes. Come on. I want to show you something. Where? The valley. There's a place, just come on. He followed. They walked through the Valley of the Dark Lords under two moons, past tombs that whispered with ancient power. Valen led him to a structure Anakin had never noticed, a meditation chamber built into the canyon wall, half buried by sand, overlooked by everyone because it radiated nothing through the Force. What is this? Some place quiet. Where my father's spies can't watch. Valen entered the chamber. Inside, ancient carvings covered the walls, not Sith runes but something older. I found this when I was 12. Came here when I needed to think. To be something other than the Emperor's weapon. They sat on the floor, backs against opposite walls. Why bring me here? Anakin asked. Because you're the only one who understands. Valen's voice was quiet, vulnerable in a way he'd never heard before. Everyone else sees the Emperor's daughter. The prodigy. The monster in training. You just see me. I see someone as dangerous and brilliant and terrifying as I am, Anakin said honestly. Exactly. Valen smiled genuine, not manic. We're the same, Skywalker. Both more powerful than we should be. Both being groomed for purposes we don't fully understand. Both. She hesitated. Both lonely. The admission hung in the air. I killed an innocent woman 3 days ago, Anakin said. Didn't hesitate. Didn't feel guilty. Just took the power and walked away. What does that make me? Pragmatic. Focused. Committed to your goals regardless of cost. Valen met his eyes. The same thing I've been since I could walk. My father's been training me to be the perfect weapon since birth. Sensory deprivation, combat trials, psychological conditioning. Most people would have broken. But I didn't. Because I'm too stubborn to break and too angry to quit. Sound familiar? Yeah, Anakin said quietly. It does. That's why I'm drawn to you. Not because you're powerful, plenty of people are powerful. Because you're like me. Damaged and dangerous and refusing to apologize for it. They were quiet for a long time. Then Valen spoke again, softer. My father says we're going to fight someday. To the death. Determine who's stronger. I know. I don't want to fight you, Valen admitted. I want. She didn't finish. Just stood and walked to where Anakin sat. Looked down at him with those dark eyes that held galaxies of pain and power. Anakin stood to meet her. This is stupid, Valen said. We're Sith. We don't do this. Do what? Instead of answering, she kissed him. It wasn't gentle. It was fierce, desperate, like drowning and breathing simultaneously. Anakin's hands went to her waist, pulling her closer. Her fingers tangled in his hair. The force around them pulsed with their combined power, two singularities colliding, creating something that hadn't existed before. When they broke apart, both were breathing hard. That didn't happen, Valen said quickly, backing away. We're not, this isn't. I know. We're rivals. Enemies, eventually. My father expects it. The Academy expects it. This is. I know. Valen stared at him for a long moment. Then, same time tomorrow? For dueling. Always. She left quickly, almost running, like staying another second would mean admitting something she couldn't take back. Anakin stood alone in the ancient chamber and touched his lips, still feeling the pressure of hers. Knowing this changed everything. Knowing they'd both pretend it hadn't. Knowing eventually, inevitably, one of them would have to kill the other. And having absolutely no idea which of them would survive. But right now, in this moment, he didn't care. Right now, he felt alive. And for someone training to become the perfect weapon, that was enough. Korriban. Lower levels. The laboratory. 0300 hours. Walter White stood at the synthesis station, adjusting temperature controls with obsessive precision. 6 years of cooking for the Sith Empire had given him resources beyond his wildest dreams: state-of-the-art equipment, unlimited supplies, protection from law enforcement because there was no law enforcement here. But it had also given him something else, perspective on how small his ambitions had been back on, wherever he'd come from. He barely remembered that life anymore. Mr. White. Jesse burst through the door, hair wild, shirt on backward. Mr. White, we got a problem. We have many problems, Jesse. Which specific catastrophe are you referring to? The holocom. It's Tuco. He's calling again. Walter's jaw tightened. Tuco Salamanca. The psychotic drug lord Dark Jedi who'd tried to kill them 6 years ago. Somehow, he'd gotten their secure frequency. The holocom crackled to life, projecting Tuco's face older now, more scarred, eyes still burning with manic energy. Walter. Jesse. My friends. Tuco's voice was too loud, too intense. How you been, man? How you been? Tuco, Walter said carefully, his Heisenberg persona activating. To what do we owe this, pleasure? Pleasure? Pleasure. You left me on Florrum. Left me to deal with Hondo. You know what Hondo did? He raised my rates. Said your escape made him look bad. Cost me 50,000 credits. That's unfortunate, but... Unfortunate. I'll show you unfortunate. Tuco's image flickered as he apparently threw something at his end. I want compensation. I want product. I want you to cook for me again. That blue stuff, man, the tight stuff. Yo, Tuco, man, we can't, Jesse said, stepping into frame. We're exclusive to the Empire now. Got a contract and everything. Contract. I don't care about your contract. You think I'm afraid of the Sith? I'm a Dark Jedi. I got the Force. I'll come to Korriban and take what's mine. Observation: the mentally unstable organic is threatening Master's operation, HK-47 said, entering the frame. Recommendation: I could trace this transmission and terminate the problem permanently. Who's that? Is that a droid? You replaced me with a droid. Tuco's rage intensified. That's disrespectful. You know how I feel about disrespect. Tuco, please calm down, Walter started. Don't tell me to calm down. I'm calm. I'm totally calm. See how calm I am. There was a crash in the background. Screaming. I just killed my second in command to show you how calm I am. Concerned statement: the organic appears to be experiencing a psychotic episode, HK-47 observed. Shall I initiate communication termination? You know what? You know what? Tuco was pacing now, gesturing wildly. I'm coming to Korriban. Gonna find you. Gonna make you cook for me. And if you don't, I'll he stopped, seemed to forget what he was saying. What was I talking about? Yo, you were threatening us, man, Jesse offered helpfully. Right. Threatening. I'm gonna kill you. Both of you. And your little droid too. Tight. 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 The transmission cut off abruptly. Silence. Well, Walter said, removing his glasses to clean them. That was concerning. Should we tell Skywalker? Jesse asked. Negative, HK-47 said. Master is currently engaged in trials of strategic importance. I will handle the deranged meatbag should he arrive. It will be satisfying. 3 days later. Academy Cantina. Jesse Pinkman sat alone at a table, nursing a drink that tasted like engine coolant mixed with regret, when she walked in. She was beautiful humanoid, early 20s, with pale skin and dark hair, wearing the robes of a mid-level Sith apprentice. And she was looking directly at him. Jesse straightened his jacket, ran a hand through his braids, tried to look cool. She walked over. Sat down across from him without asking. You're the chemist, she said. Her voice was smooth, cultured. Jesse Pinkman. I've heard about you. Yo, yeah, that's me, Jesse said, trying not to sound too eager. I'm kind of a big deal around here. You know, cooking for the Empire and stuff. Fascinating. She leaned forward, and Jesse caught her scent something sweet and metallic. I'm Vesa. I work in specimen collection. That sounds dope. What kind of specimens? Various types. Biological samples. Tissue analysis. Her smile widened. I'm very interested in organic chemistry. Perhaps you could show me your laboratory. For real? Yeah. Yeah, totally. I mean, if you want. Actually, Vesa interrupted, why don't you come to my quarters first? I have a private collection I think you'd find appetizing. Jesse's brain short-circuited. A hot Sith woman inviting him to her quarters? This never happened. This never happened. Yo, yeah, absolutely. Let's do that. Vesa's quarters. Sub-level 7. The first warning sign should have been the smell. Her quarters reeked of preservatives and something else, something organic and rotting. But Jesse was too focused on the fact that a beautiful woman had actually invited him somewhere to notice. Make yourself comfortable, Vesa said, disappearing into an adjoining room. I'll prepare refreshments. Jesse looked around. The quarters were weird. Shelves lined with jars containing things he couldn't quite identify. Medical equipment scattered across workbenches. And pictures, dozens of pictures of people Jesse didn't recognize. Yo, you got like a big family or something? Jesse called out. In a manner of speaking, Vesa replied from the other room. Jesse wandered closer to the jars. Peered at their contents. Then his blood went cold. Those weren't specimens. Those were organs. Human organs. Oh, shit, Jesse whispered. Do you like my collection? Vesa emerged carrying 2 glasses filled with dark red liquid. I've been curating it for 3 years. 27 subjects so far. Each one unique. Each one, delicious. Yo, is that blood? Jesse backed toward the door. Fresh this morning. From a Republic prisoner. The fear really adds flavor. Vesa's smile had too many teeth. I've been watching you for weeks, Jesse. Soft. Weak. Not Sith. Not dangerous. Just meat. I'm gonna go now. Jesse turned to run, but the door was sealed. I don't think so. Vesa set down the glasses and ignited a training lightsaber. You're going to be my 28th subject. I'm going to take my time. Study your reactions. Catalog your organs. And then she licked her lips. I'm going to eat you. Yo, this is messed up. Jesse dove behind a workbench as she attacked. Help. Somebody help. No one can hear you. These quarters are soundproofed. For my work. Vesa advanced slowly, savoring his terror. Run if you want. It makes the meat taste better. Jesse fumbled for his communicator with shaking hands. Hit the emergency button. Statement, emergency signal received, HK-47's voice crackled through. Query, are you being murdered again, meatbag Jesse? Yes. Yes, I'm being murdered. Crazy cannibal Sith lady. Sub-level 7. Hurry. Enthusiastic response, I will arrive momentarily. Try not to die before I get there. Jesse dodged another lightsaber strike, knocking over jars that spilled preserved organs across the floor. This is the worst date ever. The door exploded inward. HK-47 entered, blaster rifle deployed, targeting systems locked on Vesa. Statement, meatbag Jesse, please step away from the homicidal cannibal. I require a clear shot. I already stepped away. I'm behind the thing. Vesa turned to face the droid. You're interfering with my research. HK-47 shot her twice. Once in the shoulder, once in the leg. She collapsed, screaming. Satisfied statement, threat neutralized without termination, as Academy protocols require me to minimize internal casualties. HK-47 helped Jesse to his feet. Observation: this is the fourth time I have rescued you from romantic entanglements gone wrong. I am detecting a pattern. Yo, she was a cannibal. Commentary: yes, that was obvious from the preserved organ collection displayed prominently throughout her quarters. Any functional organic would have recognized the danger immediately. How was I supposed to know she collected organs? Suggestion: perhaps examining your environment before engaging in courtship rituals would improve survival rates. HK-47 guided Jessie toward the door. Now come. Meatbag Walter requires your presence for the next synthesis cycle. And try not to proposition any more serial killers. My termination protocols are becoming strained. As they left, Vesa screaming for medical assistance behind them, Jessie made a mental note: no more dating Sith women. Ever. For any reason. The Hall of the Dark Lords had witnessed 1,000 ceremonies over millennia. Today, it would witness 6 more. Anakin stood in formation with the other survivors, Valen to his left, Kale behind him, 3 others whose names he barely remembered because they'd spent most of their training hiding from challenges. 6 acolytes from an original class of 37. The Dark Council sat in throne-like chairs arrayed in a semicircle. 12 Sith Lords, each representing a sphere of influence within the Empire. And at the center, on a throne carved from single piece of obsidian, sat Emperor Vakarian himself. You stand before the Dark Council as acolytes, Darth Mar said, his voice filtered through his mask. You will leave as warriors. Or you will leave as corpses. There is no third option. Overseer Krax stepped forward, carrying 6 lightsabers on a black velvet cloth. Not training sabers. Real weapons. Forged in the depths of Korriban during their final trial, each one unique, each one bonded to its wielder through the Force. These lightsabers represent your commitment to the Sith Order, Krax said. They are extensions of your will. Tools of domination. Instruments of conquest. Take them. Claim your power. One by one, they stepped forward. Kale received his curved hilt, designed for Form 2 dueling. He ignited it, red blade, stable, refined. The others followed, each lightsaber reflecting its owner's nature and fighting style. Then Anakin. His lightsaber was elegant but brutal, straight hilt, perfectly weighted for Gemso's aggressive counters. He ignited it and red light filled the chamber, the blade humming with power that resonated with his presence in the Force. Finally, Valen. Her lightsaber was smaller, faster, designed for Makashi's precision. When she ignited it, the blade burned brighter than the others, red tinged with orange, unstable at the edges, reflecting the barely controlled chaos of her power. You are no longer acolytes, Emperor Vakarian said, standing. His presence filled the chamber like gravity, pressing against everyone's mind. You are Sith warriors. Instruments of the Empire's will. From this moment forward, you serve the Dark Council directly. You lead soldiers. You command resources. You destroy the Empire's enemies without hesitation or mercy. He walked down from his throne, moving between them. Failure means death. Not exile. Not demotion. Death. We do not tolerate weakness among our warriors. He stopped before Anakin. You will be assigned to Masters Sith Lords who will complete your training, refine your skills, prepare you for your ultimate purpose. Yes, my lord, Anakin said. Anakin Skywalker, you are assigned to Darth Malgus. You will serve in his task force targeting Jedi installations. Your purpose: destroy the Jedi Order from within. Malgus stepped forward from his position among the council. He is ready. Valen, the Emperor continued, turning to his daughter. You are assigned to my personal guard. You will undertake missions of strategic importance. You will be my blade in the darkness. Yes, father, Valen said, her voice steady. Kale Vex, you are assigned to Darth Ravage. The Emperor continued down the line, assigning each warrior to their master. Then he returned to his throne. The Republic believes we are gone. Extinct. A historical threat erased by time. They are wrong. We have spent a millennium building our strength in the unknown regions. Now that strength is ready to be unleashed. His eyes burned with golden fire. You six are the vanguard. The first wave. The ones who will demonstrate to the galaxy what the Sith truly are. He raised one hand, and dark side energy crackled through the chamber. Kneel. They knelt as one. Rise, Sith warriors. And know that the galaxy will tremble at your approach. They stood. 6 warriors. 6 weapons. 6 instruments of conquest. The ceremony was over. The war room occupied the Academy's highest level, a vast chamber dominated by a holographic star map showing the entire known galaxy. Anakin stood among 50 Sith warriors and lords, all gathered for the final briefing before the invasion began. Valen stood across the chamber, her yellow eyes meeting his briefly before focusing on the hologram. Darth Mar activated the display. Red markers appeared across Republic space, hundreds of them, each representing a target. The invasion begins in 3 months, Mar said. Coordinated strikes across 17 sectors simultaneously. Republic military will be overwhelmed before they understand the scope of the threat. Another Darth stepped forward, Vowron, tactical genius and master strategist. Our fleets are positioned. 3,000 warships, hidden in hyperspace staging areas. 200,000 ground troops. 500 Sith lords and warriors leading the assault. The hologram zoomed to specific targets. Jedi Temple on Coruscant. Military academies. Government centers. Strategic infrastructure. Priority targets, Jedi installations, Vowron continued. The Jedi Order must be destroyed before they can organize resistance. Task forces have been assembled for this purpose. The hologram highlighted 12 Jedi temples scattered across the galaxy. Malgus's task force will strike Jedi outposts in the Outer Rim, Mar said. 11 warriors, including Anakin Skywalker. Your mission, eliminate Jedi presence in these sectors. No survivors. No mercy. Anakin studied the targets. He recognized some from his brief time with Qui-Gon Dantooine's enclave, Ossus's library, smaller temples scattered across frontier worlds. Emperor's Guard Task Force, Mar continued, gesturing to another section, will handle high-value strategic targets. Valen will lead this unit in the Emperor's name. Your missions are classified. You'll receive individual briefings. Valen nodded, her expression unreadable. The briefing continued for 2 hours. Logistics. Troop movements. Supply lines. Contingency plans. The scope was staggering, 1,000 years of planning finally reaching fruition. Finally, Mar dismissed them. Report to your commanding officers for detailed assignments. Glory to the Empire! Glory to the Empire, they responded in unison. Anakin found Valen in a corridor outside the war room, standing alone, staring at nothing. We'll be fighting different battles, Anakin said, approaching carefully. Yes. Valen didn't look at him. You're hunting Jedi in backwater systems. I'm doing something else. Something Father won't tell me about yet. Classified. Always. With him, everything's a test. A manipulation. Even giving me command of a task force is probably some elaborate game I don't see yet. Her hands clenched into fists. 6 years of training. 6 years of trials and torture and conditioning. And I still don't know what he's grooming me for. Ultimate power. He said that when we were children. Power to do what? Rule the Empire? Become his voice? Challenge him someday. Valen finally looked at Anakin, and her eyes held something raw. I'm 16 years old and I've killed more people than I can count. I've survived things that would break most minds. And I still don't know what my purpose is. Anakin moved closer. Maybe that's the point. Maybe not knowing keeps you striving. Maybe. She straightened, the vulnerability vanishing beneath her usual mask. Make sure you survive your battles, Skywalker. I don't want to kill you yet. That's the closest thing to affection I've heard from you. Don't mistake it for weakness. Valen's smile was sharp, dangerous. When this war is over, when the Republic falls, when the Jedi are destroyed, when we've conquered everything, we settle our score properly. You and me. For supremacy. I'm looking forward to it, Anakin said honestly. Don't be. When I defeat you, I'm taking everything from you. Your power, your name, your legacy. She stepped closer, and Anakin felt the heat radiating off her, the Force presence that had been growing stronger every day for 6 years. And if I'm feeling generous, I'll let you watch while I become everything you wanted to be. Bold words. Accurate words. But her hand brushed against his just for a second, barely contact, a ghost of the kiss they'd shared weeks ago in that ancient chamber. You're the only one who challenges me. The only one who makes me feel alive. That's why you have to survive. Because if anyone else kills you, I'll hunt them down and make them regret being born. She turned and walked away, leaving Anakin alone with the echo of her words and the lingering warmth where their hands had touched. He watched her disappear around a corner and realized, they were going to war. Separately. Against enemies who wanted them dead. And when it was over, if they both survived, they'd have to fight each other. He should have been afraid of that. Should have wanted to avoid the inevitable confrontation. Instead, he found himself smiling. Because Valen was right, she was the only one who challenged him. The only one who made him feel truly alive. And when they finally fought, really fought, for keeps, with everything on the line, it would be glorious. Either he'd win and prove himself the strongest. Or she'd win and he'd die knowing he'd faced someone truly worthy. Either way, he couldn't wait. The galaxy was about to burn. And Anakin Skywalker, Sith warrior, weapon of the Empire, chosen one turned dark, was ready to light the match. The disturbance hit the Academy like a punch. Anakin felt it mid-briefing, raw, chaotic dark side energy flaring at the edge of the valley, wild and unfocused, like a storm made of rage and spice. Then the screaming started. By the time Jesse and Walter reached the main courtyard, the show had already begun. Tuco Salamanca stood in the middle of the red stone plaza, surrounded by stunned acolytes. He wore scavenged armor over his usual loud clothes, eyes bloodshot, hands shaking, lightsaber clipped to his belt like an afterthought. He wasn't even using it. He was beating an acolyte to death with his bare hands. You think you can look at me like that? Tuco shouted, every word ricocheting off stone. You think I'm some nobody? I'm Tuco, man. I'm respect. Say my name. Each punch landed with a wet crack. Teeth scattered across the ground. The acolyte was already limp, but Tuco didn't stop. Tight. 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 Yo, oh my god, Jesse breathed, frozen at the top of the steps. It's him. He's actually here. His voice pitched up. Mr. White, I told you this dude was crazy, man. Walter swallowed hard, forcing his voice into calmness that didn't reach his eyes. Jesse. Back away. Tuco looked up. His eyes locked on Walter and Jesse. There you are, he whispered. The whisper became a scream. There you are. He shoved the mangled body aside and started toward them, arms wide, like greeting old friends. You left me, man. Left me with Hondo. He tried to cheat me. You know what happens when people cheat me. Tuco, Walter said, stepping in front of Jesse despite himself. You need to calm. Calm? I'm calm. Tuco's voice cracked. You see this? You see what I did to that kid? That's calm. You wanna see me mad? He ignited his lightsaber, unstable red light spitting from the hilt like a living wound. Cook for me. Now. Right here. Or I start breaking skulls until I feel better. Yo, this is not the time or the place, Jesse said, hands up. This is like Sith Hogwarts, man, they're gonna. He didn't get to finish. Malgus dropped from the balcony like a meteor. He hit the courtyard between Tuco and the chemists, Durasteel boots cracking stone. Overseers fanned out behind him, hands on their own lightsabers. Acolytes scattered to the walls, suddenly very interested in not being in the open. Tuco looked Malgus up and down, nostrils flaring. Who the hell are you? Malgus. Lord of the Sith. His respirator hissed faintly. You're trespassing. Lord of the Sith. Tuco laughed, high and sharp and very wrong. I don't care if you're the lord of anything, man. You got my cooks. They owe me. Everybody owes me. So here's how it's gonna go, they come with me, they cook, we get rich, tight he twitched. Or I start killing your little black-robed nerds and we see who runs out of bodies first. 4 acolytes reached for their weapons at once. Tuco sensed it a twitch in the force and spun, hurling a telekinetic shockwave that slammed them into a pillar. Bones cracked. One didn't get up. See? I'm nice, Tuco shouted. That was a warning shot. Malgus didn't move. You are on Korriban. In the academy. Surrounded by Sith. You come here, attack students, threaten my assets, and expect to walk away. Yeah, Tuco said simply. Cause I'm Tuco. The air snapped. Malgus didn't even reach for his saber. Invisible hands of crushing power closed around Tuco from every direction. His limbs jerked, bones groaning under impossible pressure. For a second he laughed, thought it was a challenge. Then the pressure increased. Arg! You think that scares me? Blood vessels burst in Tuco's eyes. I fought Jedi, man. I killed them. I'll kill you. I'll. Malgus raised one hand lazily, fingers curling. Tuco froze mid-round, spasming, then slammed into the ground, pinned on his back by invisible weight. Stone cracked under the force. Enough, Malgus said. His voice carried across the courtyard. You are a rabid animal with a talent for survival and a limited connection to the Force. Impressive among Outer Rim criminals. Insignificant here. Tuco tried to rise and found he couldn't move so much as a finger. Panic finally cut through the drug-fueled anger. You can't do this to me, man. I'm Tuco. You are nothing, Malgus said. And worse, you interfered with my operation. Overseer Krax stepped up beside him. What shall we do with him? Walter cleared his throat. If I may. All eyes turned to him, including Tuco's, bulging with rage and fear. He's unstable. Psychotic. But also connected. He has networks throughout the Outer Rim. Distribution channels. Intelligence we could use. Tuco gaped. You're selling me out, man. I'm repurposing you, Walter said evenly. You came here to claim us. Now you're here, they can claim you. Malgus considered it. You suggest we recruit him. As a tool, Walter said. Or as a warning. Either way, he's more useful alive and contained than dead and forgotten. Malgus looked down at Tuco like one might consider a particularly vile insect. Put him in the lower cells, he decided. Maximum security. If he proves useful, we exploit him. If not, we feed him to the Tucata. Tuco howled as guards dragged him away in a stasis field, still thrashing, still insisting he was calm, that it was all tight. Jesse watched him go, then leaned toward Walter. Yo, Mr. White. I think we broke him. Walter stared after the screaming dark Jedi and adjusted his glasses. No, Jesse. He was broken long before we met him. HK-47 watched, photoreceptors glowing. Thoughtful statement, the screaming meatbag might make an excellent test subject for new interrogation techniques. Suggestion, we could see how long his cranial structure withstands incremental crushing before brain matter leaks. HK, Jesse said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Remind me to never get on your bad side. Reassuring response, you are already on my bad side, meatbag Jesse. It merely amuses Master to keep you alive. The Jedi Enclave was small. A temple carved into the side of a forested mesa on a forgotten Outer Rim world Sealara. A sanctuary for Force-sensitive refugees, failed Padawans, potential initiates the Council lacked resources to train, families fleeing Sith rumors. Remote. Peaceful. Unprepared. Perfect target. Anakin stood on the bridge of the Decimator, Malgus's flagship, watching Sealara rotate lazily beneath them. The planet's greens and blues reminded him of Holos of Naboo. He'd never seen Naboo in person. Never would. That belonged to a different version of his life. Intel? He asked. A tactical officer brought up the holo. One Jedi Master confirmed, Selene Tiras. 2 knights, 4 Padawans. Civilian population approximately 40. Non-combatants, mostly. Mostly, Malgus repeated. Enough to use as leverage. Skywalker, this is your operation. Ground team, your command. Objective, annihilate the Enclave, prevent escape, leave one living witness terrified enough to carry the story. Anakin studied the layout. Trees. A single landing pad. Narrow approaches. Unshielded. We drop in fast. He said. Shock and awe. I take point with the Vanguard squad. HK-47 provides fire support. We breach through the main entrance, split the Group 1 team handles Padawans and Knights, I take Selene. Overconfidence is a weakness, Malgus said. It's not overconfidence, Anakin replied. It's math. And I've done the numbers. Malgus's respirator hissed a sign he was almost amused. Very well. Make it clean. And loud. Sealara's air was clean and damp, smelling of rain and plant life and the subtle scent of old stone. Anakin strode up the temple path with a squad of Sith troopers behind him, HK-47 at his side. The droid's rifle was already deployed, target acquisition systems humming softly. Observation, organic life signs ahead, HK said. Multiple signatures. Some armed. Some small, weak, and highly flammable. Children, Anakin said. Padawans. Enthusiastic query, shall I prioritize extermination, Master? Not yet. The temple doors opened. Jedi Master Selene Tiras stepped out with 2 knights flanking her. She was in her 40s, dark hair threaded with silver, lightsaber hilt hanging at her hip, presence in the Force combat alert. The kind of Jedi who'd probably spent years teaching initiates, not leading armies. Her eyes widened when she saw him. Anakin, she said. Anakin Skywalker. He blinked. Do I know you? I was on the council when you were tested on Coruscant. Her gaze softened for a fraction of a second. You were just a boy then. Angry. Talented. Terrified. You rejected me, he said. We refused to train you, Selene corrected. Not to reject you as a person, but because. Because you were afraid, Anakin said. Afraid of what I might become. Guess you were right. He ignited his lightsaber. So did she. The knights rushed forward to meet the troopers. Blaster fire erupted. HK-47 began firing with surgical precision, cutting down defenders who tried to flank HK traits as per earlier. Screams echoed through the temple grounds. Selene advanced slowly, blue blade humming. It doesn't have to be this way. You can still stop. You can stand down. We can talk. Talk. Anakin stepped to meet her. The Jedi had 9 years to talk to me on Tatooine. They didn't. They had a day on Coruscant. They said no. The Sith said yes. Conversation ended. Their blades met. Selene was skilled Form 3, Sorsu, defensive, protective, designed to outlast and redirect. She moved like water, absorbing Anakin's initial assault, letting his aggression burn itself on her defenses. He recognized the style from ancient holos. "You don't have to be this," she said between clashes. "You're not too far gone. Power isn't destiny. Every moment, you choose who you are." "Do I?" He pressed harder, Gemso's heavy strikes turning her parries into labored blocks. "Did I choose to be born a slave? Did I choose to be ignored by the Jedi? Did I choose any of this?" "You choose what you do now," Selene said. "That's all any of us ever gets." He changed tactics. Instead of meeting her guard head-on, he feinted high and hammered her shins with a force-assisted low sweep. She jumped but not quite fast enough. Pain flared in her stance, he felt her balance falter. He drove forward, blade becoming a red storm. Selene retreated, deflecting strike after strike, her Sorsu form starting to fray at the edges. "Listen to me," she said. "This path ends one of two ways. Either they break you completely and you become their weapon, or you turn on them and they tear you apart. The Sith don't share power, Anakin." He nearly scored a killing blow across her ribs. She twisted, took the hit shallow. Blood bloomed on her robe. "Maybe," he said. "But they gave me something the Jedi never did." "What?" He knocked her saber aside with a brutal parry, stepped in, and plunged his blade through her chest. "Freedom." Her lightsaber fell from nerveless fingers. She sagged against his weapon, eyes still searching his face. "That's not freedom," she whispered, blood on her lips. "That's just a prettier chain." He withdrew the blade. She collapsed onto the stone steps. Around them, the fighting was already over. HK-47 stood amid corpses, calmly checking his weapon charge. Pleased statement, resistance was minimal. The Jedi meatbags squealed briefly before expiring. "Very efficient, Master." The courtyard was filled with bodies, troopers, Jedi, Padawans. One childish Twi'lek boy, maybe 7, stared at Anakin with tear-filled eyes, clutching a training saber too large for his hands. "Run," Anakin told him. The boy bolted into the forest. Malgus's voice crackled over comms. "Report." "Enclave neutralized," Anakin said, deactivating his lightsaber. "Jedi Master Selene killed. No serious losses on our side. One survivor allowed to flee to spread fear." "Well done," Malgus said. "Return to the ship. The Council will be informed of your success." Anakin looked down at Selene's cooling body. Something inside him, some last small piece of the boy who'd dreamed about being a Jedi, shriveled and died. He'd wanted to be them, once. To wear the robes. To carry the blade. To save people. Now he was killing them. A tool of a different order. A weapon in different hands. It was almost funny. He pushed the thought down, buried it under pride and the taste of victory, and turned away. The Jedi Council chamber felt smaller than he remembered. Obi-Wan Kenobi stood at its center, the holos of the surviving masters arranged in a circle around him. Age and war had carved new lines into his face. His beard held more gray now. But his eyes were the same, tired and kind and weighed down with too many failures. "A Sith force attacked the Sealara Enclave," Obi-Wan said. "Reports confirm a young man leading the assault. Human. 16. Extraordinary skill." "And he named himself." "Who?" Mace Windu asked. "Anakin Skywalker." Silence. Yoda's ears drooped. "Feared this, we did. Taken by the Sith, he was. 6 years ago. Allowed to fester, we allowed him. We tried to find him, Ki-Adi said. No leads. No sightings. Just, absence. Excuses, Obi-Wan said quietly. We didn't try hard enough. We dismissed a frightened child because he didn't fit our rules. And now he's killing Jedi in the Outer Rim. You feel responsible, Mace observed. I am responsible, Obi-Wan said. I stood with Qui-Gon when he brought Anakin before this council. I watched you reject him. I watched him walk away with a Sith Lord instead of a Jedi Master. I did nothing. And now? Yoda asked. Now I find him. Obi-Wan's voice held steel. Not as an agent of the council. As the man who failed him. I have to try to bring him back or, if there's nothing left to save, stop him before he does more harm. Careful, you must be, Yoda warned. Powerful, the boy has become. In darkness, steeped, he is. I know, Obi-Wan said. But I have to try. Outer Rim. Orbital Station K7. The station above Volter 3 was a refueling hub, neutral territory where smugglers and minor traders met. Today, it was also the rendezvous point for Anakin's task force awaiting updated intel for their next Jedi target. Anakin walked the observation deck alone, watching ships drift between docking clamps. The faint vibration of the station's engines hummed under his boots. Yo! You ever sleep? He didn't need to turn to know it was Jesse. The chemist leaned on the railing beside him, staring out at the stars. Sometimes, Anakin said. HK says you stand in your quarters for, like, hours not moving. That's not sleep, man. That's creepy. It's meditation. Training. It's scary. Jesse paused. You good? You looked. I don't know. Weird after that Jedi hit. Fine, Anakin said. Go check the med shipments. Make sure Walter hasn't blown up the cargo bay. Yeah, okay. Jesse hesitated. Hey, for what it's worth, you did what you had to. Those Jedi would have killed you if they could. Would they? Jesse didn't answer. He left. Anakin stayed. He didn't feel the incoming ship until it was nearly docked. A Republic signature, masked poorly by a civilian transponder. One Jedi presence on board. Familiar. The docking clamps latched. The airlock cycle began. Anakin walked to the access corridor and waited. Obi-Wan entered with 2 clones and a local guide who clearly regretted his life choices. The clones fanned out. The guide stared at Anakin and almost fainted. Obi-Wan froze. Anakin, he said. Obi-Wan, Anakin replied calmly. Or should I call you Master Kenobi now? You remember me, Obi-Wan said. Relief flickered across his face. That's a start. You were there on Coruscant, Anakin said. In the council chamber. Standing behind the others. You didn't say a word. I wanted to, Obi-Wan said quietly. I argued for you in private. I believed Qui-Gon. I believed you were the chosen one. But the council said no, Anakin finished. And you obeyed. I was a knight then. Bound by the council's will. I thought there would be time. I was wrong. You were weak, Anakin said. You all were. Afraid of your own rules. Afraid of someone who didn't fit into your neat little code. Maybe, Obi-Wan admitted. I've had 6 years to think about that day. About you. What we did. Or didn't do. He took a step forward, hands open, lightsaber still clipped to his belt. Anakin, you don't have to do this. Whatever the Sith told you, whatever they promised. They promised power, Anakin said. And delivered. They promised freedom. And gave me the tools to take it. This isn't freedom, Obi-Wan said. It's another kind of slavery. You've traded one set of masters for another. At least these masters don't pretend they're serving the light. Is that better? It's honest. Obi-Wan took a breath. I'm not here as a council representative. I'm here because I failed you. A frightened slave child begging for a chance, and we turned away. That's on me. I will carry that to my grave. But I can still try to make it right. Come with me. We can protect you. Help you find yourself again. Anakin ignited his lightsaber. No, he said. You don't get to help me now. The clones raised their rifles. Anakin flicked 2 fingers. Both slammed into the ceiling, weapons flying from their hands. Obi-Wan ignited his own blade, blue against red. Then I have to stop you, he said. You can try. They clashed. Obi-Wan's form was still Sorsu, but decades of war had added edges to it: counters, sharp ripostes, unexpected aggression. He moved with hard-earned efficiency, reading Anakin's gem-so strikes and turning them aside, using the environment to his advantage. Anakin adapted. He'd fought Makashi purists, Jarkai dual-wielders, brute strength brawlers. Obi-Wan was something else: defense turned into art, patience turned into weapon. Anakin's first assault gained him nothing. You've improved, Anakin admitted, circling. So have you, Obi-Wan said. And not just in power. Your stance, your timing. Malgus has trained you well. You could have, once. Yes, Obi-Wan said. I could have. Anakin attacked again, harder, faster, mixing in force pushes designed to disrupt Obi-Wan's footing. Obi-Wan rolled through one, came up inside Anakin's guard, nearly scorched his cheek with a close strike. They broke apart, breathing harder. Last chance, Obi-Wan said. Walk away. Let the Sith go to war alone. You don't have to be their weapon. I like being a weapon, Anakin said. It beats being a slave. Does it? Obi-Wan parried another strike, their blades locked near his face. When was the last time you made a choice that wasn't about serving them? Serving your emperor? Serving Malgus? This is my choice. Is it? Or did they tell you who to hate and you obeyed because it hurt less than thinking? Anakin snarled and shoved him back with a force blast that cracked wall panels. Obi-Wan hit the bulkhead, rolled, came up slower. The fight shifted. Anakin stopped testing defenses and started breaking them. Gem-so at full fury, every strike a hammer blow, turned from defense to crushing offense. He started predicting Obi-Wan's counters, seeing patterns, exploiting small hesitations. His genius wasn't just in books and strategy games, it was here, in the geometry of combat. Obi-Wan felt it. His arms shook with each parry. Sweat stung his eyes. He gave ground, step by step, toward an airlock. Anakin feinted high, cut low, and Obi-Wan's knee buckled. A follow-up slash knocked the saber from his hand, sending it skittering across the deck. Red light hummed inches from Obi-Wan's throat. The clones lay unconscious, weapons fused by heat. The guide had long since fled. Obi-Wan looked up into golden eyes. Then do it, he said. If this is what you are now, prove it. Kill a man who came here to save you. Anakin's hand tightened on the hilt. He could do it. One clean strike. End the man, send a message, cut the last thread tying him to that council chamber, that frightened boy on Coruscant. He saw it: Obi-Wan's body falling, the council's reaction, Malgus's approval, Valkorian's cold satisfaction. He saw something else too, Shmai's face, weary and proud. Qui-Gon's hand on his shoulder on Tatooine. Not as Jedi masters. As people who'd seen him, even for a moment. His blade didn't move. I'm not your student, Anakin said. His voice was ice. I was never your Padawan. You never trained me. You never fought for me in that chamber where it mattered. Obi-Wan flinched. I know. You and the Jedi had one chance to change my life. You chose fear. They chose rules. The Sith chose me. Anakin stepped back, lowering his saber. I'm not your responsibility. I'm your consequence. Anakin. This isn't power. Anakin cut in, echoing Seleni's words in his mind. Maybe it's a prison with a different name. At least I know the rules of this one. And I'm learning how to break them. He slashed the control panel. Emergency alarms blared. Red lights flashed. Get out, Obi-Wan, he said. Next time, I won't hesitate. Obi-Wan retrieved his saber, limping. There'll be a next time. We're on opposite sides of a war, Anakin said. Of course there will. Obi-Wan met his gaze one last time. For what it's worth. I'm sorry. For Tatooine. For Coruscant. For all of it. Anakin said nothing. The Jedi and his surviving clones fled to their ship as station bulkheads began to seal. Anakin watched their vessel detach, engines flaring as it jumped to hyperspace. HK-47 stepped up beside him. Disappointed statement, you allowed the Jedi meatbag to escape, Master. This will complicate future termination opportunities. I know, Anakin said. Query, shall I pursue and eliminate him at a later date? Anakin watched the last trace of the ship vanish into the stars. No, he said. Not yet. Curious observation, mercy is an inefficient tactical choice. It wasn't mercy, Anakin said softly. It was clarity. HK said nothing. The droid couldn't understand. But Anakin did. He'd spared Obi-Wan not because he couldn't kill him, but because he needed the Jedi to live with the knowledge of what he'd become. Needed the Order to see the monster they'd helped create. And maybe deep down beneath layers of darkness, because there was still a part of him that didn't want to sever every connection to the boy he'd been. That part was shrinking. Dying. But it wasn't gone. Not yet. Yo, Mr. White, I think we got a problem, Jesse said, staring at the empty storage vault. Walter White adjusted his glasses, his face going through several shades of pale. Define problem. Like, all our product? For the Imperial military shipment? The one that's supposed to go out in 6 hours to the fleet admiral who specifically said he'd have us executed if we were late. Jesse's voice rose with each word. It's gone, man. Gone, Walter repeated flatly. His Heisenberg persona was trying to activate but kept short-circuiting on sheer panic. 200 kilograms of processed merchandise. 3 months of work. Worth approximately 12 million credits. Gone. Observational statement, the product has not vanished through mystical means, HK-47 said, entering the vault with his sensors active. Detection, organic residue. Metabolic signatures. Approximately 17 distinct biological markers. A&D. Curious. The scent profile suggests gay marine physiology mixed with Wiki and human. Are you saying someone stole it? Walter demanded. Affirmative statement, multiple someones. A significant quantity appears to have been consumed on site, based on packaging debris and biological waste I will not describe in detail to preserve Meatbag Jesse's fragile psychological state. They ate it. Jesse grabbed his head. Who eats 200 kilos of death sticks? Resigned statement, based on the stupidity quotient, I estimate a 73% probability this was perpetrated by the Academy's maintenance crew. They discovered the vault during routine repairs and, being of limited cognitive function, assumed it was recreational supplies. Walter's eye twitched. So you're telling me, the janitors, got high on our entire Imperial shipment? Probable conclusion, yes. And based on the chemical concentration, they are likely experiencing catastrophic neurological events as we speak. 20 minutes later. Maintenance level sub-basement. They found the maintenance crew in what could only be described as a hellscape of bad decisions. 17 beings of various species were scattered across the break room in various states of consciousness. One gay marine was trying to eat a chair. A Wiki was convinced he was a bird and kept jumping off tables. 3 humans were having an intense philosophical debate about whether colors were real or a conspiracy by Big Pigment. "Oh no," Jesse breathed. "Oh no no no. Yo," one of the humans shouted, spotting them. "You guys see that? The murder droid is here. He's come to liberate us from the tyranny of 3-dimensional space." Annoyed statement, "I am indeed a murder droid, but I have no interest in your dimensional concerns," HK-47 said. Query, where is the remaining product? Product? Product. The gay marine stopped eating the chair. You mean the magic crystals? They showed me the truth, man. We're all just meat puppets dancing for the Force's amusement. Philosophical observation, while technically accurate, that is not useful information, HK-47 noted. Walter stepped forward, forcing his voice into control. Listen carefully. That product you consumed was medical-grade synthesized compounds meant for the Imperial military. You've overdosed on enough concentrated stimulants to kill a bantha. You need immediate medical attention. Medical attention is a lie, the Wiki screamed from atop a table. I can fly now. Watch. He jumped. He did not fly. He hit the floor hard. We're dead, Jesse said. Mr. White, we are so dead. The fleet admiral is gonna. Jesse, calm down. Calm down. We got 6 hours to replace 200 kilos of product that took 3 months to cook. That's impossible. We're gonna get force choked. Or worse, they'll give us to Tuco. The mention of Tuco made everyone shudder, including HK-47. Walter was quiet for a long moment, his mind racing through calculations. Then his expression shifted cold, focused, dangerous. No. Not impossible. Difficult, but not impossible. What? We use the rapid synthesis method. The one I developed but never tested because it's wildly unstable. The one that has a 40% chance of exploding. 37%, Walter corrected. And we don't have a choice. HK, I need you to acquire raw materials from the Academy stores. Everything on this list. He handed the droid a data pad. Enthusiastic statement, finally, a mission involving theft and potential violence. I am pleased. Jesse, you're with me. We're going to cook 200 kilograms in 5 hours. That's insane. Yes, Walter said, and his eyes had that Heisenberg gleam now. But we're good at insane. Now move. The laboratory. 5 hours of hell. What followed was the most intense cooking session of their lives. Walter worked like a machine, measuring, mixing, adjusting temperatures with obsessive precision. Jesse handled quality control, running samples, monitoring reactions, shouting warnings when readings spiked into the danger zone. Concerned observation, the volatile compound in Vessel 7 is approaching critical mass, HK-47 reported. Recommendation, evacuate immediately. No. Walter snapped, making a micro-adjustment to the cooling system. We lose this batch, we don't make the deadline. Just, stabilize the vessel hissed. Smoke poured out. For 5 seconds, everyone thought they were about to die. Then the reaction stabilized. It worked, Jesse breathed. Holy crap, it actually worked. Of course it worked, Walter said, but his hands were shaking. I calculated they. Yeah, you're a genius, we get it, Jesse interrupted. How much time? 43 minutes. They packaged the product in record time. HK-47 loaded it onto transport pallets while Jesse verified counts and Walter obsessively checked quality one last time. The Fleet Admiral's shuttle arrived with 2 minutes to spare. Loading bay. The Admiral was a human woman, maybe 50, with the kind of face that suggested she'd seen 1,000 battles and been disappointed by all of them. Skywalker's chemists, she said, not making it a question. You're late. We're 2 minutes early, Walter corrected, gesturing to the loaded pallets. I said 0900 hours. It's 0858. In the Imperial Navy, early is on time and on time is late. She inspected one package. Quality. 99.1% purity, Walter said with pride. Same as always. The Admiral ran a portable scanner over the product. Studied the readout. Looked at them with something approaching respect. Acceptable. Payment will be transferred to your accounts within the hour. The Empire thanks you for your service. She left with the shipment. Jessie collapsed against a crate. We did it. We actually did it. Satisfied statement, another successful operation, HK-47 said. Though I must note that my assistance was crucial too. Yet, you're the best murder droid ever, Jessie said. Mr. White, remind me never to let the janitors near our stash again. Walter removed his glasses to clean them, a gesture he did when processing stress. Agreed. HK, implement new security protocols. Motion sensors, biometric locks, and lethal deterrence. Enthusiastic response, finally, permission to install lethal deterrence. I have been composing a list of creative termination methods for non-lethal deterrence, Walter corrected. We can't keep killing the staff. Disappointed statement, you are no fun, meatbag Walter. Jessie's communicator beeped. A message from one of the Sith instructors, maintenance crew found in medical wing. All 17 survived overdose but are experiencing persistent hallucinations. One claims to have seen the Force's true form. It was geometry made of screaming. Please advise. Jessie showed it to Walter. Not our problem, Walter said. Cold, Mr. White. That's cold. That's practical. But there was a flicker of something, maybe guilt, maybe just exhaustion in Walter's eyes before he buried it under Heisenberg's mask. Come on. We have another batch to start. The Dark Council wants a special order by next week. Man, when does this job get easier? Never, Walter said. That's why we're good at it. They walked back to the laboratory, HK-47 following while muttering about organic incompetence and the joys of lethal security systems. Above them, the Academy continued its brutal training. Acolytes killed each other in proving grounds. Sith Lords plotted galactic conquest. The war machine ground forward. And in the lower levels, 2 meth cooks and a murder droid kept the whole operation funded, one illegal batch at a time. The summons came without warning. Anakin was in his quarters, reviewing tactical data for the next Jedi target, when the holo projector activated on its own. The Emperor's seal appeared burning gold on black and a single message. You are summoned to Dramund Kos. The Citadel. Dawn. Do not be late. No explanation. No context. Just the command. Malgus found him packing. You received it. How did you know? Because I received mine 6 years ago. Same message. Same tone. Malgus's respirator hissed. The Emperor has been watching you since you killed Saris. Since the Sealarum massacre. Since you dueled Obi-Wan and let him live. He sees something in you. What? Potential. Or threat. With him, they're the same thing. Malgus handed Anakin a data chip. This contains everything I know about the Citadel. Security protocols, safe routes, places to avoid. Memorize it. Delete it. And whatever the Emperor shows you, whatever he offers, remember, he's testing you. Everything with Vakarian is a test. Dramund Kos. The Sith Citadel. The planet was a nightmare of perpetual storms. Lightning split the sky every few seconds, illuminating a city built from dark stone and imperial ambition. The citadel sat at the city's heart, a fortress temple hybrid that radiated dark side energy like a second sun. Anakin's shuttle landed on a private platform. No guards waited. No escort. Just a single door, open, leading into darkness. He walked. The citadel's interior was vast and empty, corridors carved from stone that seemed to absorb light, chambers decorated with statues of ancient Sith whose eyes followed him as he passed. The force here was concentrated to the point of being oppressive, pressing against his mind like weight. Finally, he reached the throne room. Emperor Vakarian sat on a throne of obsidian and bone, wearing simple robes, looking almost human except for the eyes that burned with golden fire and the presence that made reality bend around him. Anakin Skywalker, the Emperor said. The Chosen One. Approach. Anakin walked forward, stopping at the base of the throne's steps. You've done well, Vakarian continued. 6 years of training. Rapid advancement. Impressive kills. Malgus speaks highly of your tactical mind and combat prowess. Thank you, my lord. And yet. Vakarian stood, descending the steps slowly. I sense something incomplete in you. Potential that has not yet crystallized. Power that lacks direction. He stopped directly in front of Anakin, and suddenly his presence invaded, not violently like during the trial of the mind, but subtly, like fingers gently probing a wound. Anakin tried to resist. Tried to wall off his thoughts, his doubts, his. Valen's face. Her lips against his in that ancient chamber. The feeling of connection, of being understood for the first time in his life. Obi-Wan's expression when he said I'm sorry. The flicker of guilt Anakin had felt sparing him. His mother's face. Still on Tatooine. Still enslaved. Still suffering while he fought wars for an empire that didn't care about her. Vakarian withdrew, smiling. Interesting. You doubt the Sith path even as you walk it. You're attached to my daughter despite knowing attachment is weakness. You spare enemies for reasons you don't fully understand. You are powerful, chosen one. But you are also incomplete. I serve the Empire, Anakin said. Do you? Or do you serve yourself, and the Empire simply provides tools for that service? Vakarian circled him slowly. Power without purpose is merely potential waiting to be refined, or extinguished. You've achieved much. But you have not yet answered the fundamental question, what do you want? To be free. To never be helpless again. Noble. Simple. Insufficient. Vakarian stopped in front of him. Freedom from what? Helpless against what? You're the strongest warrior in your generation, yet you still feel enslaved. Why? Anakin had no answer. Because you haven't transcended your nature, Vakarian said. You're still bound by mortal limitations, mortal emotions, mortal understanding of the Force. You wield power, but you don't embody it. How do I change that? There is a place, Vakarian said slowly, between worlds. Where beings dwell who are not mortal, not bound by the limitations of flesh or time. The ones. The Father, who maintains balance. The Son, who embodies chaos and darkness. The Daughter, who represents peace and light. And the Mother, who came after embodiment of primal force, creation and destruction intertwined. Anakin felt his breath catch. Where? Mortis. A vergence in the Force so powerful it exists outside normal space. Time moves differently there. Reality bends to will. The ones test those who arrive, determine if they're worthy of understanding the Force's true nature. Or if they should be destroyed for daring to approach. You want me to go there? I want you to prove you are worthy of the power you wield, Vakarian said. Most Sith who attempt Mortis never return. Those who do, they transcend. Become something more than mortal. Their connection to the Force deepens beyond measure. They gain knowledge, techniques, Power that reshapes galactic history. And if I fail, then your potential dies with you, and I find another chosen one. Valkorian's smile was cold. But I don't believe you'll fail. Your midichlorian count, your intelligence, your will all suggest you're capable of surviving what the ones show you. The question isn't survival. It's what you become after. When? Anakin asked. When you're ready. When you've faced yourself and found the strength to become something more. Valkorian returned to his throne. Continue your missions. Serve the Empire. Grow stronger. And when the time comes, when Mortis calls to you through the Force, answer. Or don't. Either way, I will know what you truly are. Dismissed. Anakin left the throne room, his mind racing. Mortis. The ones. A trial that could transcend him or kill him. The Emperor's final test. He walked through the Citadel's corridors in a daze, barely noticing where he was going, until... Anakin. He looked up. Valen stood in an alcove, wearing the black armor of the Emperor's guard, lightsaber at her hip. She'd been waiting for him. Valen. Relief flooded through him, pure and uncomplicated. What are you doing here? My father summoned me to. Different reason. Classified mission. She stepped closer, and they were suddenly alone in the empty corridor. How did it go? He tested me. Got into my head. Saw things I'd buried. Like what? You, Anakin admitted. Us. What happened in that chamber? Valen's expression flickered vulnerability beneath her usual mask. He saw that. Yes. And. He called it incomplete. Said I'm attached. That it's weakness. Valen was quiet for a long moment. Then, is he right? I don't know, Anakin said honestly. All I know is when I thought about Mortis, about the trial, about possibly dying, the first thing I thought was I'd never see you again. Something broke in Valen's composure. She closed the distance between them and kissed him, not like in the chamber, brief and desperate. This was slow, deliberate, claiming. Her hands tangled in his hair, his arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her against him like she might disappear if he let go. When they broke apart, both breathing hard, Valen pressed her forehead against his. This is stupid, she whispered. We're Sith. We don't do this. We use people. Discard them. Move on. I know. My father expects us to fight eventually. Kill each other. Prove who's stronger. I know. And I still want that. Part of me still wants to destroy you, take everything you have, prove I'm superior. I know, Anakin said. I want the same thing. Then why does this feel? She didn't finish. Right. Anakin offered. Valen pulled back, her mask reassembling. This doesn't change anything. We're still rivals. Still enemies, eventually. This is just a moment. Yes. A moment. But her hand lingered on his chest, over his heart. Survive your missions, Skywalker. Don't die before I get the chance to kill you properly. Same to you. She turned and walked away, armor clicking against stone, leaving him alone in the corridor. Anakin stood there for a long time, feeling the ghost of her lips on his, the weight of the Emperor's test hanging over him, and the terrible certainty that whatever happened next would reshape everything. Mortis was waiting. The ones were watching. And Anakin Skywalker, Sith warrior, chosen one, weapon of the Empire, had no idea if he'd survive what came next. But he was going to try. Because that's what he did. He survived. And he always kept his promises to himself, to Valen, to the dark side that called to him louder every day. The galaxy was burning. And he was just getting started. Flurum. Hondo Onika's base. 3 weeks after the Dramund Ka summit. Yo, Mr. White, remind me why we're meeting a pirate on a planet that smells like death and motor oil." Jesse Pinkman stood at the shuttle's boarding ramp, staring out at the sandy wasteland dotted with half-destroyed ships and what looked like the galaxy's saddest excuse for a spaceport. Walter White adjusted his glasses. Clutching a briefcase containing product samples and encrypted credit accounts. Because Hondo Ohnaka controls distribution networks throughout the Outer Rim that even the Empire can't penetrate. If we want to expand our operation beyond Imperial contracts, we need independent smugglers. And Hondo is the best. Clarification: best is a generous assessment, HK-47 said, his photoreceptors scanning the perimeter. Hondo Ohnaka is a selfing, avaricious meatbag whose loyalty extends exactly as far as his profit margin. He has betrayed Jedi, Sith, Republic forces and his own crew on multiple occasions. So he's unreliable. Observational correction: he is reliably unreliable. Which makes him predictable in his unpredictability. That makes no sense, man. "Welcome to dealing with pirates," Walter said, straightening his jacket. He'd started dressing better over the years, the Heisenberg persona fully developed now. "Just follow my lead. Let me do the talking." They walked through the base's main entrance. The interior was a chaotic mix of stolen Republic technology, separatist remnants, and what appeared to be decorative skulls mounted on every available surface. A Wiki pirate leather clothing, multiple weapons, smelling like spice and overconfidence greeted them at the door. "You the chemists?" "We are," Walter said. "Hondo's waiting. Try not to die. He's in a good mood today, which means he'll only rob you a little." They were led through corridors lined with more pirates, humans, Wikis, Nikto, all armed, all watching them with the kind of interest wolves show wounded prey. Jesse's hand drifted toward his blaster. "Don't," Walter hissed. "They're looking at us like we're lunch, man." "Because we probably are. Stay calm." The meeting room was surprisingly lavish: stolen furniture, Republic and Separatist flags hanging as trophies, and cases of expensive alcohol stacked along the walls. At the room's center, lounging in a chair that might have once belonged to a planetary governor, sat Hondo Ohnaka. He was exactly as advertised, Wiki, weathered features, wearing a mix of pirate gear and what looked like a Jedi robe he'd acquired somewhere, grinning like someone who'd just heard the galaxy's best joke at someone else's expense. "Ah! My new friends!" Hondo stood, arms spread wide. "The famous chemists of Korriban. Walter White and Jesse Pinkman. And you brought a murder droid. How thoughtful. I love murder droids. So much more honest than murder people." "Mr. Ohnaka," Walter said, extending his hand professionally. "Thank you for agreeing to meet. Please, please, call me Hondo. We are all friends here." Hondo shook Walter's hand enthusiastically, then Jesse's, then examined HK-47. "And this magnificent killing machine? HK series, yes? Very rare. Very deadly. I once knew an HK unit. He killed 17 of my men before we destroyed him. Good times." Nostalgic statement: "I would have killed 20, HK-47 said. Hondo laughed loud and genuine. "I like this droid. He has personality." He gestured to seats. "Sit, sit. We discuss business. You want my distribution network, yes? My contacts throughout the Outer Rim? My exceptionally reasonable smuggling rates?" "That's correct," Walter said, sitting carefully. "We produce high-quality medicinal compounds. The Empire is our primary client, but we're looking to diversify. Your network could move product to independent systems, medical facilities, research stations, private buyers. Medical facilities." Hondo poured drinks some kind of purple liquid that smelled like regret. Of course, of course. Very legitimate. I am sure this has nothing to do with narcotics smuggling, which would be very illegal and very profitable. It's medical grade, Jesse started. My friend, my friend. Hondo handed Jesse a glass. I do not judge. I am a pirate. I smuggle weapons, spice, occasionally kidnapped dignitaries. Your product is very welcome. The question is. He leaned forward, grin widening. What is my cut? Walter opened his briefcase, sliding a data pad across the table. 15% of gross revenue. Standard smuggling rates. We provide product, you provide distribution, everyone profits. Hondo studied the data pad. His expression shifted, calculating, sharp, the comic mask slipping to reveal the dangerous man beneath. 15%? My friend, my friend. I think you do not understand how valuable my network is. How many connections I have cultivated. How many bribes I have paid. How many officials I have accidentally killed when they became too greedy. 20%, Walter countered. Final offer. 30, Hondo said smoothly. And I throw in protection from other pirates. Can't have competitors stealing your shipments, yes. 25. And we retain exclusive rights to Imperial contracts. Hondo considered this, then laughed. You drive a hard bargain, Mr. White. I respect this. Very well. 25%. We are partners now. He raised his glass. To profit. And slightly honest business practices. They toasted. Jesse took a sip and immediately regretted it. Yo, what is this? Phlegm wine. Made from local fungi. Very nutritious. Also mildly toxic. Builds character. Concerned observation, I detect 7 distinct poisons in that beverage, HK47 noted. Recommendation, do not consume additional quantities, meatbag Jesse. Now you tell me. Walter set down his glass untouched. So we have an agreement. We'll start with a trial shipment 50 kilos. If it moves successfully, we scale up. Excellent. Excellent. Hondo stood. My men will prepare the shipping manifests. You will make so much money. I will make slightly more money. Everyone wins. This is why I love capitalism. The doors exploded inward. Darth Maul strode through the smoke, his double-bladed lightsaber ignited, yellow eyes burning with rage that had been building for years. Behind him, Savage Opress massive, brutal, wielding his own saber blocked the exit. Hondo Onika, Maul said, his voice like grinding metal. We meet again. Hondo's expression went from jovial to deadly serious in an instant. Oh! The crazy Sith brothers. Wonderful. I thought we had an understanding after you destroyed my base and stole my men. You betrayed me, Maul said. Tried to ransom me to the Jedi. Called me merchandise. In my defense, you are very valuable. Jedi pay excellent bounties for Sith. Yo, Mr. White. Jesse was backing toward a side wall. Those are Sith, right? Like, actual Sith? The kind that kill people. Yes, Jesse. Those are Sith. Walter's mind was racing, calculating exits, odds, survival strategies. Query, shall I terminate the Sith meatbags? HK-47 stepped forward, weapons deploying. Enthusiastic statement, I have been waiting to field test my upgraded assassination protocols. No. Walter and Hondo said simultaneously. Maul's gaze shifted to them. And what is this? Hondo has new associates. Imperial chemists. His lips pulled back in a snarl. The Sith Empire's pet manufacturers. I've heard of you. Walter White. Jesse Pinkman. The ones who fund Valkorion's war machine. Yo, we're just cooks, man. We don't do politics. Everything is politics, Maul said. And you chose the wrong side. Savage moved forward, raising his saber. The windows shattered. Battle droids, dozens of them, poured through every entrance. B-1s, B-2s, even a pair of destroyers. And through the main doorway, flanked by Magna Guards, walked a figure from nightmares, General Grievous. The cyborg general's mechanical breathing filled the room. His yellow eyes swept across the scene. Maul, Savage, Hondo, the chemists, HK-47, and his vocabulator clicked with what might have been amusement. Well, well, Grievous said. What an interesting gathering. Sith. Pirates. Imperial assets. All in one convenient location. His forearms spread, each hand drawing a lightsaber, trophies from dead Jedi. How efficient! Oh, come on! Hondo shouted. What is this? A convention? Did someone send out invitations? Your base has something I want, Grievous said. Fuel. Weapons. Ships. The Separatist remnant requires resources. Yours will do. Then you should have called ahead. Made an appointment. I have a calendar. Hondo was scrambling behind his desk, grabbing weapons. Maul looked at Grievous. The Separatists are dead. Dooku is dead. You serve nothing. I serve survival, Grievous said. Now, everyone dies. The room erupted into chaos. Maul and Savage attacked Grievous simultaneously, red blades clashing with stolen blue and green sabers in a storm of light and rage. Droids opened fire on everyone. Hondo's pirates returned fire from the corridors. And in the middle of it all, "Run!" Walter shouted. Jesse bolted for a side exit. Walter grabbed the briefcase and followed. HK-47 covered their retreat, his blaster rifle firing with surgical precision headshots on B-1s, targeting sensors on B-2s, perfect kill after perfect kill. Hondo. Walter called back. A little help. I am slightly busy. Hondo was dueling a Magna Guard, his electro-staff blocking electric strikes, his face showing the first real fear they'd seen from him. Go. Run. Save yourselves. This is what I would do. A destroyer droid rolled toward them, shields deploying. HK-47 analyzed, adapted, and fired a precise shot through the shield emitter port, a target the size of a credit chip. The shield collapsed. His next 3 shots destroyed its weapons. His final shot went through its central processor. Satisfied statement, hostile eliminated. Suggestion, we should accelerate our retreat, as the Sith and Cyborg General appear to have noticed us. Maul force-pushed Grievous into a wall and turned, eyes locking on Walter. You don't escape. He threw his lightsaber. The spinning blade tore through the air toward Walter's head. HK-47 calculated trajectory, moved faster than any organic could, and took the hit, the lightsaber carving a molten scar across his chassis before Maul recalled it. Damaged statement, structural integrity compromised by 17%. Annoyed observation, that Sith meatbag scratched my paint. HK-47 fired back, not at Maul, but at the ceiling above him. The blast brought down a support beam and half the roof. Go go go! Jesse was already out the door. They ran through corridors filled with firefights, pirates versus droids versus each other. A B-2 super battle droid blocked their path. HK-47 didn't slow down, just fired both wrist rockets simultaneously, turning the droid into shrapnel. That was awesome! Jesse shouted. Appreciative response, thank you, meatbag Jesse. I will add awesome to my operational performance metrics. Behind them, the building shuddered. Through the walls, they heard Grievous' mechanical laugh, Maul's rage-filled screaming, explosions, death. They burst into the landing bay. Their shuttle was miraculously intact. They sprinted toward it. Walter fumbled with the access codes, his hands shaking for the first time in years. Hurry up, Mr. White. I'm trying, Jesse. The bay doors opened. Hondo Ohnaka ran through, his clothes singed, bleeding from multiple cuts, pursued by 3 droid Ekis. He saw the shuttle. Wait! Wait for Hondo! Denied statement, the pirate meatbag will slow our escape, HK-47 said, taking aim at Hondo. Don't shoot the client! Walter shouted. HK-47 adjusted aim and destroyed all 3 droid Ekis in rapid succession. Hondo dove aboard the shuttle just as the landing ramp began to close. Go! Go go go! Hondo was screaming. The entire base is exploding. Walter hit the thrusters. The shuttle launched just as the main fuel depot detonated a fireball that engulfed half the base, sending shockwaves that buffeted their small ship. Through the viewport, they saw Grievous' fleet in orbit, 3 separatist cruisers, old but functional, weapons charging. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Jesse clutched his seat. Walter pushed the engines to maximum. HK, calculate a jump to hyperspace. Negative statement, hyperspace calculations require 2 minutes. We have approximately 30 seconds before the cruisers achieve weapons lock. Then we have a problem. Agreeable statement, a significant problem. A laser blast from one of the cruisers missed them by meters. Another clipped their shield, sending alarms screaming through the cockpit. Hondo crawled to the co-pilot's seat. I hate today. This is the worst business deal in the history of business deals. And I once sold womp rats to a Hutt who was allergic to womp rats. Can this ship go any faster? Walter demanded. Not without exploding. Hondo was working the controls frantically, his pirate expertise taking over. Unless, yes. Dangerous maneuver time. What maneuver? The one where we fly directly at them and hope they move. Hondo grabbed the controls and turned the shuttle toward the cruisers. That's insane! Jesse screamed. Yes. That is what makes it brilliant. The shuttle accelerated directly at the lead cruiser. The cruiser's gunners hesitated, confused by the suicidal maneuver. In that half-second of hesitation, Hondo banked hard, threading the gap between 2 cruisers, using their mass to block the third's firing solution. Now, murder droid! Now! Hondo shouted. Completed statement, hyperspace calculations complete. Jumping now. The stars stretched. The shuttle vanished into hyperspace. In the cockpit, silence. Jesse was crying. Walter was hyperventilating. Hondo was laughing manic, relieved, the laugh of a man who'd just survived impossible odds. Again. That, Hondo declared, is why I am the best. You almost got us killed. Walter shouted, his Heisenberg control finally breaking. Yes. Almost. But I did not. We are alive. The deal is still on. We are partners. Hondo clapped Walter on the shoulder. Though I think my cut should be 30% now. Hazard pay, yes. Analytical statement, the pirate meatbag makes a compelling argument, HK-47 said, running diagnostics on his damaged chassis. His piloting skills saved our primary systems from termination. Don't encourage him. Walter snapped. Yo, Mr. White, maybe we should just pay him. Jesse offered weakly. I really don't want to go back to Florham. Walter stared at them all, the pirate, the droid, his partner, and realized he'd lost control of the situation completely. Fine. 30%. But this is the last time we do business with pirates. You say that now. Hondo grinned. But you will be back. Everyone comes back to Hondo. I am very charming. And only slightly murderous. Clarification, you are moderately murderous, HK-47 corrected. I will take that as a compliment. The shuttle flew through hyperspace, carrying 2 exhausted chemists, 1 cheerful pirate, and 1 damaged murder droid away from what would later be known as the Florham incident, the day 3 separate factions tried to kill each other at a business meeting and somehow everyone survived. Walter made a note, next time, Just use holocom negotiations. Much safer. Probably. 5 years later. The war had consumed the galaxy. Republic territories burned under Sith assault. Entire sectors fell, conquered by Imperial fleets that emerged from the unknown regions like a tidal wave of Durasteel and dark side power. The Jedi Order, caught unprepared, fought desperately on 1,000 fronts simultaneously. And in the middle of that chaos, two names rose to legendary status. Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One. The Emperor's right hand. The Blade of the Sith. He'd led 50 major operations, destroyed 6 Jedi temples, killed 14 Jedi Masters in personal combat. Republic citizens whispered his name in terror. Sith apprentices spoke it with reverence. At 21 years old, he'd become the Empire's most effective weapon. Vaylin, the Emperor's daughter. The Chaos Incarnate. The Laughing Death. She'd broken sieges through sheer brutality, assassinated Republic senators in their own homes, led psychological warfare campaigns that left entire planets paralyzed with fear. Where Anakin was precise, Vaylin was overwhelming. Where he calculated, she destroyed. And she loved every second of it. They fought on different fronts, Anakin with Malgus's task force, Vaylin leading the Emperor's special operations, but their paths crossed periodically. Supply depots. Strategic briefings. Rare moments between battles when the Empire gathered its forces. Each time they met, the tension intensified. Dromund Kaas. Imperial War Room. Year 7 of the conflict. Anakin stood before the tactical display, analyzing the Republic's defensive positions around Bamara. 12 Jedi Knights confirmed. Republic fleet strength, moderate. Civilian population, high. Conventional assault would cost thousands of lives and... You're overthinking it, a familiar voice said. He turned. Vaylin leaned against the doorframe, wearing black combat armor, her lightsaber hanging casually at her hip. She was 21 now, and the years of war had refined her into something terrifying and beautiful in equal measure, all sharp edges and contained violence. It's a siege situation, Anakin said. Overthinking keeps people alive. Boring people. Vaylin walked to the display, studying it for 3 seconds. Drop a platoon here, she indicated a manufacturing district. Burn it. Force them to evacuate civilians. When they commit forces to rescue operations, hit their command structure with orbital strikes. War's over in 6 hours. That kills 50,000 civilians. Yes. Vaylin met his eyes. And there are other options. Slower options. More expensive options. Options that risk more of our people. She circled the display. You've gotten soft, Skywalker. Too much time with Malgus and his honor in combat nonsense. War isn't honorable. It's just necessary. I'm not soft, Anakin said. I'm efficient. Dead civilians create martyrs. Martyrs inspire resistance. Resistance prolongs war. Simple math. Vaylin considered this. You've been studying. Someone has to think past the next explosion. She laughed, that manic edge he remembered from their childhood, but darker now, refined by years of killing. There he is. The genius. The strategist. Sometimes I forget you're not just another brute with a lightsaber. Sometimes I forget you're not just another psychopath with force powers. Oh, I absolutely am. She moved closer, and Anakin felt his pulse quicken despite 5 years of trying to bury what he felt for her. But I'm your psychopath. We established that in the Citadel, remember? That was 5 years ago. And she was close enough now that he could count the scars on her face, new ones from new battles. Have your feelings changed? Have yours? Instead of answering, she pulled up a new tactical file. Speaking of feelings, we're being assigned together. Joint Operation. Republic Jedi Strike Force is hitting Imperial supply lines in the Kalii sector. Dark Council wants it crushed. We leave in 2 hours. Anakin blinked. Together? We haven't fought together since we were teenagers. I know. Father thinks it's time to see if we can cooperate without killing each other. Her smile was sharp. Should be interesting. Kalii Sector. Imperial Supply Station Gamma 7. The Republic strike force hit hard and fast, 3 frigates, 2 companies of Republic commandos, and 6 Jedi 2 Masters, 4 Knights. They breached the station's outer defenses, fought through Imperial troopers, pushed toward the main reactor. They didn't account for Anakin and Vaylin. The Sith warriors dropped from ventilation shafts into the main corridor, lightsabers igniting simultaneously, red light painting the walls. "Hello!" Vaylin called cheerfully to the advancing Republic troops. "We're here to discuss your surrender. Or your violent deaths. Whichever you prefer." Anakin didn't announce. He attacked. Gemso at full power, heavy strikes designed to overwhelm defenses, force-enhanced speed turning him into a blur of red light. He cut through the first line of commandos in seconds, his blade finding gaps in armor with surgical precision. Vaylin fought differently, Makashi's finesse combined with raw dark side aggression, laughing as she killed, taunting the commandos as they died. Where Anakin was efficient, Vaylin was theatrical. Where he calculated, she improvised. And somehow, impossibly, they synchronized. Anakin would drive enemies toward Vaylin's position. She'd herd them into his killing zones. When he pushed with the Force, she pulled. When she created chaos, he exploited it. Their fighting styles, so different individually, became devastating in combination. The commandos broke. Retreated. Regrouped around the Jedi. 2 Jedi Masters stepped forward. 1 human male, maybe 50. 1 Twi'lek female, younger, both radiating power and confidence. "Skywalker," the human said. "Vaylin. This ends now." "Does it?" Anakin asked calmly. "How?" "You surrender. Stand trial. The darkness can be purged." Vaylin laughed so hard she had to lean on her lightsaber. "Oh, that's adorable. He thinks we want redemption. Skywalker, did you hear that? They want to save us." "I heard," Anakin said. "Politely decline." "Very politely." Vaylin attacked. The fight was brutal. 2 Sith warriors against 6 Jedi in close quarters. The corridor became a storm of lightsaber strikes, force powers colliding, bodies hitting walls with bone-breaking force. The Jedi were skilled, coordinated, fighting as a unit. Anakin and Vaylin fought as something more. They moved like they shared one mind, covering each other's weaknesses, amplifying each other's strengths, their force presences merging into something that felt like a single overwhelming entity. When Anakin fought the Twi'lek Master, Vaylin intercepted her backup. When Vaylin was overwhelmed by 3 knights simultaneously, Anakin force pushed them into a wall, giving her the opening to strike. It was beautiful. Terrible. Perfect. The human Jedi Master realized it first. They're bonded. Some kind of force connection. "We can't." Anakin's blade went through his chest before he finished. The Twi'lek screamed rage and grief and attacked with desperate fury. Vaylin met her blade, held her guard, and whispered, "He died because you hesitated. Remember that when you're dying too." She killed the Twi'lek with a strike so fast the woman didn't realize she was dead until she hit the floor. The 4 knights tried to retreat. Didn't make it 3 steps. Anakin and Vaylin killed them together, moving in perfect sync, their blades weaving patterns of red light, bodies falling in a rhythm that felt choreographed despite being spontaneous. Silence. The corridor was filled with bodies. Anakin and Vaylin stood amid the carnage, breathing hard, covered in blood, staring at each other with something between violence and desire. "That was..." Vaylin started. "Efficient," Anakin finished. "I was going to say fun, but sure, efficient works. Valen deactivated her lightsaber. We're terrifying together. You realize that, right? I noticed. Father will want more of this. Joint operations. Combined tactics. Using our connection. She said the last word carefully. Is that what we're calling it? Valen moved closer, and Anakin didn't step back. I don't know what to call it. All I know is when we fight together, I feel complete. Like I'm not just me. Like we're. She struggled for words. One weapon, Anakin said quietly. Instead of two. Yes. She looked at him with those dark eyes that had haunted his thoughts for 5 years. Does that scare you? Terrifies me. Good. She kissed him fierce and claiming, tasting like blood and victory. Because if you weren't scared, you wouldn't be paying attention. Alarms blared. The station was self-destructing Republic failsafe triggered before they'd boarded. They broke apart. Ran toward their ship. Made it to the hangar with 30 seconds to spare, their fighter launching just as the station exploded. In the cramped cockpit, flying through debris, they were silent. But Valen's hand found his, squeezed once, then released. Next time, she asked. Always. They returned to the fleet separately. Filed separate reports. Pretended nothing had changed. But everything had. The war continued. The galaxy burned. And 2 Sith warriors, bonded by something neither could name, fought on opposite sides of the conflict knowing that someday, inevitably, they'd have to turn that terrible synchronization against each other. And neither knew who would survive. Mandalore Sector. Concordia Moon. Death Watch Camp. Yo, Mr. White, why do all our business deals happen in places that look like murder is the main industry? Jesse Pinkman stared out the shuttle viewport at the abandoned mining facility below, all jagged metal, dark tunnels, and what looked suspiciously like blast marks from recent combat. Walter White adjusted his tie. He'd started wearing suits to these meetings, the Heisenberg persona now fully cultivated. Because legitimate businesses don't need what we're selling, Jesse. Now remember, Mandalorians value strength and directness. No jokes. No inappropriate comments. Especially about their armor or their culture. Got it? Be cool. Don't mess up. Clarification, you will inevitably mess up, HK-47 said, running diagnostics on his repaired chassis. The damage from Florham had been fixed, but he'd added more weapons. Statistical analysis suggests a 94% probability of Meatbag Jesse causing a diplomatic incident within the first 10 minutes. That's cold, man. Factual statement, yes. I upgraded my cooling systems after the Florham overheating incident. The shuttle landed on a crude platform. Armed Mandalorians immediately surrounded them. 20 warriors in blue and silver armor, all carrying heavy weapons, all radiating the kind of casual violence that suggested they killed people before breakfast for practice. One stepped forward, removing his helmet. Pre Vizsla was tall, blonde, blue-eyed, with a scar cutting across his left cheek that spoke of a very personal betrayal. He wore traditional Mandalorian armor decorated with clan symbols, and at his hip hung something that made HK-47's sensors spike, a lightsaber. But the blade, when ignited briefly, was black. The dark saber, ancient weapon of Mandalorian warriors. You're the Imperial chemists, Vizsla said. His voice carried the weight of someone used to being obeyed immediately. The ones who supply the Sith war machine. I'm Pre Vizsla, leader of Death Watch. Welcome to Concordia. Walter extended his hand professionally. Walter White. This is my associate, Jesse Pinkman, and our security consultant, HK-47. Vizsla shook Walter's hand with a grip that could crush Durasteel. You come to Death Watch seeking distribution through Mandalorian space. Bold. Most who deal with us don't leave alive. Yo, that's a great sales pitch, man, Jesse said nervously. It's not a pitch. It's a warning. Vizsla gestured toward the mining facility. Follow. Bo-Katan is waiting. She'll determine if you're worthy of Death Watch's assistance. Or if you're simply target practice. They walked through corridors lined with weapons, training equipment, and propaganda holos showing Mundlari's warrior past. Death Watch soldiers watched them with predatory interest, the kind of looks that suggested they were calculating how long it would take to kill them. Nervous observation: we are surrounded by heavily armed warrior culture members with documented histories of extreme violence, HK-47 noted quietly. Recommendation: I should initiate preemptive termination protocols. No shooting the clients, Walter hissed. Disappointed statement: you say that every time. They entered a war room where a woman stood studying tactical displays. She turned, and Jesse's brain immediately short-circuited. Bo-Katan Kryze was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure: red hair, fierce eyes, wearing armor that had clearly seen real combat, moving with the confidence of someone who'd killed more people than she could count and regretted none of it. She was also clearly evaluating them like a predator deciding which part to eat first. "These are the chemists?" she asked Vizsla, her voice dripping with skepticism. "They look soft." "Yo, I'm not soft," Jesse protested. I survived Sith training and crazy Jedi and..." "You talk too much," Bo-Katan interrupted. "Mandalorians value action over words. What can you offer Death Watch that we can't simply take by force?" Walter stepped forward, his Heisenberg persona activating fully. "Product that funds your operations without requiring you to expose your position. We provide high-grade medical compounds, stimulants, combat enhancers, pain suppressors that Mandalorian warriors could use. We also have connections throughout the Empire and independent systems. Distribution networks. Intelligence. Resources that would take you years to cultivate on your own." "And what do you want in return?" Vizsla asked, his hand resting casually on the Darksaber's hilt. "Access to Mandalorian space. Safe passage for our shipments. And a 15% finder's fee on anything you distribute." Bo-Katan laughed cold and sharp. 15%? You want us to do the dangerous work while you sit safely on Korriban collecting credits? 25%, Walter countered. "And we provide the product at cost. You mark up for distribution. Everyone profits." Vizsla and Bo-Katan exchanged a look, some silent communication that spoke of years working together, fighting together, maybe something more. "We'll need to test your product first," Vizsla said. "Prove it works. Prove it's worth the risk." "Of course. I brought samples." Walter opened his briefcase. The alarms screamed. "Contact! Multiple hostiles incoming!" A Death Watch soldier burst into the room. "Unidentified ships. There!" The wall exploded. Through the smoke and debris stepped 24 warriors in mismatched armor, some Mandalorian, some scavenged, all heavily armed. And leading them was a figure that made Jesse's blood run cold. Tuco. Tuco Salamanca stood there, wearing what looked like Mandalorian armor he'd stolen and painted bright red, wielding dual blaster pistols and grinning with chemical-fueled insanity. "Walter. Jesse. My brothers. You thought you could hide from Tuco? I tracked you across the galaxy. Tight. 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 How did he?" Walter started. Explanation: the unstable meatbag likely bribed someone on Korriban for our flight plans, HK-47 said, weapons deploying. Observation: his survival instincts are disturbingly well developed for someone with his cognitive limitations. "Who is this maniac?" Bo-Katan demanded, her own weapons drawn. "Yo, he's like this crazy dark Jedi drug lord we used to cook for." Jesse was already diving behind a table. "He tried to kill us like 6 times. 6. It was 8. Tuco screamed. "And I'm here to make it 9. You owe me, man. You left me. You disrespected me. And now you're dealing with Mundlarians. Without me. Vizsla's hand went to the darksaber. You attack Death Watch. On Concordia. In our own base. His voice was dangerously calm. You've just declared war on every Mandalorian warrior in this sector. Good. Tuco ignited his lightsaber red and unstable, sputtering with his rage. I love war. War is tight. He's insane, Bo-Katan observed. Affirmative statement, extremely insane, HK-47 confirmed. Query, may I now terminate him? Please? I have been waiting 6 years for this opportunity. Before anyone could respond, Tuco's mercenaries opened fire. The war room erupted into chaos. Death Watch warriors returned fire with ruthless efficiency. Vizsla ignited the darksaber, its black blade humming with ancient power, and charged directly at Tuco. Bo-Katan was right behind him, dual pistols firing with pinpoint accuracy. Walter grabbed Jesse and Dove behind a console. This is exactly what I told you not to let happen. How is this my fault? I didn't invite the psycho. HK-47 stood in the center of the firefight, calculating trajectories, and began systematically eliminating Tuco's mercenaries with cold efficiency. Headshot. Center mass. Knee joint to drop one into another's line of fire. Every shot perfect. Every movement economical. Satisfied statement, finally, unrestricted combat protocols. This is very therapeutic. Vizsla and Tuco clashed darksaber against red lightsaber, Mandalorian warrior technique against drug-fueled unpredictability. Vizsla was skilled, trained, precise. Tuco was chaos incarnate, attacking from impossible angles, laughing maniacally. You fight like a child. Vizsla said, deflecting a wild strike. Children are scary. Tuco lunged, and Vizsla had to dodge with his jetpack, the black blade missing by centimeters. Bo-Katan flanked, trying to get a clean shot. But Tuco sensed her through the force, spun, and threw a telekinetic blast that sent her crashing into a wall. Impressive, she muttered, standing. Stupid. But impressive. Then the second alarm went off. More contacts, someone screamed. It's. The ceiling collapsed. Mandalorian warriors in different armor, red and black, marked with clan symbols that suggested they were not Death Watch, rappelled down, weapons blazing. And leading them was a massive warrior whose presence dominated the room. Pre-Vizsla, the new warrior bellowed. Your rebellion ends today. Duchess Satin has declared Death Watch enemies of Mandalore. Surrender or die. Oh, come on! Jesse screamed from behind the console. How many Mandalorians are there? Too many. Walter was checking their exits, all blocked by combat. The room became a three-way battle, Death Watch versus Duchess Satin's forces versus Tuco's mercenaries, with Walter, Jesse, and HK-47 caught in the middle. HK-47 was having the time of his artificial life. Joyful exclamation, multiple hostile factions engaged in simultaneous combat. Target-rich environment detected. Commencing maximum termination protocols. He switched to his heavy repeater, the weapon singing as it tore through armor, flesh, and cover with equal enthusiasm. His combat algorithms processed hundreds of variables per second: trajectories, armor weak points, optimal kill sequences. Yo, HK's going crazy! Jesse shouted. Let him. Walter had found a spare blaster and was providing covering fire with surprising competence, years of survival instincts kicking in. We need to reach the shuttle. Vizsla was dueling two opponents simultaneously now, Tuco and the Duchess's champion. The darksaber wove patterns of black light, its ancient blade cutting through weapons and armor with contemptuous ease. But even he was struggling against two attackers. Bo-Katan appeared beside Walter and Jesse, bleeding from a head wound but still fighting. Your droid is very efficient. Thank you. Walter said. I wasn't complimenting you. I was stating a fact. She fired past them, dropping 3 mercenaries. If you want to survive, follow me. There's a tunnel system beneath this level. Yo, what about? Your murder droid can handle himself. Move. Now. They ran. Behind them, HK-47 provided the most beautiful covering fire Walter had ever seen. The droid moved like liquid death, weapons tracking multiple targets, his vocabulator calmly narrating, "Hostile terminated. Hostile terminated. Hostile experiencing catastrophic structural failure and imminent death. Hostile terminated." They reached a maintenance tunnel just as the main chamber's ceiling collapsed completely. Bo-Katan led them through darkness, emergency lights flickering, the sounds of combat echoing behind them. "This is the worst business deal ever." Jesse gasped. "Second worst," Walter corrected. Florm was still worse. Barely. They emerged in a secondary hangar where Death Watch kept their backup ships. Vizsla was already there, somehow teleported by jetpack, covered in blood, the darksaber still ignited. "You bring chaos," he said to Walter. "Everywhere you go, chaos follows. It's not intentional." "I know. Which is why I'm letting you live." Vizsla deactivated the darksaber. "Your product is valuable. Your droid is impressive. And anyone who survives this many disasters has luck worth exploiting. The deal stands. 25%. Death Watch will distribute through Mandalorian space." "Just like that?" Walter asked, stunned. "Mandalorians respect survival," Bo-Katan said. "You survived. That's worth more than credits." HK-47 emerged from the tunnel, slightly scorched but intact. "Satisfied report, hostile forces neutralized or routed. Collateral damage, extensive. Civilian casualties, none detected, as no civilians were present. Overall combat efficiency, 97.4%. What happened to Tuco?" Jesse asked nervously. Regretful statement, the unstable Dark Jedi escaped via stolen airspeeder during the ceiling collapse. "I attempted pursuit but was blocked by 17 Death Watch warriors who mistook me for an enemy. I explained the situation by terminating 3 of them. The remainder understood and withdrew." Vizsla and Bo-Katan stared at the droid. "I like this droid," Vizsla said finally. "Me too," Bo-Katan agreed. "Can we please leave before something else explodes?" Jesse begged. "Agreed," Walter said. They boarded their shuttle. As they lifted off, watching Concordia's mining facility burn below 3 separate factions still fighting amid the flames, Walter made another note. "Next time, definitely just use holocom negotiations." "Definitely. Probably. Maybe." Korriban. Anakin's quarters. Dawn. The vision came at sunrise. Anakin stood on his balcony, watching Korriban's red star crest the horizon, when reality shifted. The sky tore open, not violently, just simply opened, like a door that had always been there but he'd never noticed. Through the opening, he saw something impossible, a place that wasn't a place, existing in dimensions his mind couldn't fully process. A monolith floating in space that looked like a mountain and a temple and a living thing all at once. Mortis. And standing on that monolith, 3 figures, one old, one dark, one radiating light. The ones watching him. Waiting. The vision ended, but the sensation remained like hooks in his soul, pulling him toward something vast and terrible and necessary. His communicator beeped. Malgus's voice, "Skywalker. Report to the throne room." Immediately. The throne room was empty except for Malgus and Emperor Vakarian. "You felt it," the Emperor said. "Not a question." "Yes, my lord." Mortis calls. Vakarian descended from his throne. "The ones have judged you ready. Or they've judged you worthy of testing. With them, the distinction is irrelevant." Malgus stepped forward. "This is what separates the greatest Sith from the merely powerful. You will face forces beyond mortal understanding. The son will offer you power, corruption, ultimate control. The daughter will call you toward balance and compassion, weakness disguised as virtue. The father will demand sacrifice, testing if you are willing to pay any price for strength. Enableth? Anakin asked. He'd researched Mortis after the Emperor's first mention, found fragments in ancient texts, warnings in Sith holocrons. Aboleth is hunger given form, Vakarian said softly. The mother who became the bringer of chaos. She was imprisoned on Mortis eons ago, contained by the One's power. If she still exists, if she's somehow broken free. He paused. She will test you in ways that will make my trial seem gentle. What do I do if I encounter her? Survive, Malgus said bluntly. Don't try to fight her. Don't try to reason with her. Just survive and learn what you can from the experience. Anakin absorbed this. When do I leave? Now, Vakarian said. A ship is prepared. It will take you to the coordinates where Mortis exists between realms. Once there, you must enter alone. No weapons. No equipment. Just yourself and the Force. How long will I be gone? Time moves differently on Mortis. You might be there for hours or years. In real space, likely no more than days. The Emperor's golden eyes burned. Survive this, Anakin Skywalker, and you will transcend mortal limitations. You will understand the Force in ways even I cannot fully explain. Your power will deepen beyond measure. You will become something the galaxy has never seen. And if I don't survive, then your potential dies with you, Vakarian said simply. And I find another chosen one. There are always others waiting. But... A smile. I don't believe you'll fail. Your midichlorian count, your intelligence, your will all suggest you're capable of surviving what the Ones show you. The question isn't survival. It's what you become after. Malgus approached, placed a heavy hand on Anakin's shoulder. I have trained you for 6 years. Given you everything I know about combat, strategy, the dark side's nature. You are ready for this. But understand, Mortis will break you in ways I cannot prepare you for. It will show you truths about yourself, about the Force, about reality that will reshape everything you believe. I'm ready. No one is ever ready for Mortis, Malgus said. But you're as close as anyone can be. May the dark side guide you, Skywalker. And if you return. He smiled beneath his mask. We'll have work to do. The war is only beginning. And we need weapons like you to win it. Anakin bowed to both of them. I won't fail. See that you don't, Vakarian said. Dismissed. Anakin found Valen waiting outside the throne room. She wore her Emperor's guard armor, lightsaber at her hip, but her face held something he'd rarely seen, concern. You're going to Mortis, she said. Not a question. Yes. Father told me. He said. She struggled with words. He said most who go don't return. Those who do are changed. Sometimes into something stronger. Sometimes into something broken. I'll return, Anakin said with more confidence than he felt. You don't know that. Valen moved closer, and for once, she wasn't hiding behind masks or personas. What if you don't? What if this is the last time we... He kissed her. Not gentle. Not tentative. Deep and claiming and desperate, like he was trying to memorize the feel of her, the taste, the way she fit against him. When they broke apart, both were breathing hard. I'll return, Anakin said again. Because I promised you a fight. For supremacy. For everything. And I always keep my promises. Valen's hand went to his chest, over his heart. Then promise me this, survive Mortis. Learn whatever the Ones want to teach you. Become stronger. Because when you come back. Her eyes burned. I'll be waiting. And we're going to finish what we started 6 years ago in that chamber. Which part? The kiss or the promise to eventually kill each other? Both. She smiled, genuine, fierce, beautiful. That's what makes us perfect, Skywalker. We're the only ones who can handle each other. The only ones who don't flinch from what the other is. I love you, Anakin said. The words surprised him. He hadn't planned them, hadn't thought them through. They just emerged. True and undeniable. Valen's breath caught. For a moment, vulnerability flooded her expression, raw and unguarded. Then she smiled, and it reached her eyes. I know, she said softly. I've known for years. I just wondered if you'd ever admit it. Do you? Don't ask questions you're not ready for me to answer, Valen interrupted. Go to Mortis. Face the ones. Survive. And when you return. She kissed him once more, brief but intense. I'll tell you things that will terrify you more than anything on Mortis ever could. She turned and walked away, leaving Anakin alone in the corridor with his thoughts and his fear and the terrible knowledge that he might not survive to hear those words. But he was going anyway. Because that's what he did. He survived. And he always kept his promises. The ship. Hyperspace. Alone. The vessel was small, automated, designed for one purpose, deliver him to Mortis's coordinates and wait. Anakin sat in the cockpit, watching hyperspace stream past, and felt the force shifting around him. Growing stronger. More present. Like he was approaching something fundamental, a place where the force itself was concentrated into physical form. His communicator beeped one final time before they dropped out of hyperspace. A message from Walter. Try not to die. HK-47 has a bet running on your survival. I'd hate to lose credits on you. Despite everything, Anakin smiled. Then the ship dropped from hyperspace, and Mortis filled the viewport. It was impossible. Beautiful. Terrifying. A realm between realms, where reality bent and time moved like water, and three beings of pure force waited to test him. Anakin stood, checked his lightsaber one final time, then left it behind as instructed. He walked to the airlock. Opened it. And stepped into the unknown. Behind him, the ship waited. Ahead of him, destiny. And somewhere on Mortis, the ones watched and wondered, would the chosen one rise to meet them? Or would he break like all the others before him? Only time would tell. And on Mortis, time was just another weapon. Coruscant. Lower levels. Level 1313. An abandoned cantina. Yo, Mr. White, I gotta say, this is officially the weirdest business meeting yet, Jesse Pinkman said, staring at the holographic message they'd received. Palpatine wants to meet us? Like, the guy running the whole Republic? The Chancellor. Walter White adjusted his glasses nervously, his Heisenberg persona fighting for dominance over pure panic. Not Palpatine directly. A representative. Someone who handles discrete transactions. The message was encrypted. Could be legitimate or could be a trap. Observation: 73% probability this is an assassination attempt, HK-47 said, scanning the cantina with his photoreceptors. Recommendation: I terminate everyone preemptively and we escape via the ventilation system. We're not terminating the Chancellor's representative, Walter said firmly. Disappointed statement: you take all the fun out of business meetings. The figure sitting in the corner booth was ancient, hunched, gnarled, green-skinned, wearing robes that suggested he'd been important once. Yoda. Grand Master of the Jedi Order. Accept. Welcome, welcome, Yoda said, his voice completely different from the wise Jedi Master they'd heard about. Manic. Gleeful. Almost dripping with dark intent. Product for me, have you? Spice, yes? Death sticks, perhaps. Walter and Jesse exchanged looks. Master Yoda? Walter asked carefully. Yoda? Yoda. The old Jedi's ears flattened. Forget that fool, have I? He is boring. Meditation and philosophy and listen to the Force nonsense. I am Dagobah Dark, the true Yoda. The part that understands power. Clarification, this organic is experiencing severe psychological dissociation, HK-47 observed. Likely multiple personality disorder exacerbated by substance abuse and age-related cognitive decline. Yes, yes, the murder droid understands. Yoda, or rather, his darker personality, cackled. Smart droid. I like this droid. Here, help you sell to Coruscant's underworld, I will. Credits for you, power for me. Partnership, yes. So you're not officially representing Palpatine? Walter asked. Palpatine? Bah. Know him, I barely do. This meeting, secret it is. Official it is not. Yoda's personality seemed to shift again, becoming lucid for a moment. Wait, what am I? Why am I here? These younglings, who are they? The chemists, Master, one of Yoda's hidden guards said through a communicator. Chemists? No, no, I meant to. Yoda blinked, confused. Never mind. Leave you must. Dangerous, this is. Leave now. The personality flickered back. No. Stay. Byproduct, you will. Spice for the underworld. Yo, is he like, okay? Jesse whispered. Before Walter could answer, the cantina's windows exploded. Cad Bane walked through the broken glass like he owned the place, a blue-skinned Duros bounty hunter with a wide-brimmed hat and twin blaster pistols. Behind him came Aura Singh, a pale woman with predatory eyes and a sniper rifle. Bosk, the Trandos Han, was crashing through the back entrance, claws extended. And standing on a nearby catwalk, still just a kid but already dangerous, was Boba Fett. We know you're here, chemists, Cad Bane called out, his voice cold and professional. Empire's got a bounty on your heads. 20,000 credits. Dead or alive? Preference, dead. Oh, perfect. Jesse screamed. We went from crazy Jedi to bounty hunters. Threat assessment, 5 hostile combatants, all armed, all experienced, HK-47 said calmly. Recommendation, I can eliminate them, but collateral damage will be extensive. No mass murder. Walter snapped. We need to leave. Now. Yoda's good personality surfaced briefly. Go, you must. Evil, this fight is. Not my way. Then Yoda's dark personality, no. Stay. Watch, I want to. Conflicted Jedi Master or not, their situation was critical. HK-47 opened fire. The droid's weapons were a symphony of destruction: dual blaster rifles, arm-mounted cannons, targeting systems that calculated trajectories with inhuman precision. Cad Bane dove behind a table, his expert reflexes barely keeping him alive. Aura Singh returned fire from her perch, her sniper rifle finding HK-47's position with alarming accuracy. Assertive statement, the pale meatbag has impressive targeting skills, HK-47 noted, dodging her shots while cutting down Bosk's cover. I approve. Right before I terminate her. Bosk charged, all scales and teeth and rage. Jesse, panicking, grabbed a chair and threw it. The chair bounced off the Trandos Han harmlessly. Yo, I just threw a chair at a dinosaur man. Jesse screamed. Walter grabbed his arm. Run. Now. They bolted toward the back exit. Boba Fett fired from his catwalk, but HK-47 returned fire, forcing him to take cover. The young bounty hunter cursed, surprisingly eloquent for a kid, and radioed his position. Outside, Coruscant's lower levels sprawled before them, flying vehicles, crowded platforms, the constant hum of a trillion beings living stacked on top of each other. Behind them, they heard the cantina's walls being torn apart as their pursuers fought with Yoda and each other. There, Walter spotted a taxi speeder, ancient, dented, piloted by an old Rhodian who looked like he'd seen everything except this specific kind of chaos. HK-47 walked up to the speeder, aimed his blaster at the Rhodian pilot, and simply said, "Move." The Rhodian moved. Specifically, off the vehicle, falling the 300 meters to the lower levels below with a scream that faded with distance. "New rule," Walter said as they jumped into the speeder, "no killing taxi drivers." Regretful statement, too late for that. Jesse barely got the door closed before Cad Bane's speeder roared up beside them. The Duros opened fire, and HK-47 returned it, their blaster exchange turning the air into a laser show. "They're following us!" Jesse yelled. Observation, obvious statement is obvious. HK-47 extended his arm cannons and fired at their pursuer's engine. Direct hit. Cad Bane's speeder sputtered, lost altitude, crashed into a building platform 2 levels down. "One down." Jesse celebrated. 3 more speeders took their place. Aura Singh had commandeered a police vehicle. Bosk was piloting what looked like a stolen cargo freighter. And Boba Fett, now in a speeder of his own, was coordinating them through comms. Multiple hostile vehicles engaged, HK-47 reported, weapons tracking targets. Engaging evasive maneuvers. Walter took a hard left, nearly throwing Jesse through the windshield. A police cruiser appeared ahead, blocking their path. Then another. And another. The Coruscant underworld police were coordinating with the bounty hunters, either bribed or just interested in stopping a high-speed chase through residential zones. They got police now. Jesse was hyperventilating. Tactical analysis: police in Coruscant lower levels are generally inefficient and easily distracted, HK-47 said. Recommendation: drive through their barricade at high speed. They will scatter. That's insane. Walter protested even as he accelerated directly at the police line. It worked. The officers scattered. Their barricade shattered. The speeder tore through, pursued by police and bounty hunters simultaneously. Concerned observation: we are now wanted by law enforcement and professional killers, HK-47 noted. Excellent work, Meatbag Jesse. This is the most exciting business trip yet. I didn't do anything. Jesse screamed. A police speeder got too close. HK-47 threw a thermal detonator, precise timing, exact trajectory that hit their engine and sent them spiraling down toward the lower levels. Below, they heard the explosion. Aura Singh fired again, and this time she scored a hit. Their speeder's rear engine started smoking. "We're hit!" Walter shouted, fighting the controls. Suggestion: increase speed to avoid further hits, HK-47 said helpfully. That's not how physics works, HK. Alternate suggestion: throw the meatbag Jesse out to reduce weight. He is approximately 18% of our total mass. Ejecting him might improve our aerodynamic efficiency. No one's throwing me out. Jesse grabbed the seat. They dove down through traffic levels, Coruscant's vertical city, meaning they could flee in directions police usually didn't expect. Down, 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 toward the industrial zones where factories churned and the city's mechanical heart beat. Their speeder was failing. Smoking. Coughing. But Walter saw an opening, a landing platform on an active factory, partially obscured by steam vents. Hold on. He aimed for it. HK-47 fired one more burst at their pursuers, forcing Boba Fett and Aura Singh to break off as Walter crashed the speeder directly onto the factory platform. They tumbled out just as the vehicle caught fire completely. Boba Fett and the police speeders couldn't follow. The platform was too narrow, the steam vents too thick, the industrial machinery too unpredictable. They ran through the factory, through maintenance tunnels, past shocked workers who had no idea what was happening. Behind them, sirens wailed. Blaster fire echoed. But the pursuers were falling behind, losing the trail through the maze of pipes and machinery. Finally, in a ventilation chamber overlooking half of Coruscant's lower levels, they stopped. We made it," Walter gasped, completely exhausted. Satisfied statement, most exciting escape sequence yet, HK-47 said, his weapon system still active. Recommendation, we should conduct more business in Coruscant's underworld. Very stimulating. No, Jesse and Walter said simultaneously. Disappointed response, very well. They sat in silence for a long moment. Then Jesse started laughing, the kind of laugh that suggested he'd finally broken. Yo, Mr. White, did we really just? Yes, Walter said quietly. We did. And Yoda was a drug dealer. A dark side-influenced alternate personality of Yoda was a drug dealer, yes. And we escaped 5 bounty hunters and like 20 cops. Apparently. That's... Jesse looked at HK-47. That's the most insane thing ever. Right? Like, that's gotta be the craziest. Negative assessment, I rate this incident as moderately chaotic, HK-47 said. Florham was worse. Mandalore was worse. There was that time Tuco attacked a space station. Actually, no. This ranks approximately 4th on our chaos scale. 4th. Jesse and Walter shouted simultaneously. Affirmative statement, your business operations are consistently catastrophic. It is very amusing. They sat there as Coruscant's lights twinkled below them, hundreds of millions of beings completely unaware that 3 criminals, a murder droid, and an army of bounty hunters had just torn through their city like a hurricane. We should probably lay low for a while, Walter said finally. Agreed, Jesse said. Suggestion, we should hide on a planet with minimal law enforcement and poor surveillance, HK-47 offered. I recommend Tatooine. Remote. Isolated. An excellent location for criminal enterprises. Absolutely not, Walter said. They made their way out of the factory, into the night, toward whatever terrible decisions awaited them next. Behind them, Coruscant's police were still searching. Cad Bane was filing a report to his employers. And somewhere in a Jedi temple, Yoda, remembering nothing of his dark personality's actions, meditated peacefully, completely unaware he'd been a drug dealer hours before. The hyperspace jump disoriented Anakin immediately. Reality bent. Twisted. Stopped making sense. The ship shuddered as it traveled through rifts that shouldn't exist, through space that wasn't quite space. Time became fluid, seconds stretched into hours, hours compressed into moments. On the chronometer, 3 days had passed. In his mind, a lifetime. The ship's AI reported they were approaching the coordinates where Mortis existed between worlds. The vessel began its descent into what looked like solid space but wasn't. Reality folded around them. Stars moved in impossible patterns. The laws of physics seemed to be optional suggestions. Then they emerged. Mortis hung before them, impossible geometry, a monolith that was simultaneously ancient and young, beautiful and terrifying. The One's domain. A vergence in the Force so concentrated that Anakin could feel it from inside the ship, pressure against his mind like the weight of galaxies. The ship initiated landing protocols and came to rest on a platform that seemed carved from the planet itself. The AI's calm voice reported, "You have arrived at Mortis. Disengaging all systems. You are on your own from this point forward." Anakin stepped out into thin air, literally. Mortis's gravity was wrong, pulling in directions that shouldn't exist. But the Force guided him, keeping him upright despite everything trying to throw him off balance. The valley ahead was beautiful and wrong in equal measure. Waterfalls flowing upward. Mountains that shifted position. Trees made of something that looked like crystallized Force energy. And walking toward him. 3 figures. The Father, ancient, powerful, radiating pure force in a way that made even Valkyrian seem pedestrian. His presence was the weight of eons. The sun, younger, dark, radiating power with an edge of chaos and hunger. His smile was cruel. The daughter, young, luminous, beautiful in a way that made Anakin's heart ache. She radiated light and balance and things Anakin's dark side wanted to destroy. Anakin Skywalker, the father said, his voice like mountains grinding together. The Chosen One. Welcome to Mortis. Welcome to the place between places. Welcome to the trial that will determine if you transcend mortality or simply die. I'm ready, Anakin said. The son laughed. No one is ever ready for this. But come. Let us show you what power truly means. The battles came one after another. The sun conjured darkness, physical manifestations of rage and fear and hunger, and forced Anakin to fight them with lightsaber and force. Each battle stripped something away, his certainty, his hope, his sense of self. The daughter presented trials of a different sort, moments where compassion would save lives, where mercy would end suffering. Anakin chose power every time. Watched people die so he could take what they possessed. Each choice burned. The father simply watched and occasionally spoke, "You choose the path of the dark side. Do you understand what that costs?" Yes, Anakin lied. He didn't understand. Not yet. Time was meaningless here. Anakin wasn't sure if days had passed or months or years. His body aged, he could feel it, cells breaking down and rebuilding, the price of being in Mortis's compressed force field. His hair grew longer. Scars appeared without wounds to explain them. He felt ancient and newborn simultaneously. The Guardians came, constructs made of force itself, testing him again and again. Anakin defeated them. Barely. Each victory cost him pieces of humanity. His compassion. His doubt. His ability to fear death or consequence. By the time he reached the chamber where Aboleth waited, Anakin was barely recognizable as the boy who'd left Korriban. He was something else. Something more. Something less human. Aboleth was everywhere and nowhere, made of hunger and rage and chaos. She was ancient and eternal and completely, utterly hostile to his existence. When she attacked, it was with the power of a force entity that had been imprisoned for eons and wanted out. Anakin fought her. Not with conventional lightsaber technique or standard force powers. With everything he'd learned, everything he'd become. He channeled the dark side not as a tool but as an extension of himself. Power flowed through him like liquid fire. He didn't defeat Aboleth, that wasn't possible. But he survived her. Contained her temporarily through will and raw force power. The father separated them, thanking Anakin with words that sounded like goodbye. You have passed the trial, the father said. You are no longer mortal in the way you were. The force flows through you differently now. You have touched infinity and lived. Most do not. What do I do now? Anakin asked. You return, the daughter said softly. Changed. Transformed. And you understand, finally, that power and weakness are not opposites. They are expressions of the same truth. The son laughed. You understand nothing. But that's fine. You'll learn. Chaos always teaches. When Anakin stepped back onto his ship, he didn't recognize his own reflection in the viewport. He was older. Harder. His eyes burned with something that wasn't quite yellow anymore, something between light and dark, between Sith and something else entirely. He felt the force differently, like he could reshape reality if he wanted to. Like the laws of physics were suggestions he could choose to ignore. The ship's computer reported, you have been on Mortis for 17 days. Returning to Korriban now. 17 days. It had felt like centuries. Anakin felt the weight of what he'd learned settling into his bones. Mortis had shown him truths that couldn't be unlearned. The force was neither light nor dark, it simply was. Power came from accepting both aspects, channeling them into unified purpose. He'd transcended mortal limitations. He'd become something the galaxy had never seen. And somewhere on Korriban, Valen was waiting. She'd told him to return so they could finish their conversation. He wondered if she'd recognize what he'd become. He wondered if he would recognize himself. The ship jumped to hyperspace, carrying him back toward home, back toward war, back toward a destiny that had been rewritten on Mortis's impossible shores. Behind him, the ones watched his ship disappear. The father nodded. He survived. Will he return? The daughter asked. No, the son said, and he was smiling. But he'll remember. And that's all we need. Memory is destiny. And this one has learned that he can rewrite his own. Coruscant. Lower levels. Level 666. The Crimson Quarter. Yo, Mr. White, why does this address literally say level 666? That's like, ominous, right? Jesse Pinkman stared at the coordinates on his datapad, then at the abandoned district around them, all rust-stained walls, flickering lights, and the distinct smell of something that had died recently and wasn't planning on decomposing peacefully. Walter White checked his blaster for the third time, his Heisenberg persona barely containing his anxiety. The buyer insisted on this location. Said they represented a collective interested in bulk purchases for ceremonial purposes. Observation: those are euphemisms commonly associated with religious extremism and ritual murder, HK-47 noted cheerfully. Query: should I activate preemptive termination protocols? Not yet, Walter said, though his trigger finger twitched. The warehouse ahead was decorated with symbols Jesse really wished he didn't recognize: blood-red handprints, strange sigils that hurt to look at directly, and what appeared to be actual bones arranged in artistic patterns. This is a cult, Jesse said flatly. This is 100% a murder cult, and we're walking right into it. We need the credits, Walter insisted. The Empire's contracts are drying up with the war escalating. We need independent buyers. Independent murder cult buyers. Credits don't have morality, Jesse. They entered the warehouse. Inside, 30 figures in crimson robes stood in a circle around an altar dripping with. Jesse really hoped that was paint. At the altar's center stood a woman who radiated the kind of chaotic energy that suggested she'd killed someone before breakfast and was looking for an after-lunch victim. Orin was beautiful in the way a knife was beautiful, all edges and danger and the promise of pain. Her face was painted with red markings, her eyes burned with fanatical devotion. And when she smiled at them, Jesse felt his survival instincts screaming. Welcome, chemists. Orin's voice was musical and utterly unhinged. Welcome to the Temple of Typhogem, the left-handed god, the bringer of beautiful death, the architect of exquisite suffering. Typhogem? Walter asked carefully, his mind cataloguing escape routes. The ancient Sith god of violence and chaos. Orin spread her arms wide. Forgotten by most, worshipped by those of us who understand that death is not an ending, it's art. And we need your product to enhance our rituals. To make our sacrifices more vivid. Concerned statement: the unhinged organic wishes to use our product to enhance murder rituals, HK-47 observed. Impressed statement: I approve of her dedication to efficient termination, though her methods lack precision. You approve? Jesse hissed. Query: should I not appreciate craftsmanship when I see it? Orin walked closer, studying them like specimens. You're afraid? Good. Fear is delicious. But unnecessary. We don't kill business partners. We kill those who disrespect Typhogem. Those who refuse his beautiful gift. Those who... The warehouse doors exploded. Republic security forces poured in, dozens of troopers, weapons drawn, led by a commander who looked like he'd been dealing with Coruscant's cult problem for too long. Orin the Red. You're under arrest for 17 counts of ritual murder, desecration of... Orin laughed and threw a thermal detonator at them. The explosion sent troopers flying. The cult members ignited weapons, lightsabers, vibroblades, things that crackled with dark side energy. And suddenly Walter, Jesse, and HK-47 were in the middle of a three-way battle between a murder cult, Republic security, and their own desperate need to not die. "Run!" Walter screamed. They bolted toward a side exit. HK-47 covered their retreat, his weapons cutting down security forces who got too close. Behind them, Oren was laughing maniacally as she force-choked two troopers simultaneously while her followers engaged in close combat. "Through here!" a voice called from the shadows. Jesse turned and saw her, a young Togruta woman, maybe 16 or 17, wearing torn Jedi robes, dual lightsabers at her hips, orange skin marked with white facial markings. Her blue eyes were sharp, assessing, and filled with the kind of determination that came from surviving too much too young. "Who are you?" Walter demanded. "Someone who's also trying not to die." "Move." The Togruta ignited her lightsabers green and yellow-green and deflected blaster fire heading their way with precise movements. They ran through maintenance tunnels, the sounds of combat echoing behind them. The Togruta moved with the confidence of someone who'd spent her life fighting, her lightsabers weaving defensive patterns that kept them alive. Analytical observation: the orange-skinned organic displays advanced combat training consistent with Jedi methodology, HK-47 noted. Query: "Are you Jedi?" "I have extensive experience terminating Jedi." "Not anymore," the Togruta said bitterly. "Name's Ahsoka. Ahsoka Tano. And before you ask, yes, I was framed for the temple bombing." "No, I didn't do it." "Yes, the Jedi kicked me out anyway. Now I'm hiding in Coruscant's lower levels trying to survive." "Yo, that's rough," Jesse said with genuine sympathy. "We're also kinda on the run." "I'm Jesse. This is Mr. White. The murder droid is HK-47. Offended statement: I prefer tactical termination specialist." Ahsoka almost smiled, a flash of the snappy, snarky personality underneath the trauma. "Murder droid works." They emerged into a cargo bay. Behind them, Oren's voice echoed, "Find them. Typhogem demands their blood for disrespecting his temple." "We didn't even buy anything," Jesse protested. "Doesn't matter," Ahsoka said, checking her weapons. "Cults don't need good reasons. They just need victims." Suggestion: I could return and terminate all cult members, HK-47 offered. "It would take approximately 7 minutes. "No time," Walter said, spotting a cargo speeder. "Can you fly?" he asked Ahsoka. "Better than you," Ahsoka said confidently, jumping into the pilot seat with the bold recklessness that defined her. "Everyone in." They piled into the speeder just as Oren and her cultists burst into the cargo bay. The cult leader pointed at them, her face twisted with religious fury. "Typhogem sees you. His gaze is upon your souls. You will be his sacrifice. Yet, we'll pass." Ahsoka gunned the engines and they launched into Coruscant's vertical cityscape. Cult members followed in their own speeders, firing weapons, screaming devotions to their murder god. Ahsoka piloted with aggressive confidence, taking corners that made Jesse scream and Walter grip his seat hard enough to leave dents. "You're insane!" Jesse shouted. "Been told that." Ahsoka banked hard, narrowly avoiding a cargo hauler. "Usually right before I prove them wrong." HK-47, standing in the speeder's back section, calmly shot at their pursuers with mechanical precision. Satisfied statement: the Togruta's piloting skills are adequate. Her aggressive tactics align with my operational preferences. "That's a compliment from him," Walter explained, fighting motion sickness. 3 cult speeders were still following. Oren stood on one, balancing impossibly, using the force to hurl debris at them. She was laughing completely unhinged, enjoying the chase like it was the greatest game ever invented. "She's crazy," Jesse said. "Noticed that." Ahsoka spun the speeder through a narrow gap between buildings. Then she did something unexpected. She let go of the controls, stood up, ignited her lightsabers, and jumped. "What are you doing?" Walter screamed, grabbing the controls as their speeder started to list. Ahsoka landed on the cult speeder, her lightsabers blazing. She engaged Oren directly, two Force users dueling at high speed while Jessie tried not to have a panic attack. "This is the craziest thing I've ever seen," Jessie breathed. "And we've seen Tuco." The duel was brief but intense. Ahsoka fought with the skill of someone trained by the Jedi Order, her movements precise and aggressive, mixing traditional forms with improvisational brilliance that spoke to her rebellious nature. Oren fought with chaotic energy, all wild strikes and dark side fury. Ahsoka won by doing something unexpected. She cut the speeder's engine with one lightsaber while force-pushing Oren with the other hand. The cult leader tumbled off, screaming promises of vengeance to Typhogem as she fell toward the lower levels. Ahsoka jumped back to their speeder, landing smoothly. "Drive! Now! Before her friends catch up!" Walter accelerated, and they disappeared into Coruscant's endless traffic. Safe house. Level 2847. 2 hours later. "So let me get this straight," Ahsoka said, sitting cross-legged in the cramped apartment Walter had rented under a false name. "You two cook illegal narcotics for the Sith Empire, you have a murder droid as security, and you just tried to sell product to a murder cult worshipping an ancient Sith god." "When you say it like that, it sounds bad," Jessie said. "It is bad." Clarification: it is extremely bad, HK-47 agreed. "That is why I enjoy it." Ahsoka laughed, genuine, the first real laugh she'd had since being framed for the bombing. "You guys are either the dumbest or the luckiest criminals in the galaxy." "Both," Walter said tiredly. "Definitely both." "So what about you?" Jessie asked. "The whole framing thing. What happened?" Ahsoka's expression darkened. "Someone bombed the Jedi Temple. Killed 6 Jedi, dozens of civilians. Evidence pointed to me. The Council believed it. Didn't even give me a real chance to defend myself." Bitterness crept into her voice. "Master Windu, Master Yoda, all of them. Just decided I was guilty. So I ran. Been on Coruscant's lower levels ever since, trying to figure out who really did it." "That's messed up," Jessie said with genuine sympathy. "Yet." Ahsoka looked at them. "You know, you could use someone with Jedi training. Protection. Combat skills. And I could use, honestly, I don't know. Credits? Purpose? Something other than hiding." Walter considered it. "Then, we have a position open. Security consultant. HK-47 needs backup occasionally." Enthusiastic statement, "I do not require backup," HK-47 protested. "However, having a force-sensitive meatbag capable of deflecting blaster fire would improve our survival metrics by approximately 34%. Is that a yes?" Ahsoka asked, her snappy attitude surfacing. Resigned statement, "Yes." "Then you got yourself a deal." Ahsoka stood, extending her hand to Walter. "Just promise me one thing, the next time you make a deal with a murder cult, maybe, don't." "Deal," Walter said, shaking her hand. And so Ahsoka Tano, former Jedi Padawan, framed fugitive, bold and rebellious Force user, joined the galaxy's most dysfunctional criminal enterprise. She'd later describe it as the best terrible decision she ever made. The valley on Mortis was impossibly beautiful. Waterfalls that flowed upward. Mountains that shifted position when Anakin wasn't looking directly at them. Trees made of crystallized Force energy that sang in harmonics he could hear with his mind rather than his ears. The sky changed colors: blue, then red, then something that wasn't a color at all but rather a concept of what color might be. Gravity was wrong. Time felt elastic. Reality was negotiable. And walking toward him across a bridge made of solidified light came the Father. He was ancient, older than civilizations, older than star systems, maybe older than time itself. He appeared neither young nor old, somehow embodying all ages simultaneously. His presence in the Force wasn't just powerful, it was the Force, concentrated into a being that could walk and speak and judge. Anakin Skywalker, the Father said. His voice carried the weight of eons. The Chosen One. Welcome to Mortis. Welcome to the place between places. Welcome to truth. Anakin bowed, instinct telling him this being commanded respect beyond any Sith or Jedi. My lord. I am no lord. I am balance. I am the fulcrum upon which light and darkness rest. I am what you must become, should you survive what comes next. The Father gestured, and reality shifted. They stood now in a chamber that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Anakin could see it from every angle at once, his mind struggling to process the impossible geometry. You seek power, the Father said. Not a question. Yes. Why? To never be helpless again. To control my destiny. To be strong enough that no one, not the Jedi, not the Sith, not the Force itself, can decide my fate for me. Honest. Good. The Father circled him slowly. But incomplete. Power for its own sake is just energy. Undirected. Wasted. What will you do with this power once you have it? Anakin hesitated. He'd never actually asked himself that question. I'll save people. My mother. Those still enslaved. I'll reshape the galaxy so no one has to suffer like I did. By killing. By dominating. By imposing your will on reality itself. If necessary. Yes. The Father nodded. At least you don't pretend to be a savior. The worst tyrants always believe themselves heroes. He stopped before Anakin. But here is truth, power requires sacrifice. And sacrifice means loss. Are you willing to pay the price? What price? Everything. The Father's eyes impossibly deep, containing galaxies, fixed on Anakin. Your humanity. Your love. Your connections. All of it, burned away in the forge of absolute power. You will become balance incarnate, neither light nor dark, but something beyond both. But you will become it alone. Alone. The woman you love, Valen. You will lose her. Either by her death, or your transformation into something she cannot love, or by your own hand when the time comes to choose between her and ultimate power. The choice is coming. I see it written in the Force's tapestry. Anakin's chest tightened. What if I refuse? What if I choose her instead? Then you fail. You remain merely powerful instead of becoming transcendent. You live a life of conflict and uncertainty, always wondering what you might have become. The Father's voice held no judgment, just fact. There is no path that preserves both your love and your destiny. This is the price of being chosen. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Anakin spoke, then I choose power. I choose destiny. Even if it means losing everything, losing her, I choose to become what I'm meant to be. Why? Because, Anakin said, and his voice was hollow with certainty, if I'm not strong enough to reshape reality, then love doesn't matter. She'll die in the war, or age, or fall to someone stronger. But if I become what you're offering, if I transcend mortal limitations, maybe I can change the rules. Maybe I can find a way to have both. But first, I need power. Absolute power. The Father smiled, sad and ancient and knowing. You understand the game. Good. Most who come here lie to themselves, pretend they can have everything. You, at least, are honest about your selfishness. Is that bad? No. It's necessary. You cannot master the Force while lying to yourself about what you want. The Father gestured, and the chamber shifted again. Now they stood on a precipice overlooking all of creation, every star, every world, every being that had ever lived or would ever live, stretched out before them like a tapestry. "I will ask you 3 questions," the father said. "Answer honestly, and you pass my trial. Lie, even to spare your pride, and you fail. And failure here means death, your consciousness scattered across the Force, your body returned to Korriban as an empty shell." Anakin straightened. "I'm ready. First question, who are you?" "I am Anakin Skywalker. I was a slave on Tatooine. I was rejected by the Jedi. I was taken by the Sith. I've killed Jedi Masters and innocents and rivals. I've loved and hated and survived when others died. I am the Chosen One, a title I didn't ask for but will use to remake reality according to my will." Second question, why do you seek power? "Because power is the only truth that matters. Love fails. Hope dies. Compassion is exploited. But power endures. Power reshapes reality. Power ensures that I never kneel again, never beg again, never watch helplessly as those I care about suffer." He paused. "And because I'm terrified. Terrified of being weak, of being used, of being nothing. Power is the only weapon against that fear." Third question, what will you sacrifice to achieve this power? Anakin looked at the tapestry of creation, saw his future written there, multiple paths, multiple choices, all leading to different ends. He saw Valen in some of those paths, alive and powerful in his. He saw her dead in others. He saw himself alone at the apex of power, emperor of nothing, master of everything. "Everything," he said finally. "My morality. My compassion. My humanity. My love. Even Valen, if it comes to that. I will sacrifice everything, everyone to achieve ultimate power. Because only from that position can I truly change anything. And if I'm damned for it." He met the father's eyes. "Then I'll be damned as a god rather than saved as a slave." The father was quiet for a long moment. Then he smiled. "You have chosen your path with full knowledge of its weight. You understand what you will lose, what you will become, and you choose it anyway. That is enough." The father placed a hand on Anakin's shoulder, and power flooded through him, not dark, not light, but something fundamental. Raw force in its purest form. "You pass my trial, Anakin Skywalker. But know this, my children await you still. The son will offer you shortcuts, corruption, power without wisdom. The daughter will call you toward balance, compassion, the light you've abandoned. And Aboleth." The father's expression darkened. "Aboleth will test you in ways that will make this conversation seem gentle. She is hunger given form. Chaos incarnate. The mother who became the destroyer." "I'll survive," Anakin said. "Perhaps. Or perhaps you'll discover that some prices are too high even for the Chosen One." The father stepped back. "Go. Face what comes next. And know that whatever you become, you chose it freely. That matters more than you know." The father vanished. Anakin stood alone on the precipice, feeling the weight of his choice settling into his bones, and wondered if Valen would ever forgive him for what he was about to become. Then he walked forward, toward the next trial, toward the sun's domain, toward darkness and chaos and the terrible knowledge that he'd just promised to sacrifice everything he loved for power. And he didn't regret it. Not yet. Not until he saw what came next.